The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 400, Are you an idiot? Dead? What do you mean? Demon Empress Ganda slightly frowned. How could Garland die in the Great Demon Empire? He was already a Void God Realm expert, and even if Demon Emperor Balmond was stronger than him, Garland could still escape if he wanted to. Liu Beiqing slowly recounted what they had experienced and discovered while they were in Moreland City. He wasn't actually sure if Garland has died, but knowing that man's personality, he must have unknowingly provoked the owner of that wine store. He was aware of Garland's greed towards a spiritual plant in Zhu Shen's garden. A mysterious human suddenly appeared in Moreland City and established a wine store? He has hundreds of spiritual plants in his garden, and you're also telling me that he might be the reason for Garland's disappearance. Demon Empress Ganda felt that it was absurd. According to her understanding of Balmond's character, that guy was very territorial and he strictly forbids the presence of humans in his empire. And now, Liu Beiqing is telling her that a human has peacefully opened a wine store in Moreland City? However, when she looked at Liu Beiking's serious face, she fell into deep contemplation. Balmond is very ferocious towards the humans. If what Liu Beiqing said about this mysterious human was true, then why did Balmond allow this man to live in Moreland City? Unless... Demon Empress Ganda's expression suddenly flickered with uncertainty as she thought of something. Is Balmond afraid of that human? And is that man really involved with Garland's disappearance? Liu Beiqing dared not emit a sound when saw that the Demon Empress was silent. After a moment of silence, Demon Empress Ganda said, "Follow me back to the Great Demon Empire. I want to see this human myself." Liu Beiqing hurriedly nodded his head. "Yes, Your Majesty. Tell the elders to guard the territory while I'm away. Get ready. We will depart tomorrow." Zhu Shen was outside his lotus building, enjoying the warm sunlight as he stared at the busta figure training her martial arts. Pa! Pa! The air emitted a snapping sound as Cornelia executed her boxing technique. She wasn't an expert in body cultivation, so her movements were rather sloppy and unpracticed. Even though she has high endowments in spiritual cultivation, her body's strength was only at the same level. Nonetheless, her punches still carried tremendous force despite the lack of technique. At this moment, Cornelia gritted her teeth as she stared at the human sitting comfortably on his chair. "Focus on your form and control your enma properly while you execute your boxing stances. Are you really a prodigy? Why do you punch like an idiot?" Cornelia almost stumbled when she heard Zhu Shen's words. The succubus stopped her movements and wiped the sweat on her face with a clean handkerchief. She then pouted as she stared at Zhu Shen with a bit of annoyance. "Wine Master Zhu, I'm not proficient in body strengthening. Why are you even asking me to practice this?" She had been executing the same movements for a few hours, and even with her strong inborn physique, she still felt a bit tired. Zhu Shen leaned on his chair and glanced at the succubus with a tinge of disappointment. "Although you don't have a divine body, you have the succubus bloodline flowing through your veins. It is already a given for a succubus to have strong spiritual power. However, at the age of 6669, your spiritual power is still at the nascent god realm. You've wasted your talent cultivating a trash spiritual technique. As for your physical body, aside from it being nice to look at, there is nothing worthy to be praised about." Cornelia's eyes turned red in embarrassment. She glared at Zhu Shen while pointing at his face. "You!" Swoosh! Ouch! Cornelia swiftly grabbed her forehead and felt a small bump. She raised her head and saw Zhu Shen standing in front of her with a calm look on his handsome face. "It's not good to point at your elders," he muttered. With a teary eye, Cornelia pursed her lips. "Elder? How old are you then?" Zhu Shen furrowed his eyebrows and fell into deep thinking. How old was he? In truth, he wasn't also sure about his age, so he casually replied. "About a few billion years old." Hearing his words, Cornelia stared at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Who was he fooling? A few billion years old? Did he really think that she was a dumbass? Zhu Shen sighed when he saw her expression. Even that was just a rough estimate of his age. Continue executing the boxing technique. You can only stop if I say so. Zhu Shen lightly smacked the back of her head. He then went back to his seat while ignoring the sharp look of the succubus. Cornelia gritted her teeth as she executed the punching routine. Why was she even doing this? She was already strong among the nascent god realm experts. As if he could read what was on her mind, Zhu Shen's voice suddenly echoed beside her ears. You might be already strong among the nascent god realm, but you can still be assassinated by demon ancestors and demon emperors. If you're not careful, you might even die in just one move. Training your physical body enhances your chances of survival. You can leave if you want, but don't say that I didn't warn you. Cornelia was stunned when she heard his words. So he is only worried about me. Did my charm finally make him fall for me? Hee. Zhu Shen almost felt like smacking the succubus again when he saw her blushing face. Continue for 5 hours. Stop thinking about other things and maintain your focus. For goodness sake, even that brat Balmond is easier to teach than you. Zhu Shen felt slightly exasperated teaching the succubus. If not for his great aspirations, he wouldn't even waste his time with this moron. Chapter 401, Demon Empress Ganda's Surprise. The next day, Demon Empress Ganda arrived in Moreland City. Standing behind her was Liu Beiqing dressed in his noble outfit. Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Dressed in her most favorite crimson robes with gold and white highlights, Demon Empress Ganda was the focal point of everyone's gazes. Even though she was wearing a veil, the crowd could still see her captivating pair of eyes. Her noble and elegant disposition also made her appear like an ethereal being. Who are those two? They look like nobles. That woman looks freakin' hot. Look at those eyes. I think that man is Liu Beiqing of the Narda Principality. I heard that he came to Moreland City a few days ago as a delegate. They should be here to discuss something with His Majesty. You guys should watch your mouths or you might get killed without you knowing why. Liu Beiqing was already used to this scene, so he ignored the crowd's stupefied expressions. However, he was worried that the Demon Empress might be offended by their gazes. He only sighed in relief when he saw that she didn't care. Liu Beiqing, can we not fly to that wine store? Demon Empress Ganda felt slightly uncomfortable under everyone's watchful eyes. As someone who was focused on cultivation, she wasn't used to going out in public. She only comes out of her room when she had something else to do. Liu Beiqing sweated when he heard her words. Non-citizens of the Great Demon Empire are not allowed to casually fly in key cities of the Empire. They would be deemed as enemies if they did that. Your Majesty, it is a rule of the Great Demon Empire that non-citizens aren't allowed to fly in key cities. Moreland City is one of the important hubs for trade in the Empire, so there are quite a few restrictions here for outsiders. But don't worry. The wine store is nearby, so we can just take a beast carriage to go there. Liu Beiqing explained patiently. He was confident about Demon Empress Ganda's strength, but he didn't want to provoke the mysterious Zhu Shen without knowing his power. Demon Empress Ganda furrowed her eyebrows, but she still nodded her head. She wasn't an idiot and she could already guess what Liu Beiqing was thinking. All right. Lead the way. She muttered calmly. Liu Beiqing nodded his head and led her to a transportation building that had luxurious carriages. He made sure that the Demon Empress would not be dissatisfied. Liu Beiqing acted as the coachman while the Demon Empress sat comfortably inside the carriage. After a while, he then whipped the saint-rank dragon horse and it immediately neighed and started pulling the carriage. It was a huge savage beast with 4 muscular legs. Even though it had a dragon bloodline, it was so diluted that it can only serve the purpose of a mount to the nobles. Inside the carriage, Demon Empress Ganda observed the bustling Moreland City. Although it wasn't as large as Narda Principality's Hegant City, she could see that the citizens here were quite wealthy and strong. I can't believe that a boorish man like Balmond can actually make a city this prosperous. Demon Empress Ganda muttered. Lu Baqing chuckled at her words. After observing Morlan City for many days, he knew that the prosperity of the city wasn't Balman's work. It was the result of Demon Emperor Jun's proper management and skillful ways of negotiating with the merchants. Demon Empress Ganda heard him chuckling. She frowned and said in a cold tone. Do you want to say something? Lu Baqing awkwardly smiled as he replied. No, Your Majesty. The journey was silent after that short exchange. Lu Baqing didn't dare say anything again, while the Demon Empress only watched the city's scenery. Less than an hour later, their carriage stopped in front of a tall metal fence. Lu Baqing jumped down and opened the door of the carriage. He then offered a hand to the Demon Empress, but the latter swatted his hand as she jumped down by herself. She was already a Void God Realm expert. Why would she need someone's help to go down a carriage? Demon Empress Ganda ignored Lu Baqing's hurt look and stared at the blooming azure lotus building behind the tall metal fences. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and even her private house looked like rubbish in comparison to this building. She then moved her gaze towards the garden outside of the lotus building. It was filled with hundreds of nascent rank and origin rank spiritual plants. There were even some plants that emitted a strong amount of true essence. Void rank spiritual plants? She muttered in shock. This garden actually has void rank spiritual plants. She then recalled what Lu Baqing had told her. According to him, Garland planned to steal a high-level spiritual from this place. She felt that it was unbelievable, but looking at this garden that was filled with vibrant energy, it seemed like Lu Baqing did not lie to her. If that's the case, is the owner of this place truly involved with Garland's sudden disappearance? Thinking about this, Demon Empress Ganda's expression turned solemn. From the looks of it, things might not go as she had planned. How would she face the owner? Do I have to attack him? What should I do? A hint of nervousness crept into her heart. She thought that Lu Baqing was merely exaggerating things, but from what she was seeing, he still underestimated the owner. As she was in a dilemma, she soon noticed a succubus holding a strange object in her hands. It looked like a stone, but when she took a careful look, she discovered that it was actually a compressed form of a high-level metal. This thing was heavy. What is that girl doing? She looked over curiously. Lu Baqing followed her gaze and saw the crown princess of the Great Demon Empire holding a spherical object in her hands. Cornelia. Chapter 402, One Surprise After Another. Cornelia? You mean the crown princess of the Great Demon Empire? The Demon Empress had a perplexed look as she stared at the succubus who was lifting the compressed metal ball with a face full of sweat. Lu Baqing nodded his head. Suddenly, his face stiffened when he saw the figure seated on a chair behind the succubus. Your Majesty, you see that man sitting on a chair? That's the owner of this lotus building, and everyone calls him Wine Master Zhu Shen. Lu Baqing said while pointing at the silver-haired youth who was holding a bottle of wine. Demon Empress Ganda narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized Zhu Shen. The young man was handsome even by her standards of beauty. However, what surprised her more was the man himself. She felt like she was just looking at an ordinary human. Strange. Suddenly, a beautiful girl in her early 20s came out and walked towards them. Her face was full of wariness as she stared at Lu Baqing and Demon Empress Ganda. Hey, you two. Why are you suspiciously looking at my master's garden? Are you guys planning to steal his spiritual plants? The faces of the two demons stiffened when they heard the girl. They were actually suspected as thieves? Little sister, we just came to Morlan City and we were fascinated by this lotus building's architectural design. Whoever made this must be an artistic and talented person. Furthermore, we have so many bloodstones, so why would we steal someone's spiritual plants? Lu Baqing stepped forward as he hurriedly explained. He was quite eloquent and well-versed in communicating with other races, so he was able to come up with a random excuse. Upon hearing his words, the girl's face eased up and she smiled. Hee hee. My master was the one who made this lotus building. Everything you see here, including the garden, is his creation. He is a true genius," she said with a proud tone of voice. Liu Beiqing nodded his head exaggeratedly as he replied. "Indeed. Little sister, is there still any available spot for the two of us inside?" The girl nodded her head as she answered. "The first floor might be at full capacity, but looking at you guys, your strength is beyond the nascent god realm, right?" Hearing this, Liu Beiqing took a quick glance at the Demon Empress before he nodded his head. "That's right. What about it? In that case, you guys can go to the store's second floor. The environment there is much better than on the first floor. There are a few things there that might even help you improve your cultivation," the girl said mysteriously. Liu Beiqing and Demon Empress Ganda merely smiled at her words. With their cultivation, there are only a few things that could help them enhance their strength. As for what she said, they just took it as an advertisement for the wine store. "Thank you for the information, little sister." "Oh, right. What's your name?" Liu Beiqing asked politely. The girl smiled at him and answered with a cheerful voice. "Just call me Ivy. I'm a temporary gardener here." "Gardener? A nascent god realm expert is proud of being a gardener? Is this girl an idiot?" Of course, Liu Beiqing wouldn't dare say it out loud. "Little sister Ivy, we won't bother you anymore. Thank you," Liu Beiqing said before he turned to look at the Demon Empress. Ivy nodded her head and left. "Take me to the second floor of this lotus building. As for the owner, we can talk with him later," Demon Empress Ganda calmly said. "Yes, Your Majesty," Liu Beiqing replied. He then brought her inside the lotus building while occasionally staring at the spiritual plants in the garden. Even until now, he was still envious and fascinated by this garden. Behind him, the Demon Empress also kept on looking at the spiritual plants. She felt her heart beating wildly when her gaze stopped on those void-rank spiritual plants. When the two came inside the store, they saw a huge hall with dozens of tables and hundreds of chairs. Everything inside this place from furniture to utensils screamed luxury. The hall was packed with customers, but the place still appeared to be spacious. Everyone chattered with smiles on their faces as they drank their cups filled with wine. To the surprise of Liu Beiqing and the Demon Empress, they discovered that although everyone was chatting, none of them dared to create too much of a noise and ruckus. It was very perplexing since they knew the wild personality of their demon brethren. How could they act like cultured individuals? It didn't fit their ferocious faces at all. "Welcome, dear guests. Is it your first time coming here?" A blue-haired girl came up to them and politely greeted the two. Liu Beiqing and Demon Empress Ganda unconsciously nodded their heads. "The first floor has been fully occupied, but since you guys have cultivation levels above the nascent god realm, I can take you guys to the second floor," Blue said with a smile. She could sense the origin god realm cultivation of the male demon, but she couldn't discern the strength of the woman behind him. "All right. It's our first time here, so please lead the way," Liu Beiqing said with a smile. This girl was a peak stage nascent god realm. She was just a step away from the origin god realm. First was the gardener, and then, this young lady. The both of them are nascent god realm experts. Are all the employees of the wine store this strong? Blue led the two demons upstairs where they met a cold-faced blonde-haired young lady guarding the entrance of the second floor. She had a black armor filled with battle marks, making her look like a valiant warrior. Seeing her, Liu Beiqing furrowed his eyebrows. Peak stage origin god realm? Similarly, Demon Empress Ganda also felt slightly threatened by this girl's aura. Although her cultivation level was lower than her own, the Demon Empress sensed a hint of danger coming from this young lady. There must be something about this valiant woman that made her feel threatened. Chapter 403, The Peculiar Paintings. Zhu Shen stared at the two demons talking to Ivy with an amused look. He knew who the male demon was since he had seen him together with Garland a few times. As for the beautiful demon lady, she should be someone of high standing in the Narda Principality. They finally couldn't hold back their curiosity. He muttered to himself as he grinned. The Narda Principality should be here to observe the situation and also to check his power. Wine Master Ju, did you say anything? He heard the succubus ask with panted breath. No. Continue holding that metal ball for another 2 hours. You have to practice well since the enemies have already come to our doorstep. Ju Shen smiled as he leaned back on his chair. Hey? What do you mean? Cornelia dropped the metal ball and turned her head towards Ju Shen. Ju Shen stood up and smacked the back of her head. Did I say you can drop the ball? He then picked up the metal ball and handed it to Cornelia, who glared at him with malevolent eyes. Even so, she still accepted the metal ball and held it with a contorted expression on her face. Don't drop it again. Hold it for 3 hours. Ju Shen said as he sat back in his chair. Didn't you say to? Cornelia immediately closed her mouth when she saw Ju Shen's smile. At first, she thought this smile was the most beautiful thing in the world, but at this moment, she didn't want to see this devil's smile again. Thaya inspected the 2 demons standing behind Blue. The male was a peak stage origin god realm, while the woman was a mid-stage void god realm. She felt surprised upon seeing this, but she maintained a composed look on her face. Staying here has a limit. You can check the details of the rules here on that scroll pasted on the wall. Remember. Don't cause any trouble or I'll kick you out forcibly. Thaya warned them with a cold look. This girl is beautiful, but she has a problematic personality. Lu Beiqing thought as they stepped inside the 2nd floor. This room was a place of absolute grandeur. The design, the paintings. Wait, those paintings. Lu Beiqing walked closer to a painting and a baffled look slowly covered his face. He exclaimed in astonishment, but then he suddenly felt a sharp stare boring down on him. He turned his head and saw Thaya looking at him with an icy gaze. He smiled awkwardly at her before he turned to look at the painting again. It was a depiction of a warrior floating above the clouds with a sword in his hand. When Lu Beiqing first saw this painting, he felt that it had something hidden within, but no matter how hard he stared at the painting, he could no longer feel the mysterious sensation. Weird. Did I sense it wrong? Looking at another painting was Demon Empress Ganda. She was staring at a depiction of a faceless woman seated cross-legged on the mouth of a volcano. The Demon Empress narrowed her eyes and she used her spiritual vision to observe the painting. When her spiritual power touched the painting, she suddenly felt that she had become the woman in the painting. She was cultivating her fire arts on the mouth of the volcano. She felt the temperature around her rising, but she could also sense that her fire arts was improving at a rapid rate. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Demon Empress Ganda abruptly opened her eyes and saw Lu Beiqing poking her arm with an anxious look. She glared at him as she said. Why are you disturbing me? Lu Beiking's mouth twitched. You stared at this painting for several hours and used up all your time standing like a fool. While scratching his head, Lu Beiqing answered nervously. Your Majesty, our time is up. That lady said that we have to go out now. Hearing this, Demon Empress Ganda had a stunned look. Hey? I thought only a second has passed by. How come a few hours have passed without me sensing anything? Demon Empress Ganda stared at the painting again. She shook her head in regret before she went out of the 2nd floor. It was a pity that staying here was limited, or she would have stayed just to dig the secrets of the painting. The 2 demons saw the blonde-haired woman waiting for them outside. You 2 exceeded the time limit. According to the rules, you will have to pay 6,000 bloodstones since every minute of exceeding time is worth 1,000 bloodstones. But since this is your first time here, I will let this go. Just be mindful the next you visit here. 6,000 bloodstones for 6 minutes. Thank you for your understanding, sister. Can I ask for your name? Demon Empress Ganda smiled as she stared at the cold-looking Thaya. Thaya. All right, Sister Thaya. We're leaving now. Demon Empress Ganda smiled at her and went downstairs. She still hasn't tasted the wines sold in this store. Hopefully, there might be vacant seats now. As they were walking down the stairs, Demon Empress Ganda soon noticed the changes in her body. Her essence of fire element became 10% denser and stronger. This was a substantial increase for her. How did it enhance her fire elemental essence? And what was that painting? Your Majesty, is there anything wrong? Liu Beiqing asked worriedly when he saw the flickering eyes of the Demon Empress. Those paintings. There is something peculiar about them. After staring at one of those paintings for a few hours, my fire elemental essence increased substantially. Demon Empress Ganda replied. Her voice contained a hint of surprise and bafflement. So that's why she stood there for a few hours. That means what I sensed at that time wasn't a mistake. What a pity. Liu Beiqing felt regret in his heart upon hearing the Demon Empress words. Chapter 404, Frightened Demon Empress. Demon Empress Ganda held the bottle filled with blue wine. When she removed the cover, her nose was assaulted by a wave of oceanic fragrance that reminded her of the vast seas. She also discovered that just the smell alone of this wine made her cells extremely active and agitated. It was as if something had woken them up. This feeling was similar to when she was in her cultivation room. She found it hard to believe that a wine smell actually has the same effect as a cultivation room. 1,000 bloodstones is too cheap for it. If I was the one selling this, just the smell alone would be worth 5,000 bloodstones. Liu Beiqing suddenly said as he inhaled the fragrance of the wine. Demon Empress Ganda ignored him and drank her wine silently. It was delicious. She licked her lips as she glanced at the wine bottle with surprise. 5,000? I would even pay 50,000 bloodstones for this. Hey? Liu Beiqing stared at her in wonder, but when the wine went down his stomach, he felt his body slowly changing. This wine is capable of enhancing spiritual power. That means, a much faster cultivation speed for people at our level of power. I wonder how that human created such a precious wine. Demon Empress Ganda sighed as she thought of the silver-haired youth seated on a chair outside the store. He was truly a mysterious person. Just this wine alone was enough to make the Demon Empress feel that there was something more about this human. Liu Beiqing nodded his head in agreement. He could also feel the churning of his dantian. It wasn't just a minor increase in spiritual power. In fact, it was equivalent to a few years of spiritual cultivation. Just imagine how much time they could save if they could drink this wine daily. It was truly precious. Liu Beiqing, if this man was truly involved with Garland's death, we might not be able to avenge him. Besides, he caused his own death. Demon Empress Ganda sighed and no longer spoke after she said those words. She felt truly helpless with their situation. She had seen Zhu Shen earlier and although she had yet to see his true power, she was certain that the human was stronger than her. If he can kill Garland without difficulty, then he should be a peak stage Void God Realm expert. With that kind of power, no one in the Crimson Fiend continent is his opponent. Your Majesty, what do we do now? Liu Beiqing asked as she stared at the Demon Empress, but the latter merely shook her head in reply. Seeing this, he decided to remain silent and just drink all of his wine. After drinking her wine, Demon Empress Ganda stood up and walked towards the door leading outside the store as she muttered. You pay for the wines. Hearing this, Liu Beiqing could only speechlessly glance at her back. As she stepped outside of the store, Demon Empress Ganda directly headed to where they had last seen Zhu Shen and the Crown Princess of the Empire. At this moment, she once again saw the garden filled with numerous spiritual plants. Her eyes were almost blinded as she stared longingly at these spiritual herbs and flowers. She forcefully ignored the garden and searched for Zhu Shen. Luckily, they didn't go anywhere. Demon Empress Ganda saw that Zhu Shen was still seated lazily on his chair as he watched the Crown Princess hold the metal ball. She felt like laughing when she saw this scene, but instincts told her not to. With a face full of curiosity, she approached the human. Cornelia slightly turned her head when she heard a series of light footsteps. She definitely didn't want anybody to see her in her current condition. It was too humiliating for a crown princess like her to do this kind of thing in public. When the succubus saw the face of the demon walking in their direction, her eyeballs almost popped out in shock. It was a demon with long red hair and beautiful facial features. The succubus even felt inferior as she stared at this demon lady. Cornelia turned around to check Zhu Shen's reaction, but the man didn't even stare at the newcomer. He was only leaning on his chair with his eyes shut tight. Looking at this, Cornelia felt slightly relieved for no reason. "Greetings, Wine Master Zhu Shen and Your Highness Cornelia." The beautiful red-haired demon greeted in a pleasing voice. Cornelia tried to smile, but she could only put on a crooked smile with great difficulty. The metal ball was too heavy. God damn it! Zhu Shen slowly opened his eyes and stared at the demon empress with an expressionless face. "So you must be the hidden leader of the Narda Principality." Demon Empress Ganda's face changed, but she soon calmed down. She smiled as she stared at Zhu Shen. "It seems like Wine Master Zhu Shen is already aware of my presence." "That's right. I'm indeed Narda Principality's hidden leader. My name is Ganda." Cornelia's eyes widened and her grip on the metal ball loosened. It immediately fell to the ground with a loud thud. "Ah, this. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear." Cornelia hurriedly explained while looking at Zhu Shen with pleading eyes. Zhu Shen smirked and stood up from his seat. He then grabbed the fallen metal ball and handed it back to Cornelia. He then whispered to her ears. "I'll let you go this time, so disappear out of my sight before I change my mind." Cornelia's heart chilled and she hastily left the scene. She didn't even bother to say goodbye to the demon empress. Zhu Shen chuckled as he looked at the retreating figure. He then turned his gaze towards the demon empress who was looking at him with an amused look. However, to her surprise, Zhu Shen's smiling expression suddenly went cold when he stared at her. "Since you are the leader of Narda Principality, you should know Garland, right?" Zhu Shen's icy voice made the demon empress feel a bit afraid. This guy was frightening. Chapter 405, Zhu Shen the Greatest Bully. "So you've killed him?" Demon Empress Ganda sighed as he looked at Zhu Shen with a complicated gaze. Initially, she wanted to avenge Garland for his death, but when she discovered that she couldn't even discern Zhu Shen's power, she immediately discarded those thoughts. This man was a lot stronger than her. Zhu Shen shrugged his shoulders as he replied with a bit of embarrassment. "I wanted him to work as a gardener under me, but that guy was strongly against it. He was very violent, so I had no choice but to scare him a bit. However, the guy actually died when I released my aura. I didn't kill him on purpose though." Hearing this, Demon Empress Ganda's face twitched. "Garland died when this guy released his aura? Do you think I would believe that?" Although Garland was just a newly ascended Void God Realm expert, even she would find it difficult to kill him. And now, Zhu Shen is telling her that he killed Garland with just his aura? Did he think that she was an idiot? When Zhu Shen saw Demon Empress Ganda's doubtful expression, he waved his hand and took out Garland's corpse. It was still in perfectly preserved condition. The Demon Empress' eyes widened in shock when she saw Garland's body in front of her. She scrutinized his corpse using her spiritual vision, but she discovered no internal nor surface wounds. However, when she checked Garland's heart and brain, she realized that Zhu Shen might not be lying. Could it be that he truly killed Garland by merely releasing his aura? That was absurd. Even those above the Void God realm could not do that. Unless... Demon Empress Ganda felt her heart shivering when her thoughts reached that point. She could not help but glance at Zhu Shen who was looking at Garland's corpse with a hint of regret. Ahem. Demon Empress Ganda cleared her throat. She then glanced while putting on a calm look. Wine Master Zhu, Garland may have coveted your spiritual plant, but do you really have to kill him? Zhu Shen turned his gaze at the Demon Empress. His face was calm, but it frightened her silly. She could even feel her feet slowly getting cold. But since Wine Master Ju didn't intentionally do it, and besides, Garland is also at fault for trying to steal your spiritual plant. I won't pursue this matter any further, but I hope that I can take his corpse with me. He might be foolish, but he had been a loyal subordinate. The Demon Empress could only compromise while nervously looking at Ju Shen. She regretted not waiting for Liu Beiqing. If he was here, they could at least share the pressure. Ju Shen was inwardly laughing in his heart. This girl was still trying to put on a calm facade when he could clearly sense her nervousness. She was too cute. Maybe I could bully this girl. He was getting addicted to this, especially after bullying the succubus for many days. It was fun. Yes, you can, but my garden. You have seen it yourself. It is quite large, and the spiritual plants in it made many people feel greedy. A few young ladies at the nascent god realm might be guarding it now, but they are still too weak to protect it against stronger individuals. That was why I tried to ask Garland to become my gardener. As the Demon Empress continued to listen, she felt like things might not go according to her plans. It was as if she was dancing in the palm of Ju Shen's hand. It felt truly uncomfortable, but she couldn't do anything about it since Ju Shen was too powerful. Even the whole Narda Principality might be eradicated if he was angered. She didn't want this to happen. But since Garland is now dead, how about you take his place instead? Ju Shen sincerely glanced at the Demon Empress. He had checked this girl earlier and noticed that she was a bit talented. She also possessed a strong bloodline that might be related to the vampiric fire demons. He wasn't sure though, since he has yet to see her Danshan. Hearing his words, the Demon Empress felt her mind going crazy. How can he say it so calmly? Demon Empress Ganda regretted going here to Moreland City. She shouldn't have gone here to see this devil. He was the incarnation of a demonic god. Wait. She was the demon here, but why did she feel like Ju Shen was more of a demon than her? This. You're joking, right? Demon Empress Ganda stared at Ju Shen while smiling stiffly behind her veil. Ju Shen, who was seated on his chair, suddenly stood up and moved closer to the Demon Empress. He smiled evilly at her as he whispered. Do you think I'm joking with you right now, little girl Ganda? The Demon Empress took a step back and she finally could not hold back her fearful look, but a look of defiance slowly covered her face as she glared at Ju Shen. I'd rather die. Vampiric fire demon, that's the bloodline running in your veins, right? You must have gotten it from one of your parents. What a pity. I wanted to give you a surprise, but it seems like you don't want to. Ju Shen said with a look of regret. You. How did you know that? Everything related to us should have been erased already. Just who are you? Demon Empress Ganda had a look of terror as she pointed at Ju Shen. This man was actually able to see through her bloodline. She didn't even discover how he did it. Ju Shen raised his arms innocently. I'm just a winemaker. You don't need to be so tense. No need to be tensed? After all you said? Demon Empress Ganda suddenly felt like she was being played with. Is this guy making fun of me? For the first time in her life, she wanted to cry her heart out. Chapter 406, Removing the Veil. Demon Empress Ganda's face suddenly turned frosty. She might be weaker than Ju Shen, but she'd rather die than be humiliated like this. Their vampiric fire demon bloodline was one of the noblest bloodlines in the entirety of Nuar. She didn't want to bring shame to her ancestors. Her aura suddenly spiked and her long red hair danced wildly as crimson flame covered her entire body. Strangely enough, her clothes didn't disintegrate despite the high temperature of the flame around her. This girl is too hot-headed. Too bad. She would have looked good as a gardener, and with her looks, she would certainly attract more customers. How do I make her calm down? Ju Shen wasn't worried about his store and his garden. The materials used in making his store were all celestial rank items, and even the soil in his garden was more precious than the spiritual plants. Zhu Shen immediately brought the angry demon girl to his spirit world. He didn't want to cause a commotion in Morlan City and the Great Demon Empire. This demon empress was way stronger than Garland and her attacks would surely be catastrophic to the nearby lands. The only way to prevent her from wreaking havoc was to bring her to his spirit world. Demon Empress Ganda soon noticed that she was brought to a different place. Looking at the beautiful blue sky and the vast mountains and forest, she frowned. Where is this? She then looked at Zhu Shen, who was now looking at her with a calm expression. She also sensed that this human was slowly releasing his true essence. Just that she still could not discern his power. This made her feel perturbed. Do you really have to be so violent? Zhu Shen asked as he lightly shook his head. Why are most demons so violent? Coercing them to become my subordinate is too hard. Luckily, Burlock and Balmond weren't like these guys. Wait, Burlock was also like this at first, but when I beat him up. No. This girl might commit suicide if I do that to her. Sigh. To think that Zhu Shen would face a moment of difficulty like this. Demon Empress Ganda glared at Zhu Shen. Her beautiful pair of golden red eyes flickered with an intense glow. She then took out a shield and a large heavy sword that are both disproportionate to her frame. After equipping her weapons, her aura rose to a terrifying level, and it could even be compared to a peak stage Void God Realm expert. Seeing this, Zhu Shen felt even more tempted to make her his subordinate. Her vampiric fire demon bloodline was of high purity, but this girl didn't have their ancestral cultivation technique, making her weaker than those vampiric fire demons of the primordial god realm. Initially, I don't want to fight with you, but you forced me to do this. Demon Empress Ganda muttered through gritted teeth. The crimson flame around her suddenly grew and consumed the trees and plants. It burned everything in its path. Zhu Shen remained calm as he looked at the forest being consumed by the crimson flames. He then stared at the valiant-looking demon girl who was holding her two large weapons. She used a heavy sword and a shield. These two weapons are typically used by male vampiric fire demons. It seems like the technique inherited by this girl are meant for men. When she saw that Zhu Shen was silent, Demon Empress Ganda became even more infuriated. She stomped her foot and lifted her huge sword and struck it before Zhu Shen. Her attack created a huge fire vortex that melted everything in its path. Looking at the fire vortex, Zhu Shen calmly snapped his finger as he produced a small wisp of dark fire. He then flicked it towards the huge fire vortex, causing an ear-splitting explosion. Bong! Demon Empress Ganda immediately lifted her shield when she saw this. Shit! What kind of fire is that? A small wisp of it can actually destroy my fire vortex. When the dust subsided, a huge crater can be seen between Zhu Shen and the Demon Empress. It was almost as large as the entire Morlan City. That was how destructive their power was. After gathering her senses, Demon Empress Ganda pounced towards Zhu Shen as she threw another volley of fire projectiles. The temperature around them swiftly rose as hundreds of crimson fireballs littered the sky. Zhu Shen raised his head and created an invisible force field using his spiritual power. Bang! 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 Violent explosions rang out as the fireballs struck Zhu Shen. Demon Empress Ganda hovered above the clouds as she panted heavily. That attack consumed at least 20% of her true essence. Even a Void God Realm expert would be severely injured after receiving that attack. She stared solemnly at the ground, waiting to see the figure of Zhu Shen. However, a shadow suddenly teleported in front of her and she felt a sharp pain at the back of her head before she lost consciousness. How? Zhu Shen grabbed the demon girl's weapons and placed them inside his storage earring. He then descended to the ground while carrying the unconscious demon empress. I'll let you go this time. You would be a great opponent for Yubo and Balmond. Without your presence, Narda Principality would also fall. That won't be good for the development of Cornelia, since I still want her to experience the battlefield of the top experts in this world. In that way, she would be able to gloriously ascend to the throne. Zhu Shen muttered as he stared at the demon girl's face. He slowly removed her veil and saw a devastatingly beautiful face. It was even comparable to the Thaya of his past life. He could already imagine the number of customers this girl could bring to his store if she becomes his subordinate. Just thinking about it made Zhu Shen chuckle. Alright. Your subordinate must be worried about you now, so I have to bring you out of this place. Chapter 407, fell unconscious because of heat stroke. Liu Beiqing was speechless. He thought that the demon empress would be the one paying for them, but he ended up being the one to pay for their wines. Sister Blue, can I get one more bottle of bejeweled ocean nectar, please? Liu Beiqing called out to the blue-haired young lady. She was just a waitress of this store even with her peak stage nascent god realm cultivation. In our territory, people like her have high positions. Liu Beiqing thought to himself as he scanned Blue. Although she was a savage beast, Liu Beiqing didn't mind being acquainted with her. After all, this girl wasn't weak. The crown princess of the great demon empire, Princess Cornelia might not even be her opponent. Alright. Is there still anything you want? Blue asked Liu Beiqing while looking at him with a smile. Liu Beiqing shook his head at her. Her Majesty might still be discussing something with Wine Master Zhu Shen at this moment, so I should just drink one more wine here before I go outside. He thought to himself as he looked at Blue who was going to the wine storage area. While waiting for his wine, Liu Beiqing scanned the customers on the first floor. After checking everyone, he noticed that most of them were saint rank experts and below. However, there were a few nascent god realm cultivators hidden among them. Liu Beiqing was also familiar with one of them. It was Leaf. According to the rumors he heard, this guy ranked second in the heaven battle. He only lost against General Nangong in the final match. This elf was one of the strongest individuals below the origin god realm. At this moment, Liu Beiqing saw that Leaf was talking with a few nascent god realm experts. They seemed to be discussing about something important. Liu Beiqing was curious about what they were talking about, but he didn't dare eavesdrop in this place. There were too many strong people guarding this place. I wonder what those guys are discussing. He muttered while looking at Leaf's group. Here's your bejeweled ocean nectar. Enjoy. Blue smiled as she placed the bottle of wine on Liu Beiqing's table. Thank you, Sister Blue. On the other corner of the place, Leaf was seated together with the top participants of the heaven battle. There were 6 of them including Leaf. The other 5 were ranked 6th to 10th in the last heaven battle. They were very strong among the nascent god realm experts. At this moment, they were discussing about forming a team to search for treasures in the Divine Beast continent. Brother Torgrim, are you sure that the Torgrim family has a teleportation array formation that can lead us to the Divine Beast continent? Leaf asked a muscular demon with a doubtful look. He couldn't trust these people since they had just known each other. It would be foolish for him to believe people that he had just met. Besides, he already had his fair share of betrayals after leaving the territory of the elves. The other 4 also turned their gazes towards the demon surnamed Torgrim. This guy's family was quite a big deal in the Great Demon Empire. Together with the Leakin family, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the blood-fallen imperial family. Of course. The family was happy about me placing 5th in the last heaven battle, so the elders decided to give me the opportunity to go to the Divine Beast continent to hone my skills and search for treasures. However, that place is infested with numerous high-level savage beasts, so that's why I invited you guys here to discuss about forming a team with me. Torgrim Barkari said with a grin. Leaf and the others nodded their heads at his words. Then how do we split the spoils? One of them asked. Torgrim Barkari smiled as he answered. Whoever can find the treasures or spiritual plants can keep it, but if the group joined hands to acquire a certain item, the distribution will depend on everyone's contributions. How does that sound? Hearing this, the eyes of Leaf and the others lit up. This was advantageous to them since they didn't need to pay for the teleportation array formation. The only problem was the danger associated with going to the Divine Beast continent. However, when they thought about the spiritual plants and treasures that they could find there, all their hesitation vanished. All right. I'm in. Leaf was the first one to join the team. He was the strongest among the bunch, and he was also confident that he can reach the Origin God realm before they go to the Divine Beast continent. After all, he placed second in the heaven battle and he got a precious reward which can help him ascend to the next realm. If these guys betray me... Humph. Leaf scoffed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. I'm in. Me too. After seeing that everyone has agreed to join his team, Torgrim Barkari could not help but smile widely. These guys are quite strong. With their help, we can gather many spiritual plants and treasures. Meanwhile, Liu Beiqing had just finished drinking his wine. After paying the bill with a pained look, he went out of the store to search for the Demon Empress. Where are they? Why aren't they here? This was where we last saw Wine Master Zhu Shen and Princess Cornelia, but I can't even see their shadow now. Liu Beiqing suddenly felt anxious. He walked around the Lotus building, but he failed to see Zhu Shen and the Demon Empress. Shit! Did Her Majesty bring Wine Master Zhu Shen into Hegan City to discuss in private? No way! She would beat me up for not following her immediately. Just as Liu Beiqing was about to go away, he suddenly felt a vibration in space behind him. He turned his gaze and saw Zhu Shen carrying the unconscious Demon Empress in his hands. Quick! I think your boss fell unconscious because of heat stroke. Hearing this, Liu Beiqing cursed Zhu Shen in his heart. A Void God realm expert falling unconscious because of heat stroke? As if I'd believe you. Chapter 408, Where are my weapons? Demon Empress Ganda slowly opened her eyes as she let out a soft groan, but then, she suddenly recalled something. She abruptly sat up straight and observed her surroundings. She found herself in an unfamiliar room. She hurriedly checked her clothes and found out that nothing seemed to be misplaced. Even her veil was still covering her face. Where is this? She muttered as she scanned the area 200 meters around her. After scanning the place, she saw Liu Beiqing standing outside the room with a nervous look on his face. Seeing this guy, Demon Empress Ganda was confused, but she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. She then stood up and went out of the room. Your Majesty! Are you all right? Liu Beiqing asked with a hint of anxiety in his voice. The Demon Empress walked past him and glanced in a certain direction. From the layout and designs of the buildings, she could tell that they were still in Moreland CIT. That man Zhu Shen. I'm not his opponent. I don't know his cultivation level and I couldn't even last a single move against him. If he is truly behind the blood-fallen imperial family, then we can only cut our ties with the Lekan and Torgrim family. Becoming enemies with that person isn't worthwhile. The Demon Empress' voice was filled with helplessness and fear. What? The Empress couldn't even last a single move against that guy. Cut ties with the Lekan and Torgrim family? This. Liu Beiqing was stunned when he heard the Demon Empress' words. Demon Empress Ganda turned her cold gaze towards him and muttered. Trust me. The Torgrim family and the Lekan family would be erased if they continue to act against that man. Zhu Shen's power already exceeded the limits of this world. Hearing this, Liu Beiking's body shivered. From the looks of it, Garland's death became meaningless. What about the resources we got from the two families? Our army has already used a bit of it. Liu Beiqing suddenly asked. The Demon Empress shook her head as she replied. Return everything they sent. As for the used items, compensate the two families with something of equal value. Also, you will be the one responsible for the turnover. I don't trust anyone else. Liu Beiqing felt overwhelmed by her gaze, but he hurriedly nodded his head. I'll get it done, Your Majesty. You can leave first. I want to remain here and observe the situation. The Demon Empress was curious about Zhu Shen's objective. With his power, he could already take control of the whole world, and even those high-level savage beasts of the Divine Beast continent could only bow down to his might. She was certain of this since she had experienced Zhu Shen's power. Liu Beiqing bowed at the Demon Empress and left with haste. After seeing him leave, the Demon Empress went to check her storage ring and her face drastically changed. Where are my weapons? Wait. I used them during my fight with Zhu Shen. Is it with him? Damn you, Zhu Shen. Meanwhile, Zhu Shen was now inside his store. He was observing the two weapons he got from the Demon Empress. One was a huge shield that weighed at least several tons, while the other was a heavy sword that was even taller than a person. The shield had a diamond shape and was made of dark ember metal, making it have a dark obsidian-like color. Zhu Shen also noticed ancient array carvings on the surface of the shield, but these array carvings had already lost their ability to extract power. However, this ancient shield could still be considered as a void-rank weapon despite its damaged array carvings. On the other hand, some of the heavy sword's array carvings are still working. About half of it was damaged, but the remaining half can still be used. As for the blade, Zhu Shen noticed that it has some rusted parts and battle marks that made the heavy sword lose a bit of its power. Overall, this heavy sword barely passed as a void-rank weapon in its current state. These two weapons are peak-level True God rank weapons, but since there are no True God rank array formation master here in Nuar, these weapons devolve into a mere void rank weapon. I wonder how that demon girl's family came to have these weapons. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he kept the weapons inside his space earring. He wondered if the Demon Empress would have the guts to come back for her weapons. If not, why would he return it to her? Melee, use the teleportation array formation and come back to the Profound Dragon continent. Bring Ren Zhuang and Yang Zengqi here. I have things for them to do. Zhu Shen said as he glanced at the lady behind him. Long Meili nodded her head. Yes, master. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly heard Zhu Shen's voice. Also, bring Elik back to the Silver Wing Empire. He's done his objective here. All right. She replied before she left to find Elik. Meow. Poof. The fat white cat in Zhu Shen's arms suddenly transformed into an adorable little girl. She slowly turned her gaze towards Zhu Shen as she asked curiously. Zhu Shen, why do you want Ren Zhuang and Yang Zengqi to be here? Zhu Shen squeezed her cheeks hard. I want Ren Zhuang and Yang Zengqi to experience more war. The Blood Sword Division under Yang Zengqi also needs more tempering. Only through battles would they become a stronger force. Ice rubbed her aching cheeks with her chubby hands. She then asked him. Why are you so obsessed with strengthening everyone? You were like this since the first day I met you. Hearing this, Zhu Shen's eyes flashed, but it soon vanished. He then adjusted the little girl's sitting posture and rubbed her head gently. For revenge. Ice shivered when she heard the cold voice of Zhu Shen. It was the first time she had heard this kind of tone from him. Just what was the story of this man? She wondered. Hopefully, he will tell it to me one day. The little girl muttered in her heart as she held Zhu Shen's hands tightly. Chapter 409, Breaking Through 3 Minor Realms in Seconds. A few hours later, Long Meili arrived with Ren Zhuang and Yang Zengqi. The two men stared curiously around the store as they followed behind Long Meili. She told them that Zhu Shen has asked them to come and meet him here. They were wondering what Zhu Shen wanted them to do in the Crimson Fiend continent. As they went down to the second floor, they saw a few individuals who had strong cultivation levels. Most of these beings were demons, but the two men still noticed some beings of different races. Look at those two humans following behind Sister Meili. I haven't seen them here yet. Are they also Wine Master Zhu Shen's subordinates? That seems to be the case. They came from the third floor. The third floor is closed for the time being, so only the staff of the store can go there. Hearing the chattering of the crowd, Ren Zhuang and Yang Zengqi were both amazed. Even in the Crimson Fiend continent, Zhu Shen was still a famous individual. This made them feel proud in their hearts. Master, I've brought them here. Long Meili said to Zhu Shen. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, Sect Master. The two greeted Zhu Shen while bowing their heads. Zhu Shen inspected the cultivation of the two with his spiritual vision. He first checked Ren Zhuang and soon noticed that this quiet guy was already at the peak stage of the Origin God realm. His progress was fast, but it was still a bit slower than Thia's speed. Nonetheless, Ren Zhuang's growth was quite big, but Zhu Shen wasn't that surprised because he left a huge amount of cultivation resources to the Sword Tower before he left. As for Yang Zhenqi, Zhu Shen was a bit surprised by this kid's growth. He started with a lower cultivation than Ren Zhuang and even his talent was ordinary at that time, but after Zhu Shen's miraculous pills improved his talent and physical condition, the once weak teenager had now become an expert at the early stage of the Origin God realm. You two did well with your cultivation. Zhu Shen praised them with a smile. Ice, who was in her human form, was also surprised when she saw the two. She had just broken through the late stage of the Origin God realm and she thought that she had already left the others in the dust. However, it seems like everyone was also doing their best to increase their cultivation. Humph! At least you didn't waste the cultivation resources given to you. Ice scoffed in disdain as she crossed her little arms. She then transformed back to her cat form and snuggled into Zhu Shen's arms. Ren Zhuang remained calm when he heard the little girl's words, while Yang Zhenqi could only smile helplessly. Zhu Shen doted on her the most and they didn't want to go on her bad side, so they could only swallow everything that the girl said. Sect Master, why did you call us here? Yang Zhenqi asked curiously while looking at Zhu Shen's calm expression. Zhu Shen glanced at the two and replied with an indifferent tone. There will be war in the coming days. I want you two to join this battle. Ren Zhuang, you will help the blood-fallen imperial family in leading their army. Yang Zhenqi, you and your blood sword division will temper yourselves in this war. Make sure that everyone in the continent will know the might of our Heavenly Sword Tower's blood sword division. Hearing this, the two men solemnly nodded their heads as they replied in unison. Yes, Sect Master. Good. Long Meili, tell them about the power structures of the Crimson Fiend continent. Ren Zhuang, once you are done listening to Long Meili's instructions, gather information about the Lekan family and Torgrim family of the Great Demon Empire and then tell everything you've learned to Princess Cornelia. As for you Yang Zhenqi, bring your blood sword division and train them properly to prepare for the incoming war. Zhu Shen issued a series of commands. The three nodded their heads and soon left to do what they were told to do. Hey, Zhu Shen. What about me? I want to do something too. Zhu Shen suddenly felt a cat's paw scratching his arm. He turned his gaze and saw Ice looking at him with her big adorable eyes. Zhu Shen stroked the fat cat's fur as he chuckled. That's quite surprising. The lazy cat who only knows how to eat actually wants to do something? Interesting. Ice bared her fangs at him and threatened him with her chubby cat paws. Meow. Just give me something to do. I'm almost bored to death here. Zhu Shen smiled at her as he thought for a moment. All right. Do you remember that girl Cornelia? Go and protect her in secret. She is still at the nascent god realm and those two noble families might send assassins to kill her. Make sure that she won't be killed, but you can only intervene if her life is threatened. Ice jumped to the ground and bounced a few times before she stabilized herself. I'll go now, she said eagerly as she rolled with her fat body. Zhu Shen chuckled as he stared at her figure. Now that they're gone, maybe I should consume the remaining 3 pieces of the fruits of cultivation. He stepped out of the lotus building and ascended to the clouds. He then took out the 3 fruits of cultivation from his space earring. He received 5 of these from his last mission and he already consumed 2 to break through to the Void God realm. Now he only has 3 of this left. Without hesitation, Zhu Shen swiftly chowed down the 3 fruits. After that, his cultivation slowly increased. Early stage Void God realm. Mid stage Void God realm. Late stage Void God realm. Peak stage Void God realm. Zhu Shen felt slightly speechless at the speed of his growth. He broke through 3 minor realms in just a few seconds. Just thinking about it made him question the hard work he spent in his past life. Chapter 410, Harold Leeken and Torgrim Stormhoof. Inside a grand hall, more than a dozen old demons were seated before a round table. 2 of them who had higher cultivation levels were seated in the 2 most prominent seats. They were discussing something with solemn expressions on their aged faces. How come the Narda Principality returned the resources we provided them? What does this mean? An elder with a ferocious wolf head asked the surrounding elders in a cold tone. This person was the demon emperor of the Leeken family, Harold Leeken. He was a mid-stage void god realm expert. A demon with a muscular physique furrowed his eyebrows upon hearing this. He then glanced among the elders and asked them, "What's the current status of the great demon empire? Why did something like this happen during our solitary cultivation?" This muscular demon was the demon emperor of the Torgrim family. He was a bit stronger than Harold since his cultivation level has already reached the late stage of the void god realm. His name was Torgrim Stormhoof. The elders stared at each other for a brief moment before one of them gritted his teeth and answered with a hint of nervousness. "Demon emperors, we are also unsure why Narda Principality suddenly returned the items that we gave them. We tried to extract more information from their representatives, but they refused to give an answer. However, we feel that their change in attitude might be related to a certain individual that suddenly came to Moreland City." The 2 void god realm powerhouses frowned as they stared at the elder. They waited for him to continue. During the 2 demon emperors' solitary cultivation, a mysterious human suddenly arrived in Moreland City. He miraculously created a blooming azure lotus building overnight and stunned everyone with its beauty. This human sells precious wines that can enhance the consumer's cultivation progress. Not just that, this human also has a garden with hundreds of rare and valuable spiritual plants. If my guess is right, the leader of the Narda Principality might have had a secret deal with this human. Hearing this, everyone inside the grand hall thought that this might be plausible. Even the 2 void god realm experts were deep in thought. A mysterious human who sells wine? He has a garden that has hundreds of rare spiritual plants? Have you investigated this human and his force? Torgrim Stormhoof asked as he eyed the elder. The elder felt scared under his stare, but he still answered. "We sent multiple teams to investigate this human. We even sent a few demon lords, nascent god realm, to scout his store. And after several weeks of monitoring him, we still failed to discern this human's cultivation level. However, his subordinates are quite strong. We noticed the presence of a few Origin God Realm experts guarding his store, and there was even a human gardener at the Void God Realm. If I remember correctly, this gardener's name is Yubo." A Void God Realm gardener. The 2 powerhouses felt that they were hearing things, but seeing the elders nodding their heads, the 2 lapsed into a moment of silence. If he has a subordinate who is at the Void God Realm, this human has to be at least an expert at the mid-stage Void God Realm or even at the late-stage Void God Realm. To think that there is actually a living human who has reached this level of power. I thought all their Void God Realm powerhouses has already died of old age. Harold Leeken muttered in a solemn tone. "Humph. It doesn't matter if the Narda Principality has reneged on their promise. I have already broken through the late stage of the Void God Realm. I'm confident that I can beat someone on the same level as me. We will proceed according to the plan. We have already waited for several 10,000 years for this. No one can save the blood-fallen family, not even that human." Torgrim Stormhoof slammed the round table, breaking it into smithereens. Harold Leeken also smiled ferociously. "Brother Stormhoof is right. The plan should proceed as we discussed. I will break through to the late stage of the Void God Realm in a few weeks. By then, who can stop our 2 great families?" Ha ha ha. Hearing his loud laughter, Torgrim Stormhoof also smiled. He then glanced at the elders and commanded. "Leave the human powerhouses and Balmond to us. Your objective this time is to assassinate the descendants of Balmond. Without them, the future of the blood-fallen family will be bleak. Yes, Your Majesty. Cornelia was practicing the set of boxing movements that Zhu Shen taught her. It was difficult and strenuous for her since she didn't have a good physical body foundation. However, after training according to Zhu Shen's teachings, Cornelia discovered that her physical body's strength has increased substantially. It won't be long before her body reaches the standard of a nascent god realm. This body strengthening technique is even stronger than our blood-fallen family's ferocious tiger god art. And to think that he made this technique on the spot. Wine Master Zhu Shen is truly incredible. Cornelia praised him with a look of admiration. Other than her father, he was the first man she admired. Cornelia adjusted her posture according to the set of movements drawn by Zhu Shen. She had practiced it several times now, so she was more proficient this time. My progress has slowed down. I think I need real combat experience to increase my progress. Where should I go this time? Cornelia thought to herself with a pondering look. From her memories, there was a huge forest near Moreland City. That place should have many high-level savage beasts. She then gathered a few things and kept everything inside her storage ring. After checking her weapons and equipment, the succubus nodded her head with a smile. I should leave in secret. According to Wine Master Zhu Shen, the Likan family and the Torgrim family might be after my life. At the cover of the night, Cornelia left the imperial palace in secret. Chapter 411, The Combat Training. Hidden within the shadows, a few individuals dressed in black robes waited outside the imperial palace. Look! Isn't that Cornelia? One of them whispered while pointing at the sneaky figure going out of the palace through the back gate. Their eyes glinted when they saw the familiar face of Cornelia. These individuals were sent by the elders of the two families to assassinate the crown princess and heir of Emperor Balmond, Princess Cornelia. With the death of Prince Amun and the unknown state of the bedridden Artaurus, these men's goal was to kill the one who would most likely become the next ruler of the great demon empire. All of them were top assassins trained by the Likan family and the Torgrim family. There were 8 of them monitoring the palace, and 2 of them are even experts at the origin god realm. This force was more than enough to assassinate the crown princess, who was only at the early stage of the nascent god realm. They swiftly trailed the crown princess while maintaining a safe distance. They didn't want to alert her since they were still near the palace. They followed the crown princess while evading the eyes of the soldiers guarding the city. Unbeknownst to these assassins, a chubby white cat had already noticed their presence. There was a sly smile on the fat cat's round face as she stared at the dark-robed individuals. They really came. The cat muttered in excitement. After tailing the crown princess for a few hours, the assassins finally discovered where she was headed to. This path leads to the forested area outside of Moreland City. There are quite a few strong savage beasts here, but most of them are deep in slumber. As long as we don't enter their territory, they wouldn't be alerted. You guys should be careful. There might be hidden experts protecting the crown princess. Hidden experts? We have 2 demon ancestors on our side. Even if there are people protecting the crown princess in the shadows, we could still assassinate her. Meanwhile, Cornelia was unaware that she had been followed by a group of trained assassins. She glanced at the map in her hands and then turned her gaze to the forest up ahead. I'm finally here. Now, it's time to hunt for savage beasts. Cornelia sped up her flight. After arriving at the periphery of the forest, she slowly descended. It wasn't wise to fly straight into the forest, as she might attract the attention of strong savage beasts. I should proceed carefully from now on, she muttered to herself. Not far from her location, the assassins whispered amongst each other as they watched her figure with suppressed killing intent. Let's wait until she reaches the middle part of the forest. She might be able to escape if we are impatient. Encircle her silently and make sure that she won't have a path of retreat. Go. All right. The assassins moved in different directions to seal off Cornelia's path of escape. At this moment, the succubus was still unaware of the impending doom as she trekked the forest with an eager look on her face. What an idiot! So that's why Zhu Shen sent me to protect her in secret. Ice muttered in disdain as she looked at the succubus. Division head Yang Zhenqi, where is this place? A disciple of the Heavenly Sword Tower asked curiously as he stared at the man leading them. The other disciples were also curious and they could not help but glance at Yang Zhenqi with anticipation. They just came out of a beautiful lotus building and division head Yang Zhenqi was now leading them to a secret pathway. They were curious where this tunnel was headed to. Yang Zhenqi glanced at them impassively as he replied with a solemn tone. All right. Since you guys are eager to know, I will tell you. We are currently in the Crimson Fiend continent and you are here to train since you guys will be participating in a war. What? Crimson Fiend continent? This cursed land. So that's why they felt uneasy after leaving the Lotus building. They were actually walking in the territory of the demons. However, these disciples were from the Blood Sword division where the strongest and most talented disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower gathers. After being stunned by the revelation, they soon composed themselves. Among the disciples, Prince Dante, Princess Sylvia, and their friends were also present. Almost all of them were already at the 9th rank Saint Realm. Even the weakest disciple of the Blood Sword division was at the peak stage of the 7th rank Emperor Realm. Prince Dante in particular was already at the peak stage of the Saint Realm. His true essence was even thicker than his father, Emperor Elik. At first, they were still on the same level as Yang Zhenqi, but the latter was now an Origin God Realm expert. The difference between their cultivation levels has become wider. To this, Prince Dante and the others could only sigh in their hearts. We're here. Yang Zhenqi scanned his troops. He knew everyone here since they were his fellow disciples many months ago. Life was truly unpredictable. After discarding the unnecessary thoughts, Yang Zhenqi cleared his throat before he said. The sect master has commanded the Blood Sword division to train for an incoming war. Everyone must do their best to cultivate. Hearing this, the eyes of everyone in the Blood Sword division flashed with ferocity. They had experienced many battles and they knew the importance of combat training. They didn't want to slack off just because of their huge improvements during the past few months. Your enemies this time are bandits. These bandits are evil, so you don't have to hesitate in killing them. Besides, these guys are demons. Yang Zhenqi announced with a grim smile. The disciples felt slightly nervous when they heard this. They haven't fought with demons yet, so they were a bit anxious. Nonetheless, the desire for battle was still apparent in their eyes. This region will be enclosed by my spiritual power, so no one will be able to disturb our training. All right. Begin. After Yang Zhenqi announced the start of their combat training, the stone doors in front of the disciples finally opened, revealing the ferocious faces of thousands of demon bandits. Chapter 412, Assassins. Cornelia glared at the huge wolf in front of her. It was 9th rank Saint Forest Wolf. This wolf normally lived in packs, but there were also times when these wolves hunt alone. The forest wolf in front of her was among this type. With a confident grin on her face, Cornelia adjusted her posture according to Zhu Shen's teachings. She then eyed the wolf while stimulating her Enma. Her true essence cultivation was already at the nascent god realm, so this forest wolf wasn't a threat to her, but she was planning to fight this wolf using her physical body. At this moment, her physical strength was already at the peak stage of the 9th rank saint, so she was confident about beating this wolf. Awoo! The wolf was quite smart, and when it noticed the strength of Cornelia, it immediately decided to call for backup. Looking at this, Cornelia merely smirked. It was more fun if there were more of them for her to practice on. With a light tap of her foot, Cornelia dashed towards the wolf, catching it off guard. She then released a strong punch that hit the forest wolf's body. It whimpered as it rolled a few times on the ground. When it stood up, there was a trace of fear in the savage beast's eyes. Awoo! It issued another cry before it bolted away. It was trying to escape from Cornelia after realizing that it was no match for her. Did you really think that I would let you escape? The succubus grinned as she leaped aggressively towards the injured savage beast. She then released a kick that immediately sent the poor wolf flying. Thud! The forest wolf dropped lifelessly on the ground. After that, more than a dozen wolves suddenly sprung into action. So you've finally come. All right. Let me test the strength of my physical body. There was a glint of excitement on the succubus face as she stared at the pack of wolves. When they saw their dead ally, the eyes of the wolves turned red and they abruptly surround Cornelia while eyeing her menacingly. Most of these forest wolves were only at the 8th rank divine, but there were 6 of them who were at the 9th rank saint. Cornelia could even sense that the strength of the largest wolf was already at the nascent god realm. From her experience, she could tell that it was the leader of the pack. Not bad. Hee hee. Cornelia became serious when she discovered the alpha wolf. She wasn't sure if she could defeat this guy with just her physical body alone, but she was willing to try it out. Awoo! The alpha wolf issued a command and its subordinates growled threateningly as they pounced towards Cornelia. Their sharp claws and fangs glinted dangerously under the moonlight. That guy only taught me boxing techniques. I should have asked him to teach me a sword technique instead. She muttered to herself as she stared at the wolves' sharp claws. She felt slightly reluctant to fight them barehanded as her skin might be injured. As a woman who was particular with her looks, she didn't want to have a scar that would make her ugly. After more than 10 minutes, Cornelia killed the final forest wolf with a quick punch. The only one left was the leader of the pack. The alpha wolf glared at the succubus. Its deathly stare made her feel slightly nervous. Even if she used her true essence to fight this wolf, she would need a bit of time before she can kill it. Awoo! The huge wolf was like a blur as it dashed towards Cornelia. It opened its huge gaping mouth as it tried to bite off her neck. Cornelia swiftly covered her arms with her enma as she abruptly backed off. The two exchanged moved for a few minutes, and Cornelia ended up seriously injured. I'm still not a match for it if I only use my physical body. She shook her head in regret as she wiped the blood at the corner of her lips. After realizing that she was no match against the wolf using her physical body, Cornelia immediately released her true essence and attacked it using her illusion arts. After another 10 minutes, the huge wolf fell to the ground with a heavy thud. Cornelia smiled and kept the corpses of the wolves inside her space ring. Their corpses can be sold for quite a sum, especially the nascent god realm alpha wolf. Just as she was about to take a rest, Cornelia suddenly felt a dangerous sensation behind her. She hurriedly planted herself on the ground while looking at the individual who attacked her. The person was dressed in dark robes that covered his entire body, making her unable to tell the guy's identity. She coldly glared at the robed person as she asked, "Who are you?" The robed individual didn't answer her and instead leaped towards her with another attack. Cornelia shifted her head to evade the assassin's strike. She could still hear the wind whistling after that attack. This guy was dangerous. She was still injured after her fight with the alpha wolf, but even at her peak, she might not be able to defeat this assassin. Peak stage nascent god realm assassin. Cornelia's heart fell when she discovered the cultivation of her opponent. After that attack, she could tell that this guy was at least as strong as Leaf, who ranked second in the heaven battle. You must be an assassin sent by Leakin family or the Torgrim family to kill me. Cornelia could only buy some time at this moment. Her eyes darted around, hoping to see an escape route when a gloomy voice suddenly echoed throughout the forest. There is no use looking for a path of retreat, Your Highness. We have already blocked your escape routes. Hearing this, Cornelia's hope vanished. A few more robed individuals suddenly came into her sight. She even felt a few of them from behind her. It was a planned assassination. Chapter 413, Bloody Night. Despite her dire circumstance, Cornelia didn't show a look of despair. A grim smile was plastered on her beautiful face. She then stared at the robed individuals while trying to identify them. It seems like the two nobles' families are truly hellbent on killing me. She muttered without hiding her disdain towards them. Did you really think that I wouldn't notice that you're trying to buy time? Your Highness, you underestimate us too much. The person who seemed to be the leader of these assassins mocked her. Hearing this, Cornelia's heart sunk. She then activated her illusion art to its maximum power, while also covering her body with true essence and anima. After observing these robed figures, she could tell that all of them were at least nascent god realm experts. As for their leader, she couldn't sense his cultivation level, but he should be at the origin god realm. Kill her. Don't underestimate her just because she is injured. Balmond might have given her a few defensive items. The leader shouted with a cold look. Kill. Die. Cornelia could only stare helplessly at the dozens of individuals dashing towards her. Even so, she still did her best to parry their attacks. More injuries covered her body as the battle continued. This time, the leader could no longer hold back his impatience. A bunch of useless trash. You guys couldn't even handle an injured little girl. He scowled as he pounced towards the weakened Cornelia. Suddenly, the eyes of the assassin leader constricted as he lifted his dagger. Clang! He was thrown back several meters before he managed to stabilize in midair. He then stared at the white-haired little human girl that launched a sneak attack on him. When he sensed the cultivation level of the little girl, the assassin leader was stunned. Origin God Realm. The other assassins were also startled when they saw the sudden turn of events. They couldn't believe that a little girl actually managed to push back their leader with one move. Cornelia stared at the white-haired little girl with surprise. Isn't this the little child who was always in Zhu Shen's embrace? She was actually an expert at the origin god realm. Aside from being shocked, the succubus also felt relieved in her heart when she saw the appearance of the little girl. This time, she might be saved. Ice turned her gaze to the injured Cornelia and handed a bottle of medicine to her. You stay there obediently and wait for me. Her cute voice traveled to the succubus' ears like a soothing melody. Cornelia unconsciously nodded her head while accepting the bottle of medicine. She then unhesitatingly consumed it. Why is a savage beast like you involving yourself in the internal affairs of the great demon empire? You might be strong, but there are more than a dozen of us here. You think that you can stop us by yourself? The assassin leader glared at Ice with a baleful look. He sensed that this little girl was a savage beast based on the structure of her true essence. Ice stood in front of Cornelia and smiled at the assassins, showing them her 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Even if I'm alone, I could still defeat useless pieces of trash like you guys. However, I didn't come on my own this time. I brought a few helpers with me. Hee hee. Hearing this, the assassins became alarmed and they could not help but glance around the forest. It was then that they noticed 2 strong auras. Not long later, 2 figures slowly came into their sights. One was an elegant woman with long purple hair. The other one was a man with similar hair color. They were Long Meili and Aaron. Both of them were also at the origin god realm. The assassins became nervous when they discovered the hovering figures. It was especially true for their leader since he could feel the cultivation bases of these 2 people. Their power was as strong as him. Cornelia's eyes lit up when she saw the 2 figures. She recognized them since she had seen them a few times in the Lotus building. They were Zhu Shen's subordinates. It seems like that guy ordered them to protect me in secret while my father is still away. She muttered in her heart gratefully. What's wrong? Are you nervous now, demon? Hee hee. Ice smiled mockingly at the assassin leader. The assassin leader gritted his teeth and immediately released his anma as he shouted to his subordinates. Escape in different directions. If you survive, report the situation to the demon emperors. The assassins immediately dashed in different directions after hearing their leader's command. They were assassins trained by the 2 noble families for many decades and they were many times stronger than most nascent god realm experts. They activated their escape arts to flee with their fastest speeds. Seeing this, Long Meili raised her hands and released an invisible and boundless spiritual force that enclosed the entire forest. The fleeing assassins immediately sensed the abnormality, and when they tried to leave the forest, they soon noticed that there was an invisible force that trapped them. "Good job, Sister Meili." Ice giggled as she flashed a toothy grin towards Long Meili. The dragon girl shook her head with a smile before she turned her head towards Aaron. "You can take care of the rest." Aaron nodded his head at her with a confident look. He then disappeared to hunt the assassins one by one. "Too bad. Now, I won't have the opportunity to exercise my fists. I shouldn't have told you guys to come with me." Ice muttered with regret as she punched the air with her little fists. "You will have every opportunity in the future, little sister Ice." Long Meili rubbed her head gently with a smile. Cornelia stared speechlessly at the two figures hovering above the clouds. Those strong assassins immediately fled when they noticed that they couldn't defeat the three. They were too strong. It was destined to be a bloody night for those assassins. Chapter 414, Threshold of the Fourth Heart Realm. Aaron had just recently broken through the Origin God realm, but after becoming a purple-winged sword eagle, his physical body's strength has increased several times. Even his true essence and spiritual power received a huge boost. For Aaron, the only one who could threaten him was the assassin leader, and this guy was just slightly troublesome for him. As for the other assassins, it wouldn't even take him 5 minutes to kill those weaklings. The eyes of the assassin leader flashed with terror as he gazed at Aaron's incoming figure. He could tell that this man has the same level of cultivation as him, but there was something about this purple-haired man that made him feel inferior. Suddenly, the assassin leader felt his back pressing against an invisible wall. He tried breaking it a few times, but he couldn't even leave a mark on it. In the end, he could only give up and put his guard up while looking warily at Aaron. "If you think you can kill me so easily, then I have to disappoint you." The assassin leader put on a savage look as he madly flashed before Aaron. He left behind after images in his path. "Die!" he shouted while swinging his dagger with his full strength. Aaron's expression remained calm as he looked at this. He then took out a pair of exquisite-looking weapons that looked like metallic claws. Aaron blocked the dagger of the assassin leader using one metal claw before he slashed the other claw to the assassin leader's head. Pucci! The assassin's head rotated in midair while his headless body dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. Seeing this, Aaron didn't even glance at his corpse and searched for the other assassins. After more than 10 minutes, Aaron, who was drenched in his enemy's blood, came back and greeted the three ladies with a nod of his head. "Everything has been dealt with." Ice pouted upon hearing this, while Long Meili nodded her head calmly. On the other hand, Cornelia stared at her three saviors with a grateful look on her face as she muttered, "Thank you, elders." Aaron nodded his head at her. Ice's smiling face turned cold when she heard how Cornelia referred to her. She then pointed at her face as she gritted her teeth. "Elders? Do I look that old to you? Hey! Do you want me to replace those problematic eyes of yours?" Even Long Meili was a bit displeased by this. Cornelia chuckled awkwardly when she saw the expressions of the two women. She then reworded herself with a forced smile. "Thank you, big brother and big sisters." Hearing this, Ice nodded her head, clearly pleased. "Aaron, did you discover the identity of those assassins?" Long Meili suddenly asked. Aaron frowned and shook his head helplessly. "I tried interrogating a few of them, but they all killed themselves before I could ask them questions. However, I kept their corpses in my storage ring. There might be someone who could recognize their identities after we remove their masks." Hearing this, Long Meili nodded her head. It was the only thing they could do now. "Let's go back. I want to take a nap." Ice grabbed Long Meili's arms as she pleaded her with a sleepy look. The little girl yawned before she transformed into her cat form. She then leaped into Aaron's shoulder and decided to sleep there. Aaron could only helplessly shake his head at this. He didn't dare push her away at all. 10 miles away from them, hidden among the clouds was a figure wearing a transparent veil that covered the lower portion of her face. Her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with complicated emotions as she stared at Long Mei and the others. Even his subordinates are also strong. I can even feel that the little girl could somehow threaten me just based on the thickness of her true essence. Sigh. With a swooshing sound, her lithe figure vanished. Zhu Shen cut off his spiritual sight after seeing that everyone was fine. He then went outside his store and stared at the scenery of Moorland City with an unchanging expression. War is approaching, but my strength has already reached the pinnacle of this world. There would be no meaning if I intervene. My mentality has changed so much after staying in this mortal world. I could now sense the threshold of the fourth heart realm. So I was wrong all along. I thought that breaking off my emotions would be the key. I finally know why I was stuck in the peak stage of the heavenly god realm for billions of years during that time. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he placed his hands behind his back. He had discovered a way that might help him achieve a breakthrough in his heart realm, but there was no joy in his eyes, only regret. Old memories surfaced in his mind and he could also see familiar faces appearing like a movie playing backward. Love. Happiness. Sadness. Zhu Shen immediately opened the gate to his spirit world and walked inside. After finding a random cloud above the skies, he sat cross-legged and entered a state of trance. True essence, Anma, and spiritual power covered Zhu Shen's body as he entered into a deep state of cultivation. Balmond and Yubo, who were both inside the spirit world, was awakened in their solitary confinement. They could sense that the energy of the world was converging in a certain direction. The surge of energy was so strong that it even startled the savage beasts who were living peacefully inside the spirit world. All the creatures inside the spirit world could feel a sacred and archaic aura slowly enveloping the entire planet. They could not help but prostrate and worship when they sensed the imposing might of this deity-like aura. Even Yubo and Balmond, who were void god realm experts, felt their minds going numb as they slowly kneeled. Their unfocused eyes stared in a certain direction. If one would follow their sights, a figure seated cross-legged atop a cloud can be seen. Divine light covered his entire body and it slowly became bigger as time went by. Chapter 415, Disciples Breaking Through. I'm not seeking the void, so why am I forcing myself to be heartless? Heartless void? So it was a trap. An abyss that trapped countless geniuses for billions of years. Now, I can see it clearly. Zhu Shen controlled a part of his spiritual essence and immediately located Balmond and Yubo. He then sent them a transmission. Wake up, you two. I might be gone for a few months or even a year. I will open the gate of the spirit world. Go out and win the war. I believe in you. Yubo and Balmond heard Zhu Shen's voice inside their heads, which abruptly cleared up their minds. They then discovered that a door was already opened in front of them. They were confused as to why the energy in the spirit world has suddenly become abnormal, but they didn't dare ask. Despite their curiosity, they still followed Zhu Shen's command and went out of the spirit world. They both wondered what was happening to Zhu Shen. Meanwhile, Zhu Shen blocked his senses after noticing that they had already left. He then focused his mind on his recent discovery and sank deeper into a trance. Yubo and Balmond both came out of the spirit world. They then stared at each other for a brief moment before they sighed. The two had no idea what had happened. When they recalled the vast sacred aura that spread in the entirety of the spirit world, they could not help but shudder. Was it Zhu Shen's true power? Maybe we should stabilize our powers first. Yubo smiled helplessly. Balmond nodded his head. You're right. I have broken through one minor realm, but I haven't stabilized my energy yet. We should find a secluded spot to fully incorporate our newly gained power. The two soon went their separate ways as they searched for spots to cultivate. Yang Xingqi stared at the battle between the demons and the disciples with a solemn look on his face. He was also prepared to intervene when any of them would need his help, but he soon found out that this was unnecessary. The disciples of the Blood Sword Division were taught how to fight in huge battles. They incorporated the grouping system into their fighting style, which was uniting 4 individuals to fight as a team. At first, the disciples had troubles in their teamwork, but they soon managed to learn how to effectively team up with their teammates. At this moment, the number of demon bandits was slowly dwindling despite their huge numerical advantage. However, the incohesive bunch didn't discover this and continued to fight against the disciples of the Blood Sword Division with crazed expressions. The area enclosed by Yang Zenki's spiritual power was filled with noises of battle. The ground was soon painted with blood, creating a field of crimson land that spanned more than several thousand meters. Among the disciples of the Blood Sword Division, the one with the most number of kills was Dante Silveria. He was like a fiend god as he took the lives of the demons with a wave of his sword. His aura also showed signs of imminent breakthrough. After this live combat training, the young man would certainly summon his tribulation lightning. Aside from him, many disciples also experienced massive leaps in their cultivation levels. From what Yang Zenki could see, there might be more than 10 of them who would soon become nascent god realm experts. On the battlefield, Dante Silveria, who was covered in blood from head to foot, could already feel his blood boiling. He knew that his breakthrough was coming near, but held back his desire to increase his cultivation and suppressed his incoming tribulation lightning. He wanted to accumulate more true essence to increase his chances of completing his tribulation. 4th sword form, boundless sword dance. Dante Silveria muttered as he executed the 4th movement of his sword technique. A strong sword will wrapped his sword and slashed through the tide of enemies as he performed a unique set of movements. Because of his beautiful strokes and sword moves, he looked as if he was dancing. The eyes of the demon bandits were covered in fear as they stared at Dante's figure. They couldn't believe that such a young human could actually exhibit this kind of terrifying power. Even the geniuses of the rebel army weren't as good as him. 5th sword movement, blazing sword resonance. Dante Silveria chanted as his sword was slowly enveloped by blazing golden flames. A resonant cry then echoed out as a huge sword manifestation appeared in front of Dante, which reaped the lives of the demons. When the disciples saw his performance, they also decided to use their sword techniques. The battlefield was soon covered with dazzling radiance as the disciples of the Blood Sword Division released their sword techniques. The demon bandits could only watch in despair as they were killed by the crazed charge of the disciples. Their seamless teamwork and strong battle awareness stunned the demons. After a few hours of long drawn-out battle, the massacre finally concluded. All the demon bandits were killed in action and none of the disciples died. There were only a few of them who were seriously injured, but they would soon recover several days of rest. The result of their combat training exceeded Yang Zenki's expectations. He thought that some of them would need his help in dire circumstances, but they proved him wrong. Sect Master Zhu Shen would surely be proud of their growth. He muttered with a look of excitement on his normally rigid face. This time, the sky darkened and flashes of lightning covered the gloomy airspace. Yang Zenki stared at the young man who had summoned this tribulation lightning. It was Dante Silveria, the most talented disciple among them. However, Yang Zenki soon noticed a few more huge dark clouds converging in the sky. His eyes widened as he muttered. This. From the number of the dark clouds, at least 10 of them are ascending to the nascent god realm. Yang Zenki's eyes flashed with a fervent look as he stared at the young figures seated cross-legged. Chapter 416, 10 individuals breaking through? Yu Bo and Balmond came out of their seclusion after stabilizing their realms. They chatted as soon as they saw each other. "How's your cultivation, brother Yu?" Balmond asked with a wide smile. Yu Bo chuckled as he released his aura. "After gaining mastery over the technique that Wine Master Zhu Shen passed to me, I'm not at the mid-stage of the Void God realm." Balmond was surprised when he sensed his cultivation level. He knew that Yu Bo had just stepped into the Void God realm when he first saw this guy. To think that he had caught up to him in just a few months. Balmond sighed and shook his head. "And here I thought that I was the only one who broke through." He then released his aura. Mid-stage Void God realm. Yu Bo was stunned, but he soon calmed down. Balmond also had his technique edited by Zhu Shen, so his growth wasn't too surprising for him. Yu Bo changed the topic and said with worry. I wonder what happened to Wine Master Zhu Shen? Before he took us out of the spirit world, there was a phenomenon that blotted the skies. It was the first time I've seen that kind of thing. Balmond furrowed his eyebrows, but he soon relaxed. What could happen to him? The huge eyeball that came out during his tribulation was scarier. That phenomenon must be related to his cultivation, so don't worry about him. He will be fine. Hearing this, Yu Bo nodded his head. Balmond suddenly slapped his thigh as he exclaimed. Oh, right. Wine Master Zhu Shen asked me to pass the throne to Cornelia after I come out of the spirit world. I should prepare for that. Do you have any suggestions, brother Yu? Although Yu Bo once held a high status in the alliance a few 10,000 years ago, he was no expert about imperial ceremonies. He thought for a moment before he voiced out his words. Brother Balmond, to tell you the truth, I can't give you a good suggestion. However, we should first announce the ascension of Cornelia and observe the reaction of everyone. After all, you are still healthy and vigorous, but you are suddenly passing the leadership to your daughter. This would certainly make those nobles feel suspicious. I believe your blood-fallen family should have hidden enemies here, am I right? Balmond frowned as he nodded his head. Indeed. Your words are spot on, brother Yu. Our great demon empire was built under the leadership of the three ancient families, with our blood-fallen family being one of the three. As for the remaining two, they are the Lekan family and the Torgrim family. At that time, our blood-fallen family had the strongest force, so the three ancient families unanimously agreed that the first emperor of the great demon empire would be from the blood-fallen family. However, the strength of our blood-fallen family slowly fell after the death of the founder. Frictions between our three families started at that moment. Yu Bo was silent as he listened to his story. Just then, the two of them suddenly frowned and turned their heads in a certain direction. They slowly hovered in midair and glanced at the dark clouds converging. It was quite far from their location, but with their level, they could use the power of space to reach the place in just a few minutes. However, the two men dared not do that. Because the phenomenon they were seeing right now was a tribulation. Who is breaking through this time? Balmond muttered while looking at the dark clouds. I don't know, but from the looks of it, there isn't just one person breaking through. I could sense the aura of at least 10 individuals trying to break through. Yu Bo was slightly shocked. That was 10 people breaking through the nascent god realm simultaneously. He was also confused since he somehow felt that some of those guys looked familiar. I wonder which faction is strong enough to nurture this many elites. We will know soon. Meanwhile, Long Mei's group, who was about to return, suddenly stopped their flight. They then turned their heads and looked at the darkening skies a few miles away from them. Someone is breaking through. Cornelia muttered. Not just someone. There are more than 10 of them. Long Mei furrowed her eyebrows as she used her spiritual power to scan the place. Her expression then eased up as she chuckled. When Ice and Aaron saw her expression, they became curious. They used their spiritual perception to see what was happening. Aaron was confused when he saw the individuals beneath the tribulation clouds. On the other hand, Ice revealed a look of surprise when she saw them. To think that those kids are now a step closer to becoming peak experts. Sister Ice, Sister Mei, you know those people? Aaron asked the two women as he looked at them with perplexity. Cornelia, who wasn't even strong enough to perceive anything, could only stare at them with bewilderment. She was just a nascent god realm expert and her spiritual perception wasn't strong enough to see that far yet. Long Mei smiled as she answered. In the profound dragon continent, the master created the heavenly sword tower. Those humans breaking through right now are disciples of the heavenly sword tower's blood sword division. They are the most elite bunch amongst our disciples. That's right. I even taught some of those kids a few of my moves. Ice, who was in her cat form, chimed in with a smug look. Heavenly Sword Tower? Blood Sword Division? So that guy has a sect in the profound Dragon Continent. From how it looks, this sect might be even stronger than our great demon empire. Cornelia thought in her heart. I see. Aaron nodded his head. We should go there and see the situation. We can also protect those kids if someone tries to cause trouble. Ice changed back into her human form and swiftly flew towards the direction of the tribulation clouds. The others immediately followed her. Chapter 417, Thousands of Purple Feathered Flame Eagles. Inside the topmost floor of the Leakin family's castle, Harold Leakin suddenly stood up and jumped out of the window. He slowly ascended to the skies as he looked into the distance. His beast-like eyes were filled with surprise. The location of the tribulation cloud is near Moreland City. I don't remember any renowned family or group in that place. Wait. Near Moreland City? Could it be? Harold Leakin's eyes narrowed as he immediately flew towards the direction of the Torgrim family's castle. Meanwhile, Torgrim Stormhoof also noticed the abnormality in the skies. More than 10 people are breaking through the nascent god realm. He muttered with a bit of confusion written on his face. At this moment, the high-level experts of the Torgrim family were hovering behind him with curious gazes. It wasn't the first time they've seen a tribulation lightning, but it was the first they've seen multiple people breaking through. Suddenly, Torgrim Stormhoof noticed a strong aura coming towards them, but when he discovered that it was someone familiar, he soon eased up. Brother Stormhoof, you noticed it, right? More than 10 are breaking through simultaneously. Doesn't that make you curious? There might even be hidden treasures that made those guys promote their cultivation. What do you think? Harold Leakin smiled at the muscular demon leading a group of elders. Torgrim Stormhoof glanced at him and scoffed. Are treasures cabbages? Although there is only a small possibility of treasures being there, I am indeed curious about that group. Elders, send a few of our top experts to observe the situation. Remind them to not make any rash moves. Yes, Your Majesty. The elders nodded and left. You're as decisive as always. Ha ha ha. Harold Leakin chuckled. Torgrim Stormhoof stared at the smiling werewolf demon and asked. I thought you were in seclusion. Why did you suddenly come out? Hearing this, Harold Leakin felt slightly embarrassed. He boasted that he would soon break through, but when he entered into seclusion, he realized that he needed more time than what he told everyone. Haha. I haven't entered into seclusion yet. I'm still preparing a few high-level resources to help me speed up my breakthrough. Harold Leakin immediately came up with a random lie. You should go back. The war is coming and I wouldn't win this without your help. Torgrim Stormhoof patted his shoulder. Harold Leakin's expression turned solemn at the mention of the incoming. He then nodded his head and said. You're right. I'll enter into seclusion now, Brother Stormhoof. The werewolf demon left in a hurry after speaking those words. Torgrim Stormhoof glanced at his figure before he shifted his gaze to the congregation of dark clouds. He could already sense that the tribulation lightning is about to descend. Meanwhile, Yang Zenki furrowed his eyebrows as he stared at the west side of their location. He could sense a few strong auras coming towards them. Elder Melee and Elder Ice? And that guy, I think his name is Aaron. Yang Zenki heaved a sigh of relief after discovering the identity of the newcomers. He then went to greet them. Greetings, Elder Melee, Elder Ice, Brother Aaron. Yang Zenki then noticed that there was actually beautiful succubus with them. This is Cornelia, the crown princess of the great demon empire. Ice lazily answered. Hearing this, Yang Zenki's gaze moved towards the succubus. He then nodded his head at her as he greeted her politely. Your Highness. Although he was already a top expert, Yang Zenki retained his humble personality. He didn't let his accomplishments bloat his ego. He knew that everything he had at this moment was solely because of Zhu Shen. After being greeted by this rigid and stoic-looking human expert, Cornelia smiled seductively while scanning the human from head to foot. He didn't look particularly handsome, but his sharp jawline made him look manlier. "Greetings. Who might you be, sir?" Yang Zhenqi felt that this succubus stare would be fatal to most men. Luckily, he had strictly trained his heart and mind. He extended his hand as a friendly gesture. "Yang Zhenqi, division head of the Heavenly Sword Tower." Cornelia had a look of surprise. This human looked young, but he was actually someone of high status. "Oh, I've heard so much about you from Sister Meili and Sister Ice." Long Meili stepped forward and said. "Let's ignore the formalities. Elder Yang, how many among the disciples are breaking through?" Yang Zhenqi glanced at her and replied in a solemn tone. "There are 12 of them now. This is a great opportunity for them, but it might be dangerous if their breakthrough will attract the attention of top experts." Ice waved him off and showed off her biceps as she said. "Don't worry about that. If someone with ill intention comes, I will smash them into pieces." "Humph. She's right. We must not allow people to cause trouble during these kids' tribulation. Wine Master Zhu Shen would surely get angry if we fail to protect them. Luckily, Aaron is with us. He can just summon his purple feathered flame eagle tribe if there are many enemies." Long Meili muttered. Aaron nodded his head and added. "The strength of my purple feathered flame eagle tribe has received an upgrade with Wine Master Zhu Shen's help. With their presence, no one can disturb the breakthrough of these disciples. I'll go call them now." He then turned around and issued a sharp eagle cry that resounded throughout the skies. Not long later, they soon heard the cries of eagles. Looking at the thousands of purple feathered flame eagles, Cornelia and the disciples of the Blood Sword Division were shocked. These eagles weren't weak at all. Most of them were at the 6th rank King Realm, with about 100 at the 7th rank Emperor, several dozens at the 8th rank Divine, and more than 10 at the 9th rank Saint. There were even 2 bigger eagles at the nascent God realm. Aaron smiled when he saw the stunned looks of everyone. In truth, he was also surprised by their massive improvements. He couldn't believe that so many changes happened after Zhu Shen gave them his miraculous pills. Chapter 418, Descent of Tribulation Lightning. "Greetings, Lord Aaron." The 2 huge purple feathered flame eagles transformed into their human forms and bowed towards Aaron. They then greeted Ice and Long Meili. "Elder Sister Ice, Elder Sister Meili." Aaron glanced at the 2 with a proud look. After drinking Zhu Shen's pills, the bloodline of his tribe experienced a massive change. These 2 newly ascended nascent God realm eagles were among the most talented bunch, and it wouldn't be long before they would evolve into purple-winged sword eagles like him. "Purple Sky, Purple Feather, the both of you will command our tribe. Your task is to defend this group of disciples. They are Wine Master Zhu Shen's people, so make sure that none of them would be hurt," Aaron said in a grim tone. The 2 nodded their heads as they solemnly replied. "Yes, Lord Aaron." They then swiftly flew and issued a series of bird cries towards the purple feathered flame eagles. "Let's stay a bit further away or we might get hurt by their tribulation lightning," Long Meili said to the group and led them about 2 miles away. After they had relocated, Ice turned her gaze towards them and said. "We should protect all corners of this area. If someone with ill intention comes, make sure to notify the group." Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads and went in separate directions. The only ones left are the disciples of the Blood Sword Division and the stunned succubus who was looking at the tribulation clouds above the sky. Just what kind of elites did Wine Master Zhu Shen train? Their tribulation clouds don't look ordinary at all. Some of them even have superior tribulation clouds than I had when I broke through to the nascent God realm," she exclaimed while curiously looking at the figures of Dante and the others. "A demon? What's a demon doing here? Is she an enemy?" Cornelia suddenly heard a perplexed voice right behind her. She then turned her head and smiled at the one who had just spoken, but before she could speak, someone spoke again. "I saw her talking with the elders a few moments ago. She should be one of us. I also sense no threat from her, so everyone can rest easy. Hearing this, Cornelia chuckled and moved her gaze back to the skies. This tribulation might give her a few insights. Who knows? The other disciples of the Blood Sword Division also kept quiet and watched the dark tribulation clouds as they summoned bolts of serpentine-like tribulation lightning. Zap! Zap! We're close to the area. Stay sharp, everyone! A muscular demon said to the group behind him. His name was Amar Torgrim, a peak stage origin god realm elder of the Torgrim family. They were sent here to observe the individuals who had broken through to the nascent god realm. Amar led his group a few miles away from the tribulation clouds. Even with his strength, he dared not challenge the might of the heavens. I can sense a few people at the origin god realm encircling the area. They should be the elders of that group who are breaking through. One of them is at least as strong as me in terms of cultivation. This group is not simple. Amar frowned as he commanded his group to hide their aura. Suddenly, the bellows of thunder echoed throughout the skies. Thick bolts of lightning swiftly struck the figures below. Zap! 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 Bang! 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 Violent explosions rang out and huge clusters of flame lit the area ablaze. Amar hid the look of fear in his eyes. The scene was very chaotic. Even for someone like him who had experienced tribulation twice, he felt that the tribulations of these people were much fiercer. That means, their potential was so much stronger than his own. Just who are those guys? He muttered in shock. Even among the elders of the Torgrim family, he could already be considered as one of those who had the best potential. Even his overall strength was just beneath Torgrim Stormhoof's. However, he was looking at more than 10 people who might have a higher potential than he has. Elder Amar, what should we do? Those people protecting the area don't look weak. I could also sense thousands of savage beasts around them. There might be a strong savage beast among their group. Another origin god realm expert said with a grim voice. I know. His Majesty merely told us to observe the situation. He didn't tell us to fight them. Just keep quiet and watch everything. We will report what we've seen to His Majesty, so make sure that you guys won't miss anything. Amar said fiercely. Yes, Elder Amar. So those guys are also connected to these people. Zhu Shen, what are you planning to do with all these humans? Or are you really participating in the war? A woman wearing a transparent veil muttered as she stared at the rampaging tribulation lightning. Hovering behind her was a handsome demon. He had a look of shock as he spectated the tribulation. Your Majesty, you mean Wine Master Zhu Shen might join the fight for the throne of the great demon empire? If that truly happens, wouldn't Zhu Shen be the final winner? After all, he saw what happened to the demon empress. She also told him that she was no match for the man. Demon Empress Ganda shook her head. Even if he doesn't join the fight, whichever group he intends to help would win this war. Just look at his subordinates. Some of those who are here are even stronger than you. Liu Beiqing wanted to retort, but when recalled the frightening strength of Aaron, he swallowed back his words. They only saw one person fight earlier and he had the weakest cultivation base among the group, then how strong were the others? Liu Beiqing could only shake his head helplessly as he thought about this. You're truly wise, Your Majesty. Luckily, you've managed to discover Zhu Shen's strength earlier on. If not, our Narda Principality might have. Liu Beiqing became depressed, so he no longer continued speaking. Chapter 419, The Slut is Alive? After the bombardment of tribulation lightning was finally over, everyone hurriedly came to the newly ascended nascent god realm experts. Swoosh! Swoosh! Dante Silveria slowly stood up as he dusted his clothes. He felt his whole body aching and he could even hear his bones emitting a series of cracking sounds. Damn it! It still hurts. He cursed as he held his battered body. He then checked his dantian and smiled widely after noticing the changes. Ha ha ha. I'm finally a nascent god realm cultivator. Ha ha ha. Cough. Cough. He erupted into laughter, but then he choked and coughed excessively. Easy, boy. Take it easy. Ice chuckled as she descended in front of Dante. She nodded her head with a look of approval as she stared at Dante and the other ascenders. Good job, everyone. At least you didn't waste the resources poured onto you by Ju Shen and the Heavenly Sword Tower. But before anything else, we should first greet our guests. Ice said as she looked into the distance. Dante and the other newly ascended nascent god realm disciples were confused, but they followed her gaze out of curiosity. Ha ha ha. A burst of wild and loud laughter suddenly echoed above the skies, followed by the arrival of more than 10 muscular demons dressed in shiny battle armor. The demon leading them had a peak stage origin god realm cultivation, while 2 were at the early stage origin god realm. The rest were nascent god realm experts. Congratulations on your breakthrough, friends. Don't worry. We bear no ill will. Amar Torgrim smiled as he slowly descended towards Ice's group. However, he didn't move too close to them and maintained a polite distance. He didn't want a fight to happen since the opposing party had more people than them. And who might you guys be? Aaron frowned as he glanced at the demons. Cornelia, Dante, and the other disciples held their breaths as they stared at this group of demons. They could already feel their hearts beating wildly. Amar signaled his group to relax before he stepped forward and answered Aaron's question. We are from the Torgrim family, one of the 3 founding families of the Great Demon Empire. Hearing this, everyone was startled. Other than Cornelia, none of them knew anything about the Torgrim family, but upon looking at the people they sent, this noble family shouldn't be weak. Cornelia furrowed her eyebrows as she carefully observed the muscular demon. Suddenly, she recalled the identity of this demon. Are you perhaps Elder Amar Torgrim? Amar turned his gaze towards the succubus and narrowed his eyes upon seeing her, but he hurriedly concealed it. He then smiled at her and nodded his head. That's right. I thought no one would remember me anymore after staying in seclusion for more than thousands of years. It seems like your highness is very well informed. Cornelia didn't discover the changes in his expression. She didn't have a good impression of anyone from the Torgrim family and the Leakin family. Even if this demon was smiling like a friendly elder, she knew that this guy was just hiding his motives. You praise me too much, Elder Amar. Amar, is it? As you can see, our disciples had just broken through the nascent god realm, and they still need to recuperate. Can you bring your people away, so they can begin to heal their injuries? Ice put her hands on her hips as she eyed the muscular demon with a grave look. She also subtly released her peak stage origin god realm aura to intimidate the opposing party. Sensing her aura, which was even denser than his own, Amar Torgrim felt stunned in his heart, but he maintained a calm expression on his face. So the strong aura I felt earlier was from this little savage beast. Of course. We apologize for bothering you guys. Farewell. Amar gave them a deep look before he left with his group. Dante and the other disciples heaved a sigh of relief after seeing them leave. Ice continued to glare at the demons until their silhouettes could no longer be seen. She then moved her gaze back towards Dante and the others. Hurry up and recuperate your injuries. More people might come if you dally any longer. Move. The disciples immediately squatted and took out healing pills from their space rings. After consuming their pills, the complexion of the disciples became rosier. After seeing that they had already finished recuperating, Ice commanded them. All right. Let's go back to the Lotus building. Yes, Elder Ice. Torgrim family's castle. Your Majesty, we have discovered the identity of the group. Amar Torgrim kneeled as he reported. Stormhoof glanced at him and said. Oh. Tell me then. Amar didn't let him wait anymore and answered. We found out that the people who broke through the nascent god realm was a group of human youths. They were wearing the same set of robes, so they should have the same origin. We also discovered Cornelia among them, and she seems to be close to those humans. After our encounter, I can tell that those humans aren't from the rebel army. They should be subordinates of that man named Zhu Shen." Hearing this, Stormhoof's eyes slowly constricted. "Are you telling me that the little slut of a succubus is still alive and kicking? Which group of trashes did you even send to assassinate her? Useless fools!" His late-stage void god realm aura exploded and almost suffocated the kneeling Amar. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, "Your Majesty, among those humans, there were 3 origin god realm savage beasts whose strength might not be weaker than mine. The assassins we sent must have been killed by them." Stormhoof snorted and sent Amar flying with a wave of his hand. "Go send a messenger to the Leakin family and tell them about what you discovered." Amar climbed up from the ruins without even bothering to wipe the blood off his face. He immediately nodded his head. "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 420, Angry Balmond. "What? Someone tried to assassinate my daughter." Balmond's face darkened as fumes of turbid air gushed out of his nostrils. The messenger had a nervous look as he glanced at the ground. He dared not lift this head at this moment or he might get killed by the Demon Emperor out of anger. "Calm down, Brother Balmond. From what I know about Wine Master Zhu Shen, he should have sent someone to secretly protect Her Highness, Cornelia. You've seen his subordinates in the Lotus Building, right? Ordinary assassins couldn't beat them." Yubo patted Balmond's back as he pacified the raging demon. "They just came back to the store and this was the first news they received. It wasn't good." Their originally joyous moods brought about by their recent breakthrough suddenly turned grave. Balmond took a deep breath as he stared deeply at the kneeling messenger. "He sent this guy to secretly follow Cornelia. Tell me the details." Balmond muttered through gritted teeth. The messenger nervously wiped off his sweat as he narrated the events he had seen that night. He was the only late-stage demon ancestor left in the Great Demon Empire since their strongest experts were sent to do a secret mission. His only task this time was to protect the princess in secret, so he didn't come out when he saw her sneaking out of the palace. He only followed her to the forest and was stunned when the assassins abruptly came to surround her. Just as he was about to move right then, he saw 3 savage beasts in human forms who suddenly killed those assassins. He didn't even have the chance to show himself when the last assassin was killed. Balmond heaved a sigh of relief after listening to his story. Luckily, Wine Master Zhu Shen had long since known the plans of the 2 noble families and he even sent 3 experts at the Void God realm to secret protect his daughter. Wine Master Zhu Shen is truly wise. He even foresaw that this would happen. Balmond sighed with admiration. Yubo also nodded his head in agreement. Indeed. Nothing can escape Wine Master Zhu Shen's eyes. "Brother Yu, I'll go meet the 3 savage beasts who protected my daughter. I want to thank them in person," Balmond said before he went to the Lotus Building. Yubo soon followed right after him. Balmond had seen the 3 savage beasts mentioned by the messenger since he had seen them several times during his last visits to the Lotus Building. He wasn't surprised about the guy named Aaron and the dragon girl Long Meili. However, he never would have thought that the chubby white cat who was always sleeping in Zhu Shen's arms was actually a top expert. After entering the store, Balmond ignored the greetings of the customers and scanned everyone inside. His gaze then stopped on a purple-haired man. Seeing him, Emperor Balmond's eyes lit up and he immediately walked towards him with a smile. "Thank you for saving my daughter last night, Lord Aaron." Balmond grabbed the hand of the shocked Aaron and shook it gratefully. Aaron immediately pulled his hand away as he shook his head. "It's nothing. Sister Ice asked Sister Meili and me to go with her, so you should thank her instead." Hearing this, Balmond immediately said, No. I still have to thank you, Lord Aaron. I will also thank Lady Ice and Lady Meili for their help." Aaron shrugged as he looked at the Demon Emperor who had gone up to the 2nd floor to search for Ice and Long Meili. "That guy almost broke my hand," Aaron muttered while rubbing his aching hand. Not long later, Balmond found the two ladies and also thanked them. He even took out his treasures and evenly distributed the resources between Aaron and the two of them. Feel better now? Yu Bo asked the Demon Emperor as he chuckled heartily. Balmond nodded his head. His eyes then narrowed as he muttered. Those dogs actually dared to send assassins after my daughter. I will kill them soon. This is a great opportunity, Brother Balmond. Yu Bo suddenly said. Hearing this, Balmond's ears perked up as he stared at Yu Bo in confusion. What do you mean? Yu Bo smiled as he answered. After you announce the ascension of Her Highness Cornelia, those two noble families surely wouldn't sit still. If my guess is right, they might even start their rebellion during Her Highness coronation ceremony. Once that happens, we can kill them in one fell swoop. Of course, this is merely a guess of mine and it is also possible that they might do something unexpected. Still, this is a great opportunity. We can station experts in key areas during Her Highness coronation ceremony. Balmond's eyes shone upon hearing Yu Bo's words. It seemed like he had underestimated his new human brother. This guy was actually a hidden tactician. Brother Yu, this idea is brilliant. I will announce the ascension of Cornelia immediately, so we should plan where to put the experts during the coronation ceremony. But before that, I would like to meet that stupid girl. I thought that she was a genius that was never been seen in the Empire for thousands of years, but her actions truly disappointed me. I'll punish her first. Humph! Balmond gnashed his teeth as he spoke. Yu Bo chuckled and secretly prayed for the succubus. And so, the two went to the Imperial Palace, but they failed to see Cornelia there. Where did that stupid girl go this time? Balmond smashed the wall of the Imperial Palace, blasting through a massive hole with just a single fist. The Demon Emperor angrily used his spiritual perception to scan the surroundings. He then ended up seeing his daughter outside of Morland City standing shoulder to shoulder with a strict-looking young human. Who's this little guy? Balmond frowned when he saw Cornelia's shining expression as she looked at this youth. Chapter 421, Fierce Xiao Hua. When Yu Bo heard Balmond's exclamation, he also sent out his spiritual vision, and when he saw the succubus together with Yang Zhenqi, he understood why Balmond suddenly became solemn. As he chuckled, Yu Bo said, Brother, it looks like your daughter has finally found the man of her dreams. Ha ha ha. Balmond helplessly glanced at Yu Bo and asked him. Brother Yu, do you perhaps know who that human is? Yu Bo nodded his head and smiled. Yes, that young man is a division head of the sect created by Wine Master Zhu Shen. His name is Yang Zhenqi. His progress in cultivation is very astounding. Now he's already an Origin God Realm expert. He might be the greatest prodigy of the human race. Division head of Wine Master Zhu Shen's sect? Wait. This young man's true essence and physical body have both reached the Origin God Realm. Cornelia is truly mediocre compared to him. Balmond's eyes twinkled as a random thought suddenly came into his mind. Wine Master Zhu Shen would definitely not fall for that stupid girl, so this young human is the best husband for her. I'll just let nature take its course. By the way, how old is he? Balmond asked. Yu Bo laughed as he replied. That little guy isn't even 20 yet. What do you think? He's an absolute genius, right? What? Not yet 20, but already at the Origin God Realm. Balmond's mouth gaped open after hearing that. It looks like I have to put her punishment on hold. Just let her be, brother. How about you announce her ascension to the throne just as we discussed? Yu Bo sent the Demon Emperor a serious look. Balmond nodded his head. You're right. I'll go to the palace and inform the elders of the Blood-Fallen family about our plan. Brother Yu, I hope you can inform Lady Ice and the others about this as well. Of course. I'll be on my way then. Yu Bo's figure turned into a blur as he disappeared. Balmond also went to the Imperial Palace to discuss the matter of Cornelia's ascension to the throne. Why does this succubus keep on following me? Is she interested in our training routine? Yang Zhenqi frowned as he took a sidelong glance at Cornelia, who was behind him. She smiled seductively when she saw Yang Zhenqi looking at her. Sister Xiao, look at that succubus. I think she is interested in Brother Yang. Hee hee. Han Sen chuckled with a lewd smile as he stared at Cornelia's busta figure. Han Sen is now a peak stage nascent god realm expert and is now serving as the deputy division head of the Blood Sword Division. Xiao Hua frowned when she heard this. Although her relationship with Yang Zhenqi was still not official, everyone already knew that there was something between them. However, someone else is actually trying to steal his man? Check author's note at the end of the chapter for description about Han Sen and Xiao Hua. When Han Sen saw the darkening expression of Xiao Hua, he immediately closed his mouth. From the looks of it, things might go out of hand. Ah! This! Sister Xiao, wait! Where are you going? Han Sen nervously followed the fuming Xiao Hua. Brother Yang, I'll pray for your soul. He muttered in his heart. Sister Xiao, do you have anything to say? Yang Zhenqi stared at Xiao Hua with a confused look on his face. He wondered who irritated this girl when he saw her gloomy expression. Xiao Hua ignored Yang Zhenqi and walked straight towards the succubus. She then stopped in front of her and put on a cold smile as she said, Hello, Your Highness. I am Xiao Hua, Deputy Division Head of the Blood Sword Division and also Brother Yang's girlfriend. Hearing the bold introduction, Yang Zhenqi, Han Sen, and the disciples of the Blood Sword Division were dumbstruck. Is this still the cold-faced Deputy Division Head Xiao that they knew? Why did she suddenly act like this? However, when they looked at the succubus, a look of realization dawned on them. Cornelia was also surprised. She thought that Yang Zhenqi wasn't in a relationship. She could not help but stare at Xiao Hua from head to foot. Oh! So it's Sister Xiao Hua. It's nice to meet you. Cornelia put on a smile as she extended her hand. Xiao stared at the succubus and shook her hand in return. Everyone could already see the clashing sparks of lightning between their gazes. Han Sen glanced at this scene with a look of jealousy. Brother Yang is really impressive. Two beauties are actually fighting for his affection. Sigh. I suddenly lost motivation. Maybe I should take a nap to heal my wounded heart. Han Sen sighed as he lifelessly went back to his tent. Yang Zhenqi hurriedly came forward and gently grabbed Xiao Hua's waist. Sister Xiao, you shouldn't be like this in front of the disciples. Yang Zhenqi gently patted her shoulder before he turned to look at the succubus. He then said to her with an expressionless look. Your Highness, Xiao Hua is indeed my girlfriend. I apologize for her rudeness, but you shouldn't cause trouble as well while the disciples are training. Cornelia pouted her lips, but soon she smiled. All right. I won't bother you guys then. Farewell. The succubus left decisively. She wasn't in love with Yang Zhenqi. She only felt that this guy was slightly attractive, so when she heard that he already had someone in his heart, Cornelia immediately decided to stay away from them. She didn't want to ruin their relationship. Xiao Hua stared at the back figure of the succubus as she harumphed. At least she is sensible enough. I would have smacked her if she remained here. Humph. Hearing this, Yang Zhenqi hurriedly consoled her with a hug. The disciples of the Blood Sword Division were embarrassed when they saw the affectionate couple, so they immediately left and start training on their own. Chapter 422, That was definitely not the Emperor. A week later, news about Cornelia's ascension to the throne was publicly announced by the Emperor. This announcement surprised everyone since the Demon Emperor was still in his prime and there wasn't even anything wrong with his health. Despite the suddenness of this news, most of the citizens accepted Cornelia as the future ruler of the Great Demon Empire. However, many among the noble families were strongly against this. It was especially true for the Torgrim family and the Lekan family. Not long later, the imperial palace announced another information. It was the date of Cornelia's enthronement. Her Highness Princess Cornelia Bloodfallen will be enthroned in a month's time. All experts under the heavens are invited to her enthronement ceremony. What the hell is Balmond thinking? He's actually planning to pass his throne to that succubus in a month. Preposterous. Stormhoof smashed the wall of his room in a fit of rage. The Torgrim castle shook, making everyone feel anxious. Meanwhile, in a remote side of Moorland City, inside a new mansion, Balmond is truly decisive. He didn't even hesitate to pass the throne to his daughter. Your Majesty, what do you think about this? Liu Baqing stared at Demon Empress Ganda, who was standing beside the window. The Demon Empress stared at the sky as she answered. You've seen it yourself that night. Zhu Shen has 3 savage beasts subordinates at the Origin God realm. Not to mention those young human elites that they are nurturing and the few individuals who are still hidden in that Lotus building. If you include Balmond and that man named Yubo, the strength of Zhu Shen's faction is already strong enough to conquer this continent. And if Zhu Shen himself makes a move, then... Her words trailed off after that. Liu Baqing sighed upon hearing her words. He couldn't even utter a retort, since even he was convinced about the might of Zhu Shen and his subordinates. The strength of that white-haired little girl in particular still gives him the shivers until now. Our Narda Principality will be present in Cornelia's enthronement, and we will offer her our congratulations with gifts and precious resources. Demon Empress Ganda said with a look of defeat. Swoosh! Her figure vanished after she spoke those words. Liu Baqing was at loss for words. Inside the spirit world, the sky was now enveloped with a dazzling radiance. If one was on land and stare at the sky, they would find themselves lost in this seemingly profound glow of light. Seated cross-legged on top of the clouds, Zhu Shen's eyes were shut tight as he tried to peek into the secrets of the heavens. His heavenly god realm soul aura was in full display. After a long time, his eyelashes fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. A gold beam of light flashed before those golden pair of globes, penetrating the firmament. So it's still not enough. I thought I would reach the 4th heart realm. In the end, I could only stare at the entrance without being able to enter. Zhu Shen sighed as he shook his head. He received a flash of enlightenment, but there was still a small gap before he could reach the 4th heart realm, the Heartless Void. At this moment, Zhu Shen was already the very peak of 3rd heart realm, heart unmoved like mountain. He was just one step away from the final realm. What is missing? Zhu Shen felt a bit vexed by this. However, he could still not find an answer to this question. Zhu Shen examined his body and his danshan. He noticed that his physical body has now reached the mystic god realm. It was even stronger than his cultivation, which was still stuck at the peak stage of the void god realm. Zhu Shen also discovered that his recent enlightenment boosted the recovery of his spiritual force. True God Realm spiritual force. His spiritual power is now only 2 realms away from his past self. Now, I can use my heavenly God Realm soul for more than a few minutes. Not bad. I thought it would take me months or even years to complete this secluded cultivation. I have underestimated the power of my seamless deity physique. Zhu Shen muttered to himself as he slowly stood up. By this time, Balmond should have already announced Cornelia's enthronement. I will let those kids play a little bit. For now, I should create new cultivation techniques and sword techniques for the Heavenly Sword Tower. I might as well use this time to refine high-rank pills that will be gifted to talented disciples and subordinates. And so, Zhu Shen took out a quill pen and a special parchment paper. Another week later, outside the Lotus building. While wearing the signature robes of a Heavenly Sword Tower's elder, Demon Emperor Balmond was cutting down the weeds in the garden using a hand hoe when a startled voice suddenly interrupted him. Your Majesty, why are you weeding Wine Master Zhu Shen's garden? A bulky ox demon was stunned when he saw the Demon Emperor of the Great Demon Empire squatting down while weeding Zhu Shen's garden. Heck! What am I seeing? The Emperor is weeding. I must be dreaming, right? The ox demon slapped his face and he was startled to find himself in front of Zhu Shen's garden. This I'm not dreaming. Hey! Keep your dirty foot out of the fucking grass, you idiot! Balmond pointed his hoe towards the ox demon when he saw him stepping on the pristine grass. The ox demon hurriedly lifted off his feet while looking speechlessly at the demon emperor. Was this still the same emperor that he knew? What the hell? If I see you stepping on the grass one more time, I will cut your ox body into pieces and offer you as fertilizer to the soil. Youth these days! Can you not let this elder weed the garden in peace? God damn it! The ox demon immediately ran away when he heard the emperor's words. That was definitely not the emperor. Chapter 423, The Power of Tha's Name. News about the emperor weeding Zhu Shen's garden soon spread throughout Moreland City. Even some neighboring cities heard of this rumor. However, everyone merely treated this as a joke. Brother Balmond, it looks like many people have already heard about your new occupation. Yu Bo chuckled as he stared at Balmond with a look of schadenfreude. Hearing this, Balmond could only shake his head. It doesn't matter. None of them knows about the true power of Wine Master Zhu Shen. I even feel proud just plucking the weeds off of his garden. They will eventually grow tired of talking about me. Besides, Cornelia's coronation is moving closer. Those people would soon shift their attention to her. Yu Bo nodded his head in agreement, but he still had a light smile plastered on his face. Let's just water these spiritual plants. After that, the two went to the back of the Lotus building. This was where the pond was located. After the 12 fishes came out of the pond, many small creatures soon replaced them. The pond was now thriving with life and its surface glowed brilliantly. Yu Bo and Balmond then took their watering cans and filled them with the pond's water. This was what Zhu Shen told Yu Bo, and up until now, he was still using the pond's water for the spiritual plants. He wondered what was special about this pond water that Zhu Shen even had to specifically tell him to water the spiritual plants using it. Perhaps this pond is a treasure in itself. Brother Yu, are you sure that we are using this pond water for the spiritual plants? Balmond asked as he filled his watering can. This item was also a bit special since it could take in gallons of water despite its small appearance. Hearing this, Yu Bo merely smiled at him. Balmond was stunned and doubtful, but he still followed Yu Bo since he was more knowledgeable than him about this. We're actually using pond water for those precious spiritual plants. Wait. Wine Master Zhu Shen must have instructed Brother Yu to do this. If that's the case, there might be something unique about this pond. Balmond thought to himself as he stared at his image on the pond's surface. Truthfully, I also have no idea about this, but it was Wine Master Zhu who told me to use it for the spiritual plants. Yu Bo chuckled while looking at the perplexed demon emperor. Anyway, we should get going and water those little guys. They might attack us if we dally any longer. Yu Bo added as he went to the garden with the watering can in his hand. Balmond trailed behind him with a blank look on his face. When they reached the garden, they immediately watered the plants systematically. Balmond looked stiff since this was his first time doing this. On the other hand, Yu Bo looked relaxed as he held his watering can. Look! Is that His Majesty? It looks like His Majesty, but why isn't he wearing his imperial robes and crown? And why the heck is he watering Wine Master Zhu Shen's garden? Could it be those rumors about him are true? No way! Yu Bo suppressed his laughter when he heard their conversation. Meanwhile, Balmond was already prepared about this, so he merely ignored the whispering crowd. However, more and more people soon came to watch him, which made Balmond's face twitch in annoyance. Are these kids country bumpkins? Have they not seen someone watering plants? Balmond gnashed his teeth in anger. Seeing this, Yu Bo knew that he had to intervene this time or those poor people might die from the demon emperor's rage. Everyone, please leave if you are only going to block the gate. How can our customers go inside with you guys blocking the way? Do you want me to call young Miss Thea to discuss this with you? Yu Bo said with a kind smile. Young Miss Thea? Hearing that name, the crowd immediately dispersed as if afraid of a plague spreading through. Who doesn't know young Miss Thea? She was the butt-kicking demon of the wine store. Although she had already gone to guard the second floor of the building, she would occasionally go down to kick a few troublemakers out of the store. There was even an Origin God Realm powerhouse who was burned to death after he tried to touch her ass. Recalling the powerhouse's blood-curdling scream as his body was lit ablaze, everyone shivered as they ran with all their might. Yubo laughed heartily as he watched the fleeing crowd. Young Miss Thea was truly a great deterrent factor. Just hearing her name was enough to scare those people. Balmond also laughed when he saw this scene. Now, I know what to do if this happens again. He he he. Suddenly, the two stared in the same direction. They saw a lithe figure dressed in golden robes with silver highlights. She had a thin veil that covered the lower portion of her face and only her starry eyes can be seen. Yubo and Balmond were a bit surprised when they saw her, but they then ignored her and resumed their work. They had already seen this woman visiting the store a few times, and every time she comes here, she would always ask if Zhu Shen was in the store. "Greetings, Lord Yubo and Your Majesty Balmond. Is Wine Master here this time?" A soothing and angelic voice soon entered their ears. Yubo and Balmond glanced at each other before they turned their gazes to this stunning demon. "I apologize, young miss, but Wine Master Zhu Shen is yet to come out of seclusion," Yubo said with a helpless look. They knew that Zhu Shen was still in the spirit world, but they couldn't tell this to this girl. Demon Empress Ganda pouted beneath her veil. She then said, "In that case, I shall take my leave. Farewell, gentlemen." Yubo and Balmond stared at her receding figure with curious gazes. Who might this woman be? And why is she looking for Wine Master Zhu? Chapter 424, Poison Valley and the Necromancer Emperor. Inside the meeting hall of the Torgrim Castle, more than 10 elders clad in shiny battle armor were seated before a round table with solemn expressions on their faces. Stormhoof suddenly clapped his hands and said to the werewolf demon seated together with him on the most prominent seats, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Brother Harold." The other elders were shocked, but they also congratulated Harold when they heard Stormhoof's words. Harold Leeken beamed upon hearing this. He was also quite pleased with his recent breakthrough. He was now at the late-stage Void God realm. "Thank you, everyone. But we should focus on more important matters now." Stormhoof and the elders nodded their heads. "I called everyone here so that we can begin with our preparations. There are only a few days left before Cornelia's enthronement. We shouldn't allow that succubus to ally with Narda Principality and other superpowers." Stormhoof spoke with a grim tone. Everyone knew why Stormhoof said this. The moment Cornelia gained new allies, their plans to subjugate the throne would become difficult. It was necessary to weaken her military power before she ascends to the throne. "Do you guys have any suggestions on what we can do?" Stormhoof eyed the elders. "Why not ally ourselves with Poison Valley and the Necromancer Emperor?" Harold suddenly said with a hint of hesitation in his voice. Hearing the two superpowers he mentioned, Stormhoof and the elders frowned as they contemplated deeply. Poison Valley's territory was a bit far from their great demon empire. It was where many deranged demons who specialized in poison arts gathered. They were also mortal enemies with Narda Principality, who shared the same region as them. On the other hand, the Necromancer Emperor was a wandering Void God realm expert. However, no one dared to underestimate him since he was in control of an undead army that numbered over 1 million strong. His power alone was already equivalent to an empire. "We can negotiate with the Poison Valley. I'm quite familiar with their Valley Master, so I can try to invite him to our alliance." As for the Necromancer Emperor, Harold furrowed his eyebrows as he shook his head. This guy was quite a peculiar fellow, and it was dangerous to provoke him. Even Harold dared not fight with his undead army. Stormhoof gritted his teeth and muttered, "All right, I can visit that guy's territory and see if I could make him join us. I have the corpse of a fire wyvern overlord. I can part with this if he can help us." Hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Even Harold gulped as he stared at Stormhoof's gloomy face. This guy was actually willing to give the corpse of Void God Realm Savage Beast. If he had something like this, he would definitely keep it to himself. In that case, I'll ask you guys to prepare your armies as well. As for that succubus, just let her be for now. Harold commanded the elders. Yes, your majesty. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Divine Beast continent, a few demons came out of a forest. They were covered in gruesome wounds and one of them even had his entire arm cut off. Lord Hanzo, are you sure that you're fine? Demon Ancestor June held Hanzo's shoulder as he asked the latter with a worried look. A month ago, they came here to search for spiritual herbs under Balman's orders. They thought that everything would be easy since all the members of this expedition team were quite powerful. However, they were soon proven wrong. They encountered many strong savage beasts along the way and they were forced to fight just to complete their objective. Even with their strength and teamwork, some of them were still killed by those ferocious savage beasts. Hanzo took out a healing panacea from his space ring and quickly consumed it. After the pill entered his stomach, the pain he was feeling became a bit bearable. He then glanced at Demon Ancestor June and his remaining teammates. All of them looked haggard and weary. Brothers, I know we sacrificed a lot for this expedition, but we are soldiers of the great demon empire. We will do anything that His Majesty commands. The fallen didn't die in vain. We have accomplished our goal here, so we should go home and receive our rewards. Hanzo spoke in a loud voice while ignoring the pain in his internal organs. He could already feel his blood rising through his esophagus, but he quickly swallowed it back down. Demon Ancestor June and the others nodded their heads, but their faces were still solemn. Seeing that his words had no effect, Hanzo gritted his teeth and said, "You want to know what those spiritual herbs are for, right? Well, let me tell you. Those herbs are for Prince Artaurus. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that the herbs we gathered are meant for him. That means His Highness can recover with the help of those herbs." Everyone jolted in surprise when they heard this. They knew that Prince Artaurus was an absolute genius, but he suddenly fell ill when he turned 18. If he recovers. Just thinking about it made these injured experts excited. The matters about Prince Artaurus were mostly confidential, but with their status, these experts still had some information about the ill prince. If he was healthy, he would have been the crown prince and the next ruler of the great demon empire. His cultivation talent was many times greater than Princess Cornelia and even his wisdom was beyond the laid-back succubus. From what they remembered, Prince Artaurus was already a nascent god realm expert when he just turned 18. His speed in cultivation could leave anyone in awe. Hanzo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw their lifting moods. He then waved his remaining arm and signaled the group to follow him. "All right, that's enough. Let's go back now." After that, Hanzo squatted down and activated the teleportation array formation beneath their feet. The inscriptions of the array formation suddenly lit up and enveloped their bodies with a brilliant light. They then vanished in a blink of an eye. Chapter 425, Can I Take a Rest? Hanzo and the others immediately went to the Imperial Palace to find the Demon Emperor, but when they arrived, they discovered he wasn't there. They then asked an Imperial Guard about the Emperor's whereabouts, but when they heard the Imperial Guard's answer, Hanzo and the rest were taken aback. "His Majesty is cleaning Wine Master Zhu Shen's garden." Hanzo frowned, but he immediately went out of the Imperial Palace and headed straight to the Lotus Building. He was a bit skeptical about the Imperial Guard's words. "Lord Hanzo, what do you think about this? I feel that the Imperial Guard isn't lying." Demon Ancestor June said with a blank look on his face. Hanzo shook his head lightly. "I'm not sure, but those Imperial Guards wouldn't dare lie to us. There might be a reason why His Majesty is doing this, so let's go there and find things out on our own." When the group arrived in front of the Lotus Building, they quickly entered the gates and went directly to the garden. "Your Majesty!" Hanzo and the others called out with dumbfounded looks. In front of them were two individuals cleaning the garden with wooden brooms. One was an average-looking human wearing a straw hat, while the other was a ferocious demon in similar attire. At this moment, the two of them were happily chatting as they swept the fallen leaves on the ground. When Balmond heard someone calling him out, he turned his gaze and saw Hanzo with a few others. He then frowned when he saw their current state. After checking them using his spiritual vision, he realized that their injuries were quite severe. Hanzo in particular had it worst. His internal organs were in disarray and some of his bones were broken. One of his arms was even cut off. Hanzo and the others abruptly kneeled in front of Balmond. Hanzo then reported what they had experienced in the Divine Beast continent. He told the Emperor about the sacrifice of the fallen and also everyone's achievements. After that, he emotionally took out the spiritual herbs that cost the lives of their comrades and passed them to the Demon Emperor. Here are the spiritual herbs, Your Majesty. Each herb was placed inside a special jade box that can preserve its herbal efficacy and true essence. Balmond took the jade boxes with a heavy look. He was glad that he finally have the chance to heal his son, but he was also saddened by the deaths of his competent subordinates. The families of those who died will receive compensation from the Imperial Palace. If you have their corpses, make sure that they will be buried gloriously. Yes, Your Majesty. They answered in unison. As for you guys, I'll ask Wine Master Zhu Shen to create suitable cultivation techniques. If he agrees, it will be a great opportunity for all of you. If he doesn't agree, I can give you an ample amount of resources. With it, your chances of breaking through the Void God realm in the future will slightly increase. Balmond said with a serious look. Hanzo and the rest were a bit confused when they heard this. Ask Wine Master Zhu Shen to create cultivation techniques for them? Despite their curiosity, no one dared to question the Demon Emperor. Balmond merely smiled when he saw their confused expressions. He then took out a few high-level healing pills and gave them to the kneeling demons. Leave and recuperate well. There will be war in a few days. I will need you guys to be with me in battle. Hearing this, the faces of Hanzo and the others turned grim. They knew about the dispute between the Blood-Fallen family and the other two founding families. However, they were a bit surprised that the battle between them would soon arrive. Even so, they all bowed at the Demon Emperor as they said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After seeing them leave, Balmond's expression became slightly melancholic. He couldn't help but tightly grip the jade boxes in his hands. "You have such fine subordinates, Brother Balmond. You should treat them well." Yubo stood beside him and patted the demon's shoulder. Balmond nodded his head absent-mindedly. "I know. Now, I only have to wait for Wine Master Zhu Shen. Hopefully, he will agree to my request. That way, those men can be properly rewarded." "Your Majesty, I've already taken the resources and treasures from our treasure vault. Everything is inside this storage ring," Liu Beiqing said as he handed a golden ring to Demon Empress Ganda. Inside this storage ring were numerous high-level spiritual plants and cultivation resources. The quantity and quality of the items here were even greater in overall value than what the Lekan family and Torgrim family gave them some time ago. The red-haired beauty took the ring. "Beiqing, come with me to the Lotus Building. We will give this to Balmond and ask for his forgiveness. Our Narda Principality must ally ourselves with the Blood-Fallen family. If we do things right, we might even receive Zhu Shen's recognition." Demon Empress Ganda was a bit reluctant to do this. She was a prideful woman and she didn't want to lower her head to someone, but she had no choice. Standing behind Balmond and the Blood-Fallen family was a behemoth who could easily kill her and destroy the Narda Principality. She was afraid to make any careless move that might incite Zhu Shen's rage. Meanwhile, Liu Beiqing's face twitched. "Your Majesty, can you not let this lowly one have a moment of rest? I've been busy handling matters on your behalf that I didn't even have the time to eat and sleep." "Ah, this. Can I take a short rest, haha?" "Of course. I'm not tired at all. How could I be tired? I will prepare a carriage for us, your majesty. Please wait for me. Liu Beiqing quickly left the mansion. Demon Empress Ganda glanced at Liu Beiking's fleeing silhouette with a smile. She then glanced at the golden ring in her hand and muttered. Zhu Shen. Chapter 426, I apologize. Demon Empress Ganda sat inside the carriage while gritting her teeth in exasperation. If you're asking why she was suddenly like this, the reason for that is that she suddenly remembered that Zhu Shen had taken her weapons when she was unconscious. Those two weapons were passed down in her family for generations, and according to her ancestors, the value of those weapons was inestimable. The only problem was that the inscriptions on the two weapons are severely damaged, making them significantly weaker. Zhu Shen. How long are you planning to hide from me? She muttered as she gnashed her teeth. Is there anything wrong, your majesty? Liu Beiking's worried voice sounded outside of the carriage. Demon Empress Ganda frowned in irritation. Shut the hell up and just bring me to the Lotus building. The poor Liu Beiqing could only smile helplessly. He wondered why the Demon Empress was suddenly temperamental this morning. Maybe she's still angry about Wine Master Zhu Shen. Soon, their beast carriage stopped in front of the gates of the Lotus building. Demon Empress Ganda gracefully stepped out of the carriage, while Liu Beiqing trailed behind her silently. When the two entered the gates, they noticed two figures who were sweeping in the garden with wooden brooms in their hands. Liu Beiqing was stunned when he recognized these two people. Although they had already heard of rumors that the Demon Emperor was now working in Zhu Shen's store as a gardener, he still found it shocking to see it with his own eyes. Demon Empress Ganda ignored Liu Beiqing and walked towards the two busy figures. Balmond and Yubo stopped sweeping when they sensed someone moving towards them. They stared at the Demon Empress with a look of surprise, but they soon sighed with helpless looks. She must be here to look for Wine Master Zhu Shen again. The two men thought to themselves. Greetings Lord Yubo and Your Majesty Balmond. Demon Empress Ganda greeted the two politely. Balmond and Yubo merely smiled at her and waited for her question. They were already expecting her to ask about Zhu Shen's whereabouts, but they were soon proven wrong. Can I talk to you guys inside? The Demon Empress asked while looking at the two. This wasn't the script they knew about. Young miss, if you're looking for Wine Master Zhu Shen. I'm sorry, but he's not yet out of seclusion. Balmond forced out a smile as he stared at the young woman in front of him. She was very beautiful, but he didn't dare underestimate this woman since she had an aura that was at least as strong as his own. The Demon Empress shook her head. I didn't come here just to look for him. I'm also here to discuss matters with you, Your Majesty. Balmond raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, but he still nodded his head. All right. We are done cleaning anyway, so I can spare a bit of time to talk with you. Demon Empress Ganda smiled beneath her veil. Thank you, Your Majesty. I hope Lord Yubo can join us as well. I also have matters to tell you. There was a hint of pleading in her tone and Yubo didn't have the heart to reject her request, so he nodded his head albeit reluctantly. Okay. Meanwhile, Liu Beiqing, who was standing not far from them, could only watch as the three Void God Realm experts went inside the store. Hey! What about me? I'm still here, you know. When the three reached the second floor of the store, they saw Thaya in her knight's armor standing at the entrance. She had a distant look on her face as she eyed the three of them. Those cold and expressionless eyes made the three powerhouses feel a sudden chill in their hearts. They had an odd feeling that this cold-looking blonde beauty was capable of killing them. Don't exceed the time limit. Thaya muttered coldly before closing her eyes. The three hurriedly nodded their heads. They then stepped inside the room with relieved faces. She was too scary. The three quickly found their seats. Gentlemen, can I ask you guys who that woman is? Demon Empress Ganda asked in a whispering tone. She also blocked the space around them using her spiritual power to prevent anyone from hearing their conversation. Balmond and Yubo glanced at each other before they answered with serious faces. You might have heard of her name already. She is young Miss Thea, the guardian of the store's second floor. From what we know, she is also Wine Master Zhu Shen's partner. Hearing this, the Demon Empress was a bit surprised. Even his partner is so strong. Young miss, I'm sure that you didn't approach us just to ask this, right? Balmond smiled while looking at the Demon Empress who sat opposite him. Indeed. First, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ganda, the Demon Empress and the leader of Narda Principality. I apologize for the late introduction. The Demon Empress introduced herself directly. Hearing this, Balmond's mouth gaped open, while Yubo also appeared to be stunned. So you're the hidden leader of Narda Principality? Balmond exclaimed in shock. All this time, they never knew who was leading Narda Principality in secret. So it was actually this red-haired demon. Demon Empress Ganda nodded her head and she felt a bit anxious when she sensed the animosity in Balmond's tone. From the looks of it, it seemed like this guy was dissatisfied with Narda Principality's past actions. He couldn't be blamed though since the Great Demon Empire had been at odds with Narda Principality for many centuries. I know that Your Majesty Balmond is angry about the actions of Narda Principality. I came here to apologize and seek your forgiveness. I hope that you will be magnanimous enough to forgive us, Your Majesty. She muttered in a soft voice. Demon Empress Ganda felt a bit humiliated as she uttered those words, but she had to do it. This was for the survival of Narda Principality. Chapter 427, Compensation. Balmond was taken aback. He thought that the leader of Narda Principality was a prideful expert who wouldn't be willing to compromise. Sigh. It's all in the past. I just hope that Narda Principality will no longer attack our borders. In truth, after Balmond became Zhu Shen's subordinate, he cared less about Narda Principality. Now that their leader is willing to apologize to him, he was willing to take a step back. Besides, their blood-fallen family was still at war with the Lekan family and the Torgrim family. They didn't want more enemies coming at their doorstep at this moment. Demon Empress Ganda heaved a sigh of relief. Although she was already expecting Balmond to accept her apology due to their circumstance, she still felt that massive burden was finally lifted off her chest. After that, she took a golden ring and placed it on the table as she said, Your Majesty Balmond, inside this ring are various resources. Take it as compensation for our Narda Principality's mistakes. Balmond silently took the golden ring. He then used his spiritual vision to inspect what was inside. What he saw made him feel a bit surprised. This woman is actually willing to take out so many resources at once just to make amends with us. Just why did they suddenly change in attitude? I'll take this since we truly need resources right now. You might have already heard about the incoming war. Balmond muttered as he kept the golden ring. Demon Empress Ganda nodded her head. Narda Principality is willing to offer our assistance to the blood-fallen family. We wish to ally with you. Narda Principality also hopes that the Lotus Building would be willing to become allies with our Narda Principality. Balmond was pleasantly surprised upon hearing this. Their blood-fallen family's strength was not strong enough to overpower the other two founding families. If Narda Principality is willing to offer their assistance, then they would have a higher chance of winning the war. On behalf of the blood-fallen family, I accept Narda Principality as our ally. Balmond said as he extended his hand towards the Demon Empress who immediately shook it. I'm sorry, but my voice can't represent the Lotus Building. However, I'm certain that Wine Master Zhu Shen would not accept the alliance between Narda Principality and the Lotus Building. Knowing his personality, he might even ask for you to become his subordinate. Yubo said in a calm voice. Wine Master Zhu Shen is standing at the peak of this world, so why would he ally himself with others? Naive. Yubo scoffed in his heart. Hearing this, the Demon Empress became silent. She knew that what Yubo said was true. She had fought with Zhu Shen before and she knew that she had no chance of winning against him. That guy also asked her to become his gardener, so what Yubo said wasn't wrong. In the end, Demon Empress Ganda sighed bitterly. Once Wine Master Ju Shen comes out of seclusion, I will discuss this with him. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. Farewell. She then left right away, but before she could take a step down the stairway, she heard Thia's cold voice ringing beside her ears. The next time you come here, you must buy something first. Idling isn't allowed in this store. You've broken 2 rules already, but I won't ask for compensation since Yubo is with you. Leave. Demon Empress Ganda stared at Thia's expressionless face for a short moment before she lightly bowed her head. She then left the Lotus building without looking back. Thia stared at Baumand and Yubo, making the 2 grown men unconsciously flinch. You heard me, right? You can't bring people here just to talk. Leave. She didn't even give them face, but the 2 men dared not utter a sound as they obediently left. Harold Leakin slowly descended before the iron gates of Poison Valley. He did not hide his aura, so he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Ha ha ha! Long time no see, Harold. A middle-aged goat demon dressed in purple and black robes came out of the iron gates to greet him. This guy was the Valley Master of Poison Valley, Jiao Lei. He is an expert at the mid-stage Void God realm. Harold Leakin stepped forward and cupped his fists towards the goat demon as he smiled. It's good to see that you're doing well, my friend. Valley Master Jiao Lei smiled, but his face suddenly turned stiff when he noticed the cultivation base of the werewolf demon in front of him. Your cultivation? Haha. I made a breakthrough just recently. Harold Leakin proudly stated. Even so, he dared not act too excessively in the territory of Jiao Lei. This guy might be weaker than him in terms of cultivation, but his poison concoctions and poison arts could still threaten him. Valley Master Jiao Lei warmly smiled as he said. I'm sure that you're not just here to flaunt your recent breakthrough, Harold. Come. Let's talk inside my place. Harold Leakin followed the Valley Master to his mansion while looking around the territory of Poison Valley. He was surprised when he noticed that the poison mist here had become stronger than his last visit. Even so, this amount of poison was nothing to the current him since he could just expel it out of his body using his true essence and Anma. So you've noticed it, huh? Although I didn't achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation, I was able to discover a much stronger poison to upgrade the defense of our Poison Valley. Even nascent God Realm experts would die in a few days if they don't have our antidote. Valley Master Jiao wore a smug look when he saw the stunned Harold. Harold Leakin felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Just the poison mist alone could actually kill nascent God Realm experts in days if not treated. That was absurd. Luckily, Valley Master Jiao was his longtime friend and comrade. Making enemies with the Poison Valley was dangerous. He didn't even know how Narda Principality managed to repel these poison masters. Chapter 428, Poison Valley's Answer. So what brings you here, Harold? Valley Master Jiao smiled as he looked at the werewolf demon. Harold Leakin put on a serious look as he began his pitch. Old Jiao, everyone knows that your Poison Valley has been in conflict with Narda Principality for very long. However, the battle between the 2 superpowers has been at a stalemate. I have a proposal which would help you win against them. Valley Master Jiao's smiling expression turned stern upon hearing his words. You've made me curious, Harold. All right. Tell me about your proposal. Harold grinned as he said. My Leakin family is willing to help you fight against Narda Principality. Not just that. Our Leakin family's longtime ally, the Torgrim family has also expressed their desire to help the Poison Valley. We will also help you stabilize Narda Principality after you've conquered it. Valley Master Jiao's eyes flashed with astonishment. This was a tempting proposal, but he knew that there was more to it. This is indeed tempting, Harold, but I know that there is a catch. Just say it to me. Harold's expression became grave as he replied with a righteous tone. You've been busy dealing with the affairs of the Poison Valley and Narda Principality, so you might not know it. The absolute ruler of the great demon empire, Demon Emperor Balmond, has decided to pass the throne to his daughter, Princess Cornelia. However, Malignant family and the Torgrim family are against her leadership. We believe that the blood-fallen family has become an incompetent leader. Thus, we decided to rebel against the blood-fallen imperial family and nominate a new ruler. To do this, the strength of our two families alone wouldn't be enough. We need allies. Valley Master Jiao sneered in his heart when he saw the righteous look of the werewolf demon. However, he nodded his head as if he understood their plight. I understand, but why should we help you? We can handle Narda Principality by ourselves. The Valley Master was confident that they would eventually emerge as the final winner against Narda Principality. Though it might take time, at least they wouldn't have to join the war of others. Hearing this, Harold put on a smile as he muttered. What if I tell you that Narda Principality has allied with the Blood-Fallen family? Do you think your Poison Valley can handle them alone? Valley Master Jiao Lei frowned. So that's why Narda Principality has been pretty quiet in the last few weeks. They actually allied with the Blood-Fallen family in secret, but is Harold saying the truth? Harold, do you have proof about this? The Valley Master stared at the werewolf demon with a grave expression. If it was true, then defeating Narda Principality would be difficult. In truth, we've sent delegates to Narda Principality and signed an agreement to become their ally. We even sent them valuable resources to cement our alliance. We thought that everything would proceed smoothly. However, Narda Principality suddenly returned the items we've given them, and they also revoked our agreement. This happened when they sent a delegate to the Blood-Fallen family. Is this proof enough, my friend? Harold smiled at the goat demon. Valley Master Jiao sighed with a look of defeat. Fine. My Poison Valley will join your war against the Blood-Fallen family, but you have to make sure that the Leakin family and the Torgrim family will do as they promised. Of course. I wouldn't dare renege against my words, old Jiao. I will send my subordinates here to finalize our alliance. I hope you can bring your army to this location. The Leakin family and the Torgrim family have soldiers stationed there. Harold took out a map and pointed at an area near Moorland City. It was a mountainous region with no prominent family overseeing the place. It was the perfect place to hide their armies. Looking at the location pointed in the map, Valley Master Jiao nodded his head. Rest assured, Harold. I will bring an army of poison masters there soon. Harold Leakin's eyes lit up as he stood up. Great. It's a pleasure working with you, old Jiao. I won't stay for long since I still have matters to do. The werewolf demon soon left after shaking hands with the goat demon. After Harold left, Valley Master Jiao chuckled to himself as he muttered. It looks like I will be taking Narda Principality soon. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Stormhoof Torgrim was now standing in front of an old and frail demon who was holding a thick old book. Good day, Elder Skull. We have met a long time ago, but I was still a junior at that time, so you might not know me. My name is Stormhoof Torgrim, the current leader of the Great Demon Empire's Torgrim family. Stormhoof dared not act pretentiously in front of this old demon. This old guy was already famous in the Crimson Fiend continent thousands of years ago. He rose to power without the help of anyone, and he soon became an expert that everyone could only look up to. This old demon was the Necromancer Emperor. Stormhoof was also stunned when he realized that he couldn't see through this old man's cultivation level. That means he was also a late-stage Void God Realm expert or even higher. So this undying old demon has already reached this level. Hopefully, the Wyvern corpse could move him. After discovering that the Necromancer Emperor was much stronger than he had anticipated, Stormhoof could only pray that the old demon would be interested in the Void God Realm Wyvern corpse that he had in his possession. So you're the son of Marcanon Torgrim. You do resemble him. The old demon's frail and soft voice echoed. Stormhoof nodded his head with a smile. Indeed. Is Elder Skull a friend of my father? The old demon stared deeply at Stormhoof and suddenly chuckled eerily as he muttered. No. We are enemies. What? Stormhoof stood rooted on the ground. He suddenly had an urge to leave this place. Chapter 429, Corpse of Fire Wyvern Overlord. Stormhoof adjusted his posture so that he could flee if something goes wrong with the negotiations. Elder Skull chuckled when he saw the wary look of the muscular demon. He then let out a sigh as he recalled a certain figure from his memories. We are indeed enemies. He was even the reason why I've become a wanderer. Surpassing him was my lifelong dream, but I no longer have the hope to do that. Marcannon Torgrim died during the Continental War more than 50,000 years ago. My dream was buried alongside his death. Now, I'm only an ordinary old man who is studying necromancy. Stormhoof felt relieved in his heart when he realized that Elder Skull had no plans of attacking him. Although he was confident in his own skills, the old demon was giving him a dangerous vibe. He didn't dare think what would have happened if they ended up fighting. Whatever my father has done to Elder Skull, please allow me to apologize on his behalf. Stormhoof said carefully. The old demon glanced at him with a smile, showing him 2 incomplete rows of blackened teeth. I know you didn't come here just to say this. Just spit it out since I still have research to do. Stormhoof quickly nodded his head as he wiped the sweat on his forehead. In truth, I am here to ask for your assistance, Elder Skull. Elder Skull frowned with a displeased look. Do you think I wouldn't kill you just because you're Marcannon's son? Just spit everything out already. Yes. 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 I hope Elder Skull would help the Torgrim and the Leakin family in usurping the throne from the blood-fallen imperial family. In return, I will give you the corpse of a Void God Realm Fire Wyvern Overlord. Stormhoof immediately said everything in his mind. Heck! This elder was too hot-blooded. Hearing this, the murky eyes of the old demon suddenly flashed with a look of interest. You have the corpse of a Void God Realm Fire Wyvern Overlord. Elder Skull stared at him doubtfully. This savage beast lives inside active volcanoes, and when it matures, it would reach the Void God realm. Its corpse was a very attractive specimen to necromancer like him. Stormhoof nodded his head as he unhesitatingly took out the corpse of a huge dragon-like savage beast. A loud banging sound soon echoed in the surroundings when he dropped it on the ground. This savage beast was more than 1,000 meters long and its body was covered in red metal-like scales. Even in death, this creature still emitted a terrifying aura. Elder Skull's eyes lit up when he saw the corpse. He then used his spiritual vision to scan it. After 3 minutes, the old demon patted the corpse with his withered hand as he muttered. This isn't just a simple fire wyvern overlord. Although its outer appearance is in pristine condition, I noticed that its internal organs are severely damaged. This guy must have died from a high-level fist technique. When it was alive, this savage beast was at the peak stage of the Void God realm. With your strength, you're not even capable of harming it, so this must have been given to you by Marcannon Torgrim. Only that guy is strong enough to release such a high-level fist technique. Stormhoof was stunned by the elder's deep insight. He was even able to recognize his father's fist aura that was lingering inside the beast's internal organs. That's right. This corpse was given to me by my father when I was young. He told me that I could use this corpse in crucial times. Initially, I planned to use it for my cultivation, but things suddenly went out of hand. Stormhoof sighed as he shook his head. Elder Skull remained silent as he stared at the huge corpse in front of him. Stormhoof felt nervous as he waited at the side. If the old demon will steal it from him, that would be disastrous. After a long while, Elder Skull turned his gaze to the anxious Stormhoof and opened his mouth. I can help you, but I can't join personally. Stormhoof's eyes lit up when he heard the first few words, but he then frowned when the elder continued. Elder Skull, what do you mean? The old demon glared at him and scoffed. Even if I can't go there, I can still send my most valued corpse puppet to help you with your war. Open your eyes and take a look yourself. The old demon then took out something huge from his space ring. It was a vicious-looking creature that seemed to be crafted from various savage beasts stitched together. This amalgamation of savagery emitted an overpowering aura of suppression that made Stormhoof's face turn grave. Late-stage Void God Realm. This savage creature has an aura that was similar to his own. If you think that this isn't enough for the corpse of the Fire Wyvern Overlord, then I will add 20,000 undead with cultivation bases between 6th rank King and 9th rank Saint. What do you think? Elder Skull smiled as he summoned a huge army of undead behind him. All of them were holding weapons and they emitted a dense deathly aura. Stormhoof was shocked by the Elder's offer. Although Elder Skull wouldn't fight in person, just the late-stage Void God Realm Chimera alone already made him happy. The addition of 20,000 undead made him unable to contain his smile. Elder Skull, this is enough. I'll accept this transaction. Elder Skull nodded his head calmly. Good. But remember that I'm only letting you borrow them. Return them to me once your war is over. Stormhoof was a bit disappointed, but he could only accept this. Although the Fire Wyvern Overlord's corpse was valuable, the treasure vault of the Blood-Fallen family could make up for his losses. You can rest assured, Elder Skull. I will bring them back after we take the throne. Stormhoof patted his chest with a confident look. If Harold was also successful in his talks with the Poison Valley, their chances of winning is now higher. No. They would surely become the victor. Just thinking about it made Stormhoof smile from ear to ear. Chapter 430, Zhu Shen, Return My Weapons. Within the spirit world, Zhu Shen was seated cross-legged above the clouds with his eyes shut tight. In front of him was the heaven-trampling cauldron. At this moment, the cauldron emitted a draconic cry as a brilliant rainbow suddenly puffed out of the cauldron's opening. Zhu Shen slowly opened his eyes. He then extended his hand towards the cauldron as he took the pills that were still covered in rainbow radiance. Mystic Cloud Ascension Pellets, complete. Zhu Shen smiled as he stared at the pills in his hand. The Mystic Cloud Ascension Pellet was a type of pill that could increase the chances of breaking through the Mystic God Realm. With his true God Realm spiritual power, refining this pill was not difficult. Unfortunately, I can only make one batch of this pill since there is a lack of high-level ingredients in the spirit world. Too bad. He muttered to himself as he kept the pills inside his space earring. I've prepared everything now. It's time to go out and see what those little kids are doing. He smiled as he summoned the door to exit the spirit world. He came out above the Lotus building. It was still bustling and he could see many customers going in and out of the store. Zhu Shen quickly scanned the Lotus building with his spiritual perception. It looks like Yu Bo did a great job in teaching Balmond about gardening. I'll reward him later. Isn't that the little leader of Narda Principality? Is she perhaps looking for her weapons? Zhu Shen chuckled as he spectated everyone through his spiritual vision. They didn't even notice that someone was watching them. After observing everyone, Zhu Shen extended the range of his spiritual vision. He looked at the entire Great Demon Empire and then the vast Crimson Fiend continent. Soon, his spiritual perception covered the whole of Nuar. I can now cover the entirety of Nuar with my spiritual perception. He saw many things in just a few seconds. This was the power of his true God Realm spiritual force. When he observed Moorland City, he discovered that the city has new fortifications. Tens of thousands of demon soldiers were stationed in the city and there were even nascent God Realm experts patrolling in every corner. Seeing this, Zhu Shen revealed a look of interest. Although he didn't plan to join the coming war, he wouldn't allow his key subordinates to die prematurely. He still had plans for them and he needed them alive. After that, Zhu Shen slowly descended on the garden, shocking the two figures who were weeding the garden with their hand hose. Wine Master Zhu Shen! They exclaimed with wide eyes. They remembered that Zhu Shen told them that he might be gone for months or even years. From the looks of it, he came out of seclusion earlier than he planned. Did he succeed? Yu Bo and Balmond couldn't help but feel a bit excited at the thought of it. If Wine Master Zhu Shen succeeded, how strong was he now? Suddenly, a few figures came out of the Lotus building. A chubby white cat, a purple-haired man, a purple-haired beauty, a blonde wearing armor, and a few others. All of them were looking at Zhu Shen with joyful smiles on their faces as they greeted him. Master! Wine Master Zhu Shen! Sect Master! But there was one voice that stood out among the rest. Zhu Shen, return my weapons! Everyone could not help but glance at the red-haired beauty. Although they couldn't see her expression since her face was covered by a veil, everyone could still sense the exasperation in her tone. Demon Empress Ganda became anxious when she sensed everyone's gazes on her. Crap! I lost control of myself. Zhu Shen felt a bit embarrassed when he saw the pitiful Demon Empress Ganda. He coughed as he took out the two weapons from his space earring. When we sparred, I noticed that your weapons' inscriptions are damaged, so I decided to bring them with me and see if I could repair them. If you want to get them, you can have them back. Of course, Zhu Shen was just lying. He didn't plan to repair her weapons at all. Not that he couldn't repair them, but he didn't have the necessary items to restore the weapons in their peak conditions. After all, these two were peak true god rank weapons. Hearing his words, Demon Empress Ganda was dumbstruck. Repair her weapons? According to her ancestors, those weapons were peak true god rank weapons. That means only those true god rank blacksmiths could make them. Now, Zhu Shen is actually telling her that he wanted to see if he could repair them? Wait. Is it possible that he is telling the truth? If it's true, then his strength. Demon Empress Ganda didn't dare think further. She feared that she might have a heart attack if she continued thinking about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Demon Empress Ganda took her weapons from Zhu Shen's hands and immediately kept them inside her space ring. She was afraid that Zhu Shen might go back on his words if she hesitated longer. All right. Since everyone is doing good, I'll go inside and rest now. Zhu Shen smiled as he went inside the Lotus building. Dia walked towards him and followed Zhu Shen inside, leaving the rest standing rooted in their spots. Demon Empress Ganda immediately left when she saw this opportunity. She didn't want to face everyone at this moment since she still felt a bit embarrassed about her outburst earlier. Soon, the others also went inside the Lotus building and only Balmond and Yubo were left behind in the garden. I think I've forgotten something. Balmond muttered with an absent-minded look. Yubo chuckled when he heard this. He then continued weeding the garden using his hand hoe as he said. You mentioned earlier that you would beg Wine Master Zhu Shen to create suitable techniques for your subordinates once he comes out of seclusion. Oh, right. How did I forget that? Balmond dropped his hand hoe and went inside the Lotus building. Yubo laughed and shook his head as he looked at the scrambling demon emperor. Chapter 431, Dia's Thoughts. Zhu Shen didn't immediately go to his room. He found a random seat on the first floor and sat comfortably. He has been refining pills and creating techniques inside the spirit world, so despite his high cultivation, he still felt mentally exhausted. How did it go? Dia sat beside him as she asked in a soft voice. Although she couldn't sense the changes in Zhu Shen's strength, she guessed that he had experienced a great increase in his strength. Her instinct as a past heavenly god realm expert was telling this. Zhu Shen held her hand and smiled. You already know that I've been stuck at the third level of the heart realm for many years. I experienced a flash of enlightenment which made me sense the border of the fourth realm. Unfortunately, I could still not take a step into this realm. However, I managed to increase my spiritual power to the true God realm. Amazing, right? Dia suddenly let out a smile which stunned Zhu Shen. Is there something wrong? Zhu Shen could not help but ask when he saw her silly smile. You've changed, Zhu Shen. You're no longer the emotionless man I knew before. And you're smiling more often now. Dia revealed an affectionate smile as she leaned closer to Zhu Shen. Did I really change? Zhu Shen muttered silently to himself as he gently patted Dia's back. He suddenly recalled that he now enjoyed bullying people. Perhaps she's right. Ahem! Thea lifted her head from Ju Shen's embrace and glared at the demon who had destroyed the atmosphere. Ju Shen turned his gaze towards Balmond, who seemingly had something to say. Balmond ignored Thea's chilling gaze as he looked at Ju Shen with embarrassment. Wine Master Ju Shen, I'd like to ask for a favor. He muttered with a hint of anxiety. From the looks of it, this wasn't the best time to ask Ju Shen for something, but he was already here, so he could only bite the bullet. Ju Shen's expression was calm and indifferent as he motioned Balmond to sit down on a chair opposite him. Balmond sat down nervously and waited for Ju Shen to speak, but when he saw that the man was merely looking at him, he immediately said, "It's like this. Do you remember the items that you told me to collect for Artaurus? I sent Hanzo and a few other experts to get everything in the Divine Beast continent. They came back earlier with the spiritual herbs and I thought I should reward them handsomely. However, I don't think a simple reward would be enough for what they accomplished. So I hope that Wine Master Ju Shen can help me create suitable techniques for those men. In return, I'll have the whole Blood Fallen family swear allegiance to you." He then took out the jade boxes that contained the spiritual herbs and carefully handed them to Ju Shen. Ju Shen inspected the spiritual herbs inside the jade boxes. He told Balmond that he lacked 2 ingredients to create the soul-stabilizing array formation that could save Artaurus. The vermilion Callia lily was a small flower that seemed to have burning petals. Ju Shen furrowed his eyebrows when he saw that it was still so young. On the other hand, the mother leaf of the Vulcan spirit vine was in perfect age, but its edges appeared to be damaged. Their 2 origin rank spiritual herbs have low quality, but this is already enough. With Ju Shen's recent increase in spiritual power, refining the properties of these subpar ingredients was easy. As for what you've asked just now. Fine. Bring those people to me. Ju Shen said as he kept the jade boxes inside his space earring. Hearing this, Balmond, who was about to collapse from nervousness, heaved a sigh of relief. He then stood up and bowed at Ju Shen with a look of respect. "Thank you so much, Wine Master Ju Shen. I'll bring those guys immediately so you can have a look at them. As for the Blood Fallen family, I'll bring the elders here soon to finalize our allegiance. I won't waste your time anymore, Wine Master Ju. Farewell." The Demon Emperor happily left the Lotus building. He couldn't wait to share this news with Hanzo and his subordinates. "I can't even have a moment to take a break." Ju Shen sighed as he shook his head. Now that he had the 2 spiritual herbs, he can now create the soul-stabilizing array formation for Artaurus. He was willing to do this since that guy's physique was quite special. He also planned to have Artaurus join his heavenly sword tower. Thea chuckled when she heard his words. "Go. I'll stay here." Ju Shen glanced at her and took out something from his space earring. "You will need this soon. I don't know why, but your physique seemed to be as special as mine." "Mystic Cloud Ascension Pellet? You already made this." Thea immediately identified the pill in her hand. It was something commonly sold in the primordial god realm, so she was able to recognize it with just one look. "Of course. It's not too difficult." Ju Shen replied as he shrugged his shoulders. "All right. I'll go visit that underground prison now so I can go home early. I'll come back soon." He smiled before he left the Lotus building. Thea stared at the pill in her hand with an emotional look. "Our cultivation is progressing too fast. I fear that we might have to go back to the primordial god realm soon. I'd rather live in this mortal world with you than go back to that place. That piece of crap, Lao Go. He wouldn't rest if he finds out that we are both alive." She then went to the 2nd floor and began cultivating with a serious expression on her face. "I have to become stronger, so you wouldn't have to shoulder this burden alone." Chapter 432, Recovery of Artaurus Blood Fallen. Ju Shen arrived inside the hidden dungeon of the Blood Fallen family. The place was dark and gloomy and the only source of light were 2 flickering 10,000-year torches. Just like their name, they remain burning for 10,000 years. From where he stood, Zhu Shen could see a prison cell not far from him. He then walked towards it with a calm look. Despite the dungeon's gloomy atmosphere, it was still clean. Balmond didn't want his son to suffer, so he had someone he trusted to clean this place every day. Zhu Shen stood in front of the prison and saw a young man sitting listlessly at the corner. His eyes looked vacant as if he had lost his soul and his body emitted a foul stench. What a pity! You have a divine physique, but no one was able to recognize it. Luckily, your father was smart enough to seal your cultivation or you would have died. Zhu Shen muttered silently as he entered the prison. This kind of prison was nothing to him. Even without the key, he could just teleport inside using his space ability. The soulless eyes of the young demon suddenly flashed with viciousness when he sensed the presence of another individual in this confined space. He emitted a beast-like roar as he pounced towards Zhu Shen like an angry lion. Zhu Shen lifted his finger and flicked the chest of the young demon, sending him flying towards the other side of the prison. Thud! Just sleep there obediently since I'll begin making the array. Zhu Shen said to the unconscious young demon as he took out several items from his space earring. Vermilion Callia Lily, Mother Leaf of Vulcan Spirit Vine, 1 vial of Origin God Realm Savage Beast Blood, 1 God Stone, and 100 pounds of golden sand. Normally, array formation makers use an array brush and a special type of ink to create an array formation. However, Zhu Shen was able to create an array formation making technique that wouldn't any of the two items. This technique was created because of Zhu Shen's boredom when he was studying array formation making in his past life. Zhu Shen drew a pattern on the ground using the golden sand. This process was the easiest in his technique and it only took him 5 minutes to do it. After that, Zhu Shen grabbed the Vermilion Callia Lily and the Mother Leaf of Vulcan Spirit Vine and refined them into a liquid form. The refining process was a bit longer and he completed it in 12 minutes. He then took out a flask and poured the liquid forms of the 2 spiritual herbs inside. He also poured the blood of the Origin God Realm Savage Beast inside the flask. After mixing the 3, a purple liquid mixture was created. Zhu Shen will be using this as the ink for his array formation. Zhu Shen dipped his forefinger in the flask and coated the tip of his finger with the purple mixture. He then followed the pattern he drew earlier using the golden sand. The inscription he drew slowly lit up and came to life, but Zhu Shen knew that there was still one final item he needed to add to complete this array formation. He grabbed the God Stone that he had taken out earlier and placed it at the very core of the inscription. The light emitted by the inscription became even brighter, but it soon stabilized. All right. It's done. Zhu Shen muttered, pleased with his own work. He then walked towards the unconscious Artaurus and threw him towards the soul-stabilizing array formation. His body and soul need more than an hour to heal completely. He muttered. With nothing else to do, Zhu Shen took out a chair from his space earring. He definitely didn't plan to sit on the cold smelly floor. He then covered his nose using his true essence and drank wine as he waited for Artaurus to wake up. After about an hour, the unconscious Artaurus suddenly groaned as he slowly lifted his aching body. He felt like he had just woken up from a very long sleep. His bones creaked and his blood churned as if he had come back to life. The last thing he could recall was that he had lost control of his own consciousness and began killing everyone. After that, everything soon went dark and this period lasted for a very long time. Where am I? Artaurus lifted his head and observed his surroundings with a weak look. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a silver-haired human seated calmly on a chair. At this moment, this human youth was looking at him with an indifferent gaze. It unnerved him. It felt like he was being stared at by a predator. Artaurus stood up with great difficulty as he looked at Zhu Shen's face. Human, where is this place? He saw the human smiling at him coldly. His voice was devoid of emotions. Artaurus blood fallen. You don't resemble Balmond at all. That guy looks like he would kill someone any time, but you look no different than your sister, Cornelia. Maybe a haircut would make you look manlier. That was the reply Artaurus heard from the human. Suddenly, his eyes became frosty. "How dare you call His Majesty by his name?" Cough. 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 Artaurus fell weakly to the ground as he coughed heavily. He felt his lungs were short of oxygen after that moment of rage. Who is this human? Why did he know his father? Well, at least you got his violent side. You should not talk too much since you just recovered. It's too troublesome to explain things to you, so I'll give this job to Balmond. You can come to me when you've learned everything," Zhu Shen said as he walked towards Artaurus. He then brought him out of the dungeon and teleported him straight to where Balmond was located. "Wine Master Zhu Shen? Wait! Artaurus!" A surprised voice soon echoed as Zhu Shen and Artaurus appeared inside the meeting room of the Blood-Fallen family. Chapter 433, Doubt. Artaurus. Balmond's voice quivered as he stared at his son who has been in a deranged state for thousands of years. He tried various ways to make his son recover and he even asked the help of many famous healers and alchemists. However, all of them came to the same conclusion. Artaurus had no hopes of recovery. Artaurus' condition has been his greatest regret in his life and Balmond had even almost given up. Seeing that his son has now recovered, this tough demon emperor could barely hold back his tears from falling. If not for the presence of other people here, he would have cried his heart out. With a great leap, Balmond arrived in front of Artaurus. He held his son's shoulder and inspected Artaurus' body using spiritual perception. The berserk spiritual energy was no longer there and even Artaurus' physical constitution seemed to be improving at a discernible speed. Balmond was stunned when he saw this scene. Just what kind of miraculous array formation was the soul-stabilizing array formation? Wait! Didn't he just meet with Zhu Shen a few hours ago? Then does that mean this fellow was able to create such godly array formation in just an hour? That was ridiculous. Wine Master Zhu Shen, is Artaurus fine now? Balmond stared at the young human with a look of respect. Just how many secrets was this guy hiding? On top of being a great expert and a high-level alchemist, this guy also showed that he was a capable array formation maker. Don't tell me when he mentioned that he could repair Demon Empress Ganda's weapons, he was actually speaking the truth. Zhu Shen shrugged with a lazy look on his face. You've seen his body yourself, right? Did you see anything wrong with it? Why are you asking such an idiotic question? Oh, right. You can tell him what happened since I don't have time to explain things to him. Also, hurry up and go back to the garden. There are a few spiritual plants that are about to bear fruits. You should help Yubo in gathering them. All right, I have to go now. Bye. He didn't even give Balmond the chance to speak as he vanished in just a blink of an eye. The Demon Emperor could only stare at the empty space with a blank look. Your Majesty, who is that insolent human? He actually dared to talk like that in your presence. We should behead humans like him. Artaurus' words broke his reverie and he immediately sent a sharp glare at his son. Bastard! Don't talk like that to Wine Master Zhu Shen. Are you tired of living anymore? I even thickened my face to beg him just to help you recover. Balmond recovered his emperor demeanor and immediately scolded Artaurus, making the latter shrink his neck in terror. What do you mean? Artaurus asked in a shaky voice. He didn't understand what his father was talking about. The last thing he could recall was hazy and he could only remember himself frenziedly killing everyone. He thought that it was a dream. Just what happened? Balmond sighed when he saw the confusion written all over Artaurus' face. He then proceeded to tell his clueless son about what had happened. Balmond narrated everything from the start, from how Artaurus suddenly turned crazy and began attacking people, when Balmond had no choice but to seal his cultivation and imprison him in a hidden dungeon, until the present. Artaurus' eyes became dazed as he listened to his father. He couldn't believe that so many things have happened ever since that day. And when he heard that thousands of years had passed, Artaurus couldn't help but feel despair. His youth has been spent without him even having the chance to enjoy it. That was also the most ideal time for him to create a sturdy foundation for his future cultivation path. Unfortunately, he couldn't turn back time. Bauman sighed and shook his head when he saw the look of despair on Artura's face. A genius child actually experienced such a devastating event. It was truly regretful. Does it mean that my future accomplishments would become mediocre? Arturus muttered with a blank look on his face. Bauman was silent when he heard his son's words, but then he suddenly recalled Zhu Shen's words at that time. From what wine master Zhu Shen has told me, you have the berserk spirit divine body. According to him, this type of physique is special, but I have no idea what it is. However, wine master Zhu Shen was the one who helped you recover. He should know how you can make up for the time you've wasted. Bauman became excited the more he spoke. He then held his son's shoulder and told him, Arturus, you can come with me later to the Lotus building. Your body is special, so our blood-fallen family's techniques aren't suitable for you, but you still have a chance if we plead wine master Zhu Shen. Bauman said. In truth, he felt embarrassed to face Zhu Shen right now since he had already asked too many favors from the man. Now, he was even planning to ask for his help again, but he truly had no one else he could go to. Only Zhu Shen was capable of helping Arturus now. Father, is that guy truly that impressive? Arturus stared at Bauman's nearly fanatical look with doubt. He still held prejudice about humans since they have been long-time enemies of the demon race. Arturus also remembered that his father abhorred the sight of humans, so it was quite surprising to see him so respectful to a race he once hated. Bauman glared at Arturus and smacked his son's head lightly. Though he didn't dare add too much force since Arturus had just recovered. Still, it made Arturus stumble. That man has already transcended the void god realm. I'm not even sure how strong he is right now, but I'm certain that no one else in Nuar could compete with him. Even those beings of the ancient times might have to grovel beneath his feet. What do you think? Is he impressive or not? Hearing his father's exaggerated words, Arturus could only nod his head while keeping his doubts to himself. Chapter 434, Brat, don't bother me again. Outside the Lotus building, in front of the spiritual garden. Zhu Shen slumped on his chair with a tired look on his face. Exhaustion was written all over his face. He then whipped out a bottle of wine from his space earring and immediately downed the entire bottle. Ah! The last time I've been this tired was when tens of thousands of Supreme God Realm and Heavenly God Realm experts were pursuing me. I never knew that managing a faction was this tedious. Maybe I should let someone act as my figurehead and pass all these troublesome matters to them. Zhu Shen muttered as he leaned comfortably on his chair. Long Mei suddenly appeared behind him and gave him a satisfying massage. He could not help but close his eyes when he felt her soft fingers rubbing his back. Master, you can pass all those matters to us. Although we might not be able to do things perfectly as you do, we will do our best to fulfill everything to your satisfaction. I'm sure Sister Thea and the others would be willing. Long Mei whispered softly to his ears. Zhu Shen pushed her face away from him and looked at her in disdain. I'm not looking down on you lot, but I don't think any one of you are capable enough to manage things on my behalf. Long Mei felt dejected upon hearing his words. In the end, she could only remain silent. In truth, Zhu Shen was already planning to groom someone to do this job. However, no one here in Nuar could satisfy his standards, so he could only wait until he comes back to the primordial god realm to search for someone qualified. For now, he could only do these things on his own. Suddenly, Zhu Shen's eyes moved in a certain direction. His spiritual perception detected two familiar presence moving towards the Lotus building. Bauman? They should be here to ask for cultivation techniques suitable for that dolt Arturus. Zhu Shen could already smell a long and boring conversation with Bauman. He then abruptly stood up and kept his chair inside his space earring before turning his gaze towards Long Mei, who still appeared to be lost. Mei, if Bauman comes here, give this to him and tell that brat not to bother me. Mei? Hey! Little dragon! Ah, yes! I will give this to him and tell him what you just said. Long Meili took the uneven piece of parchment paper and nodded her head at Zhu Shen. All right. Bye. Zhu Shen swiftly teleported above the clouds and created a small hut using his power of elements. A wooden hut was then erected on top of the clouds. Zhu Shen waved his hand and enveloped the wooden hut with his spiritual power. This way, no one would be able to detect his presence even if they used their spiritual vision. Let's see the current situation of the Crimson Fiend continent. He then released his spiritual perception that covered the entire continent. Nothing could escape his eyes. After scanning the continent briefly, Zhu Shen slowly sat down on his chair. It seems like the Lekan family and the Torgrim family are quite prepared. They even brought a late-stage Void God Realm Chimera with them. He muttered when saw the huge army hidden on top of a mountain. This battle will forge those little guys to become true elites. After this battle, their battle proficiency should reach the level of those talented geniuses in the primordial god realm. How are the preparations? Herald Lekan asked his subordinates as he eyed them with a serious look. The army is prepared for battle, Your Majesty. With the help of the Poison Valley and the Undead Army, victory is already within our grasp. A single-eyed werewolf demon general replied with a smile. Hearing this, Herald nodded his head in satisfaction. He couldn't believe that Stormhoof has actually succeeded in his mission. The guy managed to get the help of the Necromancer Emperor. Although the old man himself didn't join their army, the undead army he sent alone was almost as strong as the Lekan family and Torgrim family's combined strength. Brother Stormhoof, did you really give that Void God Realm savage beast corpse to the Necromancer Emperor? Herald asked the muscular demon standing beside him. Stormhoof's expression became solemn, but he still nodded his head. I had no choice. That old man's strength has exceeded my expectations, and even with my power, I failed to see through his cultivation. I could only give him the Fire Wyvern Overlord's corpse in exchange for letting us borrow his undead army. Hearing this, Herald was stunned. Stormhoof was already a late-stage Void God Realm expert, but he couldn't detect the cultivation level of the Necromancer Emperor? What does that mean? It means that the old man was a lot stronger than them. That old man is too stingy. He is only allowing us to borrow his undead army. Herald muttered, and he felt that his friend was cheated on that exchange. Stormhoof sighed and shook his head. It doesn't matter. We can't afford to offend that old man. Anyway, I can recover from this loss once we've taken control of the Great Demon Empire. By the way, did the people from Poison Valley already prepare the antidotes? Our men must not be killed by our allies. Herald nodded his head with a smile. Of course. Their valley master, Xiaolei, had already given me the antidote. Now, everything is already prepared. We just have to wait for that succubus enthronement. Ha ha ha. Soon, a merciless grin emerged from Stormhoof's face. Good. Tell everyone to rest. Make sure that they are properly rested before the war. Meanwhile, back at the Lotus building, Balmond came with Artaurus following behind him. Young Miss Meili, did you see Wine Master Zhu Shen? Where is he? Balmond asked when he spotted Long Meili near the garden. The dragon girl stared at him and handed an ugly-looking piece of parchment paper to him as she said, "Brat, don't bother me again. Those are Master's words." Long Meili turned around and left after saying those words, leaving two demons standing there with blank faces. Chapter 435, Artaurus meets his little sister. Balmond stared at the coarse piece of parchment paper in his hands and began scrutinizing it with an earnest look. There were only a few characters depicted on the parchment paper, but Balmond felt that he was reading an entire book filled with profound knowledge. The more he read, the more solemn his expression had become. Standing beside Balmond, Artaurus was slightly speechless when he saw the alternating expressions of his father. Why did his father react that way after receiving that piece of ugly parchment? "Father, what did that girl give you? Is that a treasure map?" Artaurus asked quietly as he took a peek at the words written on the piece of parchment paper. However, when he saw those odd-looking patterns, he was stunned. He felt that a wave of alien knowledge had suddenly entered his mind. This process took more than an hour before Artaurus finally snapped out of his daze. A look of bafflement covered his face. Balmond kept the parchment paper inside his space ring and sighed. "Do you know now? This was written by Wine Master Zhu Shen himself. I don't know how he was able to write such profound characters, but I do know the value of this piece of parchment. You should have an idea about it since you've read it yourself." Artaurus was still in shock after comprehending the characters, so he could only nod his head. Even if was yet to know the details about his own physique, he was able to glean a bit of detail about it after just an hour of looking at the characters. This piece of parchment paper was very valuable. It could actually transmit a foreign knowledge to someone without the need for complicated teachings. Even an idiot would be able to understand it after taking a look at those magical symbols. "Father, I think I want to take him as my master," Artaurus muttered while looking at Balmond. He finally realized why his father was so respectful to this human. This guy was a powerful figure. So powerful that he could casually write profound characters that can transmit knowledge to anyone. Balmond sneered upon hearing his son's words. "Do you think he would casually take you as his disciple? Go ahead. I won't stop you, but don't expect too much. You might as well help your sister prepare for war. Our blood-fallen family is in danger at this moment." Hearing that, Artaurus frowned. "War? Wait, sister? He had a sister? That wine master Zhu Shen also told him that he looked like his sister. What was her name again? Was it Cornelia?" Since he had been locked up for thousands of years inside a hidden dungeon, he had no idea about the current state of their great demon empire. "Father, please tell me what happened to the empire while I was locked up inside the dungeon," Artaurus said while looking at Balmond. "You remember the Leakin family and the Torgrim family? They..." Balmond proceeded to tell Artaurus everything, and it took the demon emperor another hour to inform Artaurus about what took place when he was gone. "So I actually have a little sister who is now at the late stage of the nascent god realm. This is making me her big brother feel a bit pressured." Artaurus smiled. After getting the help of Zhu Shen's soul-stabilizing array formation, he was yet to recover his full strength. However, he felt that he would soon reach his peak state after resting for a bit. He even felt that the array formation had somehow enhanced his physical body. Although he could only be sure once he recovered fully. "Let's go back to the palace. I'll bring you to meet Cornelia," Balmond said while patting his son's shoulder. The demon emperor then brought his son to Cornelia's temporary army camp. This was where the elites of their great demon empire's army were stationed. Some of Zhu Shen's subordinates were even here to support the succubus. When Balmond and Artaurus arrived in the army camp, the soldiers who saw the emperor immediately greeted him. "Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." The soldiers also turned their curious gazes towards the demon who was standing beside Balmond. Although he appeared to be emaciated and his aura was unstable, he had a noble bearing. Who was this guy? They all thought. The arrival of the emperor in the army camp soon reached Cornelia's ears. She immediately went to greet her father, and she was surprised when she saw an unfamiliar demon standing beside him. She could also sense the unusual closeness between the two. Who could this guy be? She wondered. "Greetings, Emperor Father." Cornelia greeted her father with a smile. She then turned her gaze towards the demon beside Balmond and said, "And this is?" Balmond smiled and answered her query. "This Artaurus. Prince Artaurus Bloodfallen, your big brother. He has now recovered with the help of Wine Master Zhu Shen." Prince Artaurus Bloodfallen. Cornelia's eyes widened when she heard her father's words. She couldn't help but take a few more looks at the sickly-looking demon who was also looking at her with curiosity. "Hello, little sister." Artaurus greeted his sister. His sister's temperament and looks made him nod his head in acknowledgement. According to his father, Cornelia would be crowned as the next ruler of the great demon empire. At first, he was against it, but when he heard that it was Zhu Shen's arrangements, Artaurus decided to observe his sister first before he would give his opinion. And now that he'd seen her, his first impression of her was that she had an elegant temperament befitting her noble bloodline. Artaurus also felt the confidence in her voice as she spoke. It was as if the word confidence was engraved in her bones. Cornelia smiled at Artaurus, and she also looked at him with a hint of pity when she saw his pale face. From the looks of it, her big brother had just recovered from his illness, and he was still a bit weak. Greetings, big brother. Chapter 436, Ren Zhuang displaying his tactical talent. The soldiers also heard the conversation between the three, and they could not help but exclaim in shock. What? So this guy is actually Prince Artaurus, who was said to be bedridden due to a serious illness. No wonder he has a unique temperament. Good news. Prince Artaurus has recovered from his illness. Soon, all the soldiers cheered when they heard this news. According to the rumors, the eldest son of the emperor had the highest talent among his children, but he regretfully fell ill and was bedridden for thousands of years. Now that he had recovered, everyone was in a jubilant mood. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Cornelia, startling Balmond and Artaurus. However, when Cornelia saw this guy, she merely smiled and said, "Don't be alarmed. This person is an expert sent by Wine Master Zhu Shen to help me. He is acting as my advisor, and he will also be leading our army. He is Lord Ren Zhuang." Balmond nodded his head calmly as he looked at the cloaked Ren Zhuang. He sensed that this person was only a peak stage origin god realm expert, but he somehow felt threatened when his eyes met the human's pair of emotionless eyes. Artaurus stared at Ren Zhuang deeply as he greeted respectfully. "Hello, Lord Ren Zhuang." He couldn't see through this guy's cultivation. That means he was at least an origin god realm expert. Meanwhile, Ren Zhuang ignored the two men as he went closer to Cornelia and whispered, "I discovered an army in a mountain near Moorland City. From how they dressed and from the crests on their clothes, they should be from the Leakin family and the Torgrim family." Hearing this, Cornelia's expression turned grave. "It looks like they're prepared." She scoffed with a dark look on her face. Balmond and Artaurus also became solemn when they heard this. From the looks of it, those guys might be attacking soon. They might be planning to attack during your enthronement ceremony, but you shouldn't be too worried since Brother Yubo and I have already made arrangements in case that happens. Balmond sneered. Cornelia nodded her head at his words. "I also saw two more armies among them. One of them is from the Poison Valley, while the other is an army of undead. In total, their whole army is approximately 200,000. Ren Zhuang suddenly said, and his words immediately changed the atmosphere. Balmond furrowed his eyebrows as a solemn look covered his face. How did they get the support of Poison Valley? And that undead army, where did they come from? Ren Zhuang was silent for a moment before he spoke. After observing them closely, I heard some of their high-ranking soldiers say that those undead soldiers were from the Necromancer Emperor. Necromancer Emperor. Balmond and Cornelia were stunned upon hearing this name. Artaurus could only listen since he had no idea who that is. That old codger is actually supporting them? This might be troublesome. If that old man is with them, our army might collapse. Balmond gritted his teeth. Cornelia also felt slightly anxious. She had heard a lot about the Necromancer Emperor. Even if she hadn't met the old man in person, she knew that this guy was already famous in the whole Crimson Fiend continent. There is nothing to fear. I observed the undead army for a night, but I didn't notice the presence of the Necromancer Emperor. He must have only sent a part of his undead army to support the Leakin family and the Torgrim family. However, there is a strange creature with a strong aura among the undead army. I didn't dare try to detect this creature's cultivation since it might discover my presence, but I'm sure that it is at least a late-stage void god realm. Ren Zhuang muttered with a calm voice, but his words only made the three members of the blood-fallen family fall into silence. Late-stage Void God Realm. What kind of concept was that? That kind of power has already reached the peak among experts. Even Balmond had just risen to this level after Zhu Shen edited his cultivation technique. Brother Ren, do you have suggestions? Balmond stared at Ren Zhuang with a look of respect. Heck! This man was able to get such valuable information without getting detected. This was a testament to his ability. Ren Zhuang took out a piece of beast skin that had a map drawn in it. Balmond, Arta and Cornelia were surprised when they realized that it was a map of the Imperial Palace. The map was so detailed that even the map of the blood-fallen family paled in comparison. This is where Cornelia will be crowned. Ren Zhuang pointed to a location on the map. He then pointed to another few locations and continued. I suggest that we should station 2 nascent God Realm experts in each of these spots. This is where they would most likely try to attack based on the structure of the palace. Also, our army should be here. Ren Zhuang began to tell them about his suggestion, and the more he continued the more they became stunned. They finally realized that this man wasn't just a skilled scout. He was also a very terrifying tactician. Even Yu Bo's plan looked like a work of a child in comparison. I will act as an imperial guard and stand on this spot. This is the most ideal place for me so that I can immediately protect Cornelia in case an expert would manage to break past the formation. Ren Zhuang then became silent after telling them his plan. Balmond sighed with admiration. We will follow your plan, Brother Ren. Cornelia, make sure that you choose our most trusted soldiers on those key spots. Arta go and familiarize yourself with the army while you recuperate. Yes, Emperor Father. Yes, Your Majesty. The two then left, leaving Balmond and Ren Zhuang at the scene. Ren Zhuang soon turned around and followed the direction of Cornelia. He was tasked by Zhu Shen to protect this succubus, so he wouldn't allow anyone to kill her. In the end, Balmond could only stare as this mysterious man disappeared. All of Wine Master Zhu Shen's subordinates are shrouded in mystery. Chapter 437, Reunion between Master and Disciple. The night before Cornelia's enthronement, Zhu Shen and Thea sat on top of the clouds as they looked at the situation below. I didn't think that Yang Xingqi would actually call for reinforcements. He even dragged the Heavenly Sword Division, Celestial Division, Pill Division, and the Punishment Division. But this is also good. Zhu Shen muttered to himself when he saw thousands of figures stepping out of the Lotus Building. After Zhu Shen left the Profound Dragon Continent, the Heavenly Sword Tower has already conducted 2 more recruitment ceremonies. Many elite juniors from all over the Profound Dragon Continent participated in the assessment, resulting in an influx of new disciples for the Heavenly Sword Tower. He even discovered a promising youth in the Punishment Division. After looking at this guy using his spiritual perception, Zhu Shen realized that this young man was still 14. However, his cultivation had already reached the peak stage of the 9th rank saint. There are actually quite a few interesting ones among the new batch of disciples. Zhu Shen muttered with a look of interest. From the looks of it, the division heads and the elders did a great job in handling the matters of the Sword Tower while he was away. Indeed. Do you remember that girl? Her name is Sylpha Northcote, the one with dragon blood running in her veins. She left the Blood Sword Division and joined the Punishment Division. Long Meili rarely taught that child when she was still in the Profound Dragon Continent, but look at her now. Thea said while pointing at a young lady with a sharp and valiant disposition. Zhu Shen turned his gaze to the young lady that Thea mentioned. The last time he saw this girl, her cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the 4th rank Knight Crusader, but she was now an expert at the early stage of the nascent god realm. The girl's hair has turned mint green and she was now wearing a knight's armor. It looks like she idolizes you more than her master. Zhu Shen chuckled as he teased Thea, who immediately rolled her eyes when she heard his words. With the help of Qi Hongtian and his pill division, they shouldn't have to worry about the poison of the Poison Valley. I thought I would have to intervene again, but it seems like I've underestimated those young ones," Zhu Shen said as he stood up. He then glanced at Thea and said with an ambiguous smile, "We've been cultivating for long, how about we do something else tonight?" Thea immediately glared at him when she heard his mischievous words, but she still followed Zhu Shen inside the hut. "Greetings, Master." Sylpha bowed at Long Meili with an eager look on her face. The two of them have been separated for quite a while, so Sylpha missed her master a lot. Though she was strict and harsh with her teachings, Sylpha progressed at a fast speed that she had even surpassed those who were much older than her. Long Meili nodded her head in approval when she saw the great increase in her disciples' cultivation. "Good. I know you won't disappoint me. This time, you will follow me in battle." "Yes, Master." Sylphy answered with a passionate look. "Follow me. I'll bring you to see the others." Long Meili said and dragged the confused Sylpha towards the largest tent in the army camp. "Division Head Ren Chuang, did you see ice?" Long Meili asked when she saw a black-robed man standing in front of the tent. Ren Chuang glanced at Long Meili and nodded his head. "She is inside the tent talking with Princess Cornelia." Hearing that, Long Meili swiftly grabbed Sylphy and dragged her inside the tent. Ren Chuang didn't stop them and allowed them to go inside. The eyes of Cornelia flickered with surprise when she saw the two ladies who had suddenly come inside the tent. She recognized the purple-haired one since she was one of Zhu Shen's top subordinates, but the green-haired young lady was someone unfamiliar to her. "Hello, young Miss Meili. What brings you here?" "I'm sorry, but this young miss is?" Cornelia asked with a light smile on her face. Sylpha stepped forward and cupped her hands towards Cornelia. "My name is Sylpha Northcote, Your Highness. It's a pleasure to meet you. She's my disciple." Long Meili added with a smile as she stroked Sylpha's long green hair. Cornelia smiled upon hearing the short introduction. "So it's Sister Sylphy." The succubus then turned her gaze to Long Meili and asked probingly. "Young Miss Meili, to what do I owe this pleasure?" "I'm looking for ice and Ren Chuang said that she is here with you." Long Meili answered as she looked around the tent. She furrowed her eyebrows slightly when she failed to discover ice. She wondered where that fat cat went. The succubus chuckled when she noticed the look of Long Meili. She then said as she slowly rose to her feet. "Young Miss Ice has fallen asleep when we were talking earlier. I didn't dare wake her up." Long Meili and Sylpha stared at the chubby white cat sleeping comfortably in the succubus's embrace. She had her fat cheeks planted in between those two huge melons. The faces of the master and disciple duo twitched when they saw this. Even Cornelia appeared to be slightly embarrassed. "Since she's asleep, let's not wake her up. Anyway, how are the preparations, Princess Cornelia?" Long Meili asked as she sat on a chair opposite the succubus. Sylphy also followed suit and sat beside her master. Cornelia's expression turned serious. She then carefully placed the sleeping ice on top of a table before she answered. "Everything has been prepared. My father and Lord Yubo are both on standby near the palace. My big brother, Artaurus, has also fully recovered. If we follow Lord Renchuang's plan, nothing should go wrong." She tried to sound confident, but she still felt anxious in her heart. Chapter 438, The Banquet. The Great Demon Empire was in a festive mood and the Imperial Palace was filled with peak experts from all over the Crimson Fiend continent. Some superpowers outside the Great Demon Empire even sent their representatives to join the celebration. At this moment, the area outside of the Imperial Palace had more than 100,000 soldiers stationed. All of them had sharp auras, a clear sign that they were veteran soldiers. The representatives sent by all the major powers were in awe when they saw this terrifying army. "I heard that the Blood-Fallen family has fallen, but it seems like all those rumors were untrue." "Indeed. Just look at those soldiers. Who would dare cause trouble here with them on standby?" Suddenly, everyone noticed that the entrance of the Imperial Palace was opened. Artaurus, dressed in his battle imperial garment, came out with several generals following behind him. "Is that guy, Prince Artaurus?" "Yeah, it's him. I heard that he was inflicted with a serious illness when he was young, but he has now recovered. This seems like a good omen for the Blood-Fallen family." Artaurus Blood-Fallen smiled at the various representatives. "Good day, everyone. I apologize for making you wait. Everything has been prepared inside the palace, and I formally invite all the representatives to come with me inside to spectate the coronation of my sister, Cornelia." His voice was filled with confidence and charm that made everyone who heard him feel at ease. "Your Highness, you don't have to apologize. We are cultivators. This little bit of waiting is nothing." "Haha." Someone from the crowd lightened the atmosphere, and the others soon laughed along with him. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Artaurus smiled and gestured them to follow him. "Come. Follow me inside the imperial palace. We prepared a grand banquet for all you valuable guests." Everyone followed Artaurus grouped as they entered the palace. Only those with a considerable amount of authority were allowed to get inside. As for the others, they could only watch the coronation through a video screen that was powered by an array formation. However, despite the difference in treatment, no one dared to cause trouble. After all, there was a huge army stationed just right outside the imperial palace. Only idiots would dare to be impudent in this situation. Artaurus brought the guest inside a spacious hall where the banquet was held. When they arrived, there were already some representatives from other major forces chatting in groups of 4 or 5. "Everyone, your seats have already been prepared. Please escort our guests to their seats," Artaurus said before he left. "I've brought the last batch of guests to the banquet hall. You can start the banquet, Cornelia," Artaurus whispered to the communication crystal in his hand. "All right. Thanks, big brother." That was the reply he heard from the communication crystal. After keeping the communication crystal, Artaurus walked towards a group of elites and joined their conversation. Their great demon empire might be strong, but it wouldn't hurt to get more allies, especially now that they would be at war with the Leakin family and the Torgrim family. A soothing melody suddenly entered the ears of everyone inside the hall. They couldn't help but stare at the front where the sound had come from. Seated on a chair was Cornelia, who was wearing red and gold imperial robes. Her hair was tied exquisitely, adding more charm to her already beautiful face. Cornelia was playing a melody using a harp. Her slender fingers danced as she plucked the strings in a rhythmic pattern. Everyone closed their eyes as they savored the beautiful melody. They felt their ears tingling in ecstasy as the melody continued. Soon, Cornelia ended the melody, but everyone was still immersed in that soulful play. Not long later, everyone snapped out of their daze and clapped their hands. "Your Highness' harp skill is truly out of this world. Splendid performance, Your Highness." Cornelia let out a smile when she heard everyone's words. She then stood up and said, "Welcome, everyone. I don't like to start this banquet with a long boring speech. I hope everyone enjoyed my performance." "We enjoyed it, Your Highness." "Great job, Your Highness. Please enjoy the banquet, everyone. The coronation ceremony will begin after this. Thank you for coming here." Cornelia cupped her fists before she sat down in the most prominent seat together with some elders from the Blood-Fallen family. The banquet continued. Everyone in this hall was an expert in their own field. Large business deals and alliances between major forces were built throughout the banquet. This was the reason why many major forces decided to send their representatives here. It was for the opportunity to converse with other superpowers and gain friendship from them. Meanwhile, a group of youths suddenly walked towards Cornelia. They wore smiles on their faces as they glanced in her direction. However, everyone could somehow feel the tension in the atmosphere when these youths moved towards the princess. "We thoroughly enjoyed your beautiful performance, Your Highness. Even until now, I am still spellbound by your harp skills," the leader of the youth said as he bowed at the princess. His action was full of grace and respect. This youth was the grandson of Stormhoof Torgrim, Balor, the strongest youth among the Torgrim family's younger generation. Everyone in this hall were astute individuals, they could already sense the hostility between the two sides. However, no one dared to speak about this and they merely watched the scene with interest. Lord Balor, thank you for your kind words. My harp skill isn't that good, but I am practicing all day to sharpen my skills. Cornelia remained in her seat and smiled at Balor and his group. She was also on her guard since this might be an elaborate ploy concocted by the elders of the Torgrim family, but when she recalled that Ren Chuang was nearby, she felt a bit relieved. Your Highness is too modest. We won't take too much of your time, Your Highness. I know that the day is still long. Balor flashed a smile before he left with his group. Chapter 439, Ceremony and the Start of the Rebellion. After the banquet, everyone rested for over an hour before they were invited inside the throne room. This time, only those major forces who had at least one Void God realm expert in their midst were allowed to go inside. The others who couldn't go in could only shake their heads helplessly. However, they were already satisfied with what they gained in the banquet. After all, they've befriended like-minded forces and some even struck a huge business deal. As for the coronation, they could just watch the ceremony through a visual screen. The coronation ceremony of the Great Demon Empire wasn't troublesome. The current emperor would just pass his throne to the successor and finalize the ceremony by receiving the blessings of the elders from the Blood-Fallen family, the Leakin family, and the Torgrim family. However, everyone knew that the coronation ceremony this time was different. They could sense that a plot was being brewed behind the scenes. At this moment, Emperor Balmond was seated on his throne with a dignified look on his face. He raised his hand and all his subjects immediately bowed to him with respectful gazes, while the guests cupped their fists to show their respect. First, I'd like to thank the guests from all over the continent for coming here to our Great Demon Empire to celebrate the coronation ceremony of my daughter, Cornelia. Our Great Demon Empire hopes that everyone here would be our most trusted allies. Emperor Balmond said with a smile. His gaze lingered briefly on the spots of the Leakin family and the Torgrim family. After that, the Demon Emperor stood up from his throne and waved his sleeves as he said, "Now, please welcome the successor of the Great Demon Empire. My daughter, Cornelia Blood-Fallen." Clap! 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 Thunderous applause reverberated inside the throne room following the Demon Emperor's words. Everyone turned their gazes towards the elegantly dressed Cornelia who was slowly ascending the throne. Her every step was filled with grace and the slight movement of her head-hips was mixed with seductiveness and charm. Almost every male inside the throne room was spellbound by her beauty. Cornelia stopped in front of her father and bowed at him with a smile. "Cornelia Blood-Fallen, I hereby proclaim you as the next ruler of the Great Demon Empire." Under everyone's watchful gazes, Emperor Balmond took off his golden crown and placed it on top of Cornelia's head. The golden crown wasn't heavy. In fact, it was very light. However, Cornelia could already feel the burden of wearing it the moment it rested on her head. She took one last look at her father before turning her gaze to everyone. "Your Majesty." Emperor Balmond was the first one to offer a bow to the newly crowned queen. The subjects of the Great Demon Empire soon followed suit and bowed towards the new queen. Even the guests didn't dare act presumptuously and also lightly bowed their heads. "Your Majesty Cornelia! Your Majesty Cornelia!" Demon Emperor Balmond raised his hand and gestured for everyone to quiet down. "Your Majesty, please receive the blessings of the elders from the three founding families of the Great Demon Empire." Cornelia nodded her head solemnly. She then walked down the throne and stood in front of three elderly figures. They were the representatives of the three founding families. The three elders stared at Cornelia and began their speeches one by one. The first one to speak was the elder from the Blood-Fallen family, followed by the Leakin family, and then the Torgrim family. After giving the new ruler their blessings, the three elders bowed at her. "Your Majesty." Just then, something unexpected suddenly happened. The elders from the Lekan family and the Torgrim family suddenly pounced towards Cornelia with daggers in their hands. Cornelia's eyes flashed with a hint of terror, but she didn't move from her spot. She knew that someone was there to protect her. And just as she had predicted, a silhouette dressed like an imperial guard appeared before her and deflected the daggers of the two elders. Clang! Clang! To this drastic change of event, some of the guests felt nervous, while a few revealed looks of interest. They knew that the true show was finally starting. Insolence! What is the meaning of this? Emperor Balmond erupted into fury. His aura made the two elders take several steps backward. Ren Zhuang eyed the spectators with a predatory gaze as he stood beside the newly crowned queen. He was like a peerless general in that battle armor. Even Cornelia felt her eyes shining as she looked at Ren Zhuang's reliable figure. The Lekan family objects. We don't want that succubus to be our new ruler. The Torgrim family also objects. The ruler of the great demon empire must be someone capable. Why should we follow the leadership of a mere woman? The one who spoke was Balor. He was leading a group of elders from the Torgrim family. That's right. I feel that I am more qualified to become the emperor than this slut of a succubus. Balor said with a hideous smile on his face. Preposterous! How dare you speak like that to Her Majesty? The elder of the blood-fallen family jumped towards Balor, but he was blocked by the elders of the Torgrim family. Balmond's face was filled with wrath. These idiots from the Lekan family and the Torgrim family actually dared to ignore his presence? Just as he was about to strike, two figures suddenly emerged in front of him. Herald! Stormhoof! Balmond muttered through gritted teeth. Swoosh! Yubo also appeared beside Balmond. Balmond! You've become uglier after thousands of years. Ha ha ha! Herald cackled deliriously while pointing at Balmond's face. Brother Ren, evacuate Cornelia and tell the soldiers to blockade the palace. Balmond sent a telepathic message to Ren Zhuang, who immediately nodded his head. Let's go. Ren Zhuang grabbed the stunned Cornelia and dragged her out of the throne room. This place would soon become the epicenter of the war. Chapter 440, War. Stormhoof sneered when he saw Ren Zhuang taking Cornelia away. He then glanced at Balmond and then to Yubo, who stood beside him. A contemptuous smile flashed on his face before he spat a mouthful of spit. Balmond, you've sullied the reputation of the demon race by mingling with these humans. Have you forgotten the war 50,000 years ago? Many of our ancestors and friends died at the hands of those humans. You disgust me. Balmond was unaffected by his words. You've been a fool your entire life, Stormhoof. Even until now you still are. You just haven't seen what true power is yet. I've seen it myself and it made me realize how weak I am. But it's still not too late for you. I'll give you guys one last chance. Stop this farce all at once and I'll let this matter go. Balmond muttered as he looked at Herald and Stormhoof. He didn't want to fight against the two families. After all, their blood-fallen family was once close to the Lekan family and the Torgrim family. The three families created the great demon empire together and he didn't want to fight against them. Once their three families start to fight for the throne, the overall strength of the great demon empire would be severely impacted. It wouldn't be good if that happens, since there are a lot of representatives from many major powers spectating in secret. Hearing this, Stormhoof's face turned cold. You think your blood-fallen family is still as strong as it was before? Naive. Balmond, I advise you to surrender. I promise that I will give you a quick death. Stormhoof took out a giant hammer from his space ring and pointed it towards Balmond. Balmond sighed and shook his head as he replied. Since it has come to this, let's fight. He then blasted a huge hole from the ceiling and flew above the clouds. Seeing this, Stormhoof and Herald immediately followed him. Yubo also took out his weapon as he joined them. If you're asking why Balmond suddenly decided to go into the sky. Simple. He didn't want to destroy the whole city. A huge part of the great demon empire would be damaged if they fought on land. Stormhoof, Herald, and Yubo also knew this point, so they unhesitatingly followed him above the clouds. As Void God Realm experts, their battle was so devastating that just the shockwaves of their battle alone could already shatter mountains. Stormhoof and Herald might be staging a rebellion, but they didn't want to win a broken empire. Soon, the 4 Void God Realm experts released their powers and began fighting. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Ear-splitting sounds of explosions reverberated within the skies, and even the people below could feel the terrifying shock waves coming from above. Meanwhile, the army of the Blood-Fallen family began battling the soldiers of the Leakin family and the Torgrim family. War cries and bugle horns echoed throughout the city, signaling the start of the war. Artaurus Blood-Fallen had now recovered his strength. Although he didn't manage to break through, he became more proficient in using his spiritual force. With a skull wand in his hand, Artaurus created huge fireballs and threw them towards the opposing army. "Shielders, raise your shields!" Artaurus shouted towards the soldiers. His spells were quite strong, and it would be disastrous if an ally would die under his attack. The huge and muscular demons in the front lines immediately lifted their shields in a circular formation while protecting their comrades. Hundreds of blazing fireballs descended to the ground and burned the soldiers of the Leakin family and the Torgrim family. Ah! Sharp cries rang out as more than several dozen unlucky soldiers were burned. However, the fall of their comrades only fueled their ire. They soon gathered into a protective formation and pounced towards the army of the Blood-Fallen family. Despite the difference in firepower, the two armies soon entered a stalemate due to the numerical advantage of the Leakin family and Torgrim family. Suddenly, several hundred figures dressed in black robes came and threw glass bottles filled with hideous-looking purple liquid towards the army of the Blood-Fallen family. Seeing this, Balor, who was among the soldiers of the Torgrim family, revealed a dark smile. "Let's see how you guys will react with the poison of the Poison Valley." Ha ha ha! These black-robed figures were poison experts from the Poison Valley, and the glass bottles they threw were filled with powerful poisons that they personally concocted. Even Balor could not help but shiver when he recalled the effects of the poison. Luckily, they had already consumed the antidote beforehand. However, Balor's expression turned unsightly when he saw that the soldiers of the Blood-Fallen family were unaffected by the poison. What's happening? How come they are not affected? ***ck. Balor cursed the Poison Valley in his heart. Ha ha ha! Your poisons are useless to us, idiots! Artaurus laughed in disdain when he saw the ugly expression of Balor. They had already consumed an antidote created by the alchemists of the Heavenly Sword Tower's Pill Division. He couldn't help but feel amazed with those alchemists. After all, the poisons made by the Poison Valley were notorious for being destructive and corrosive. When Balor heard the mocking laughter, his face turned darker. "Elders! Summon the undead army and flatten these pieces of ***T from the Blood-Fallen family." Following his furious voice, a huge army of undead suddenly joined the fray. More than 20,000 undead soldiers pounced towards them without fear. The Valley Master of the Poison Valley also came and joined the battle. With his strength as a Void God Realm expert, hundreds of soldiers from the Blood-Fallen family immediately died under his poison arts. But then, 3 figures soon appeared before him. Seeing these 3 individuals, Artaurus heaved a sigh of relief. "Luckily, they're here," he muttered while looking at the figures of Long Melee, Ice, and Aaron. Chapter 441, The Chimera. Valley Master Jiao sneered contemptuously as he stared at the 3 figures hovering before him. 3 Origin God Realm savage beasts. You think just because you outnumber, you can defeat me? Ha ha ha! Your meager powers mean nothing to a Void God Realm powerhouse. Ice, who was in her human form, was incredibly incensed. She glared at Valley Master Jiao as she slowly transformed into her true form. A huge tiger with pristine snow-white fur soon came into everyone's view. The aura of Ice also changed, and although her cultivation remained the same, the suppressive aura she induced became even more imposing. Even Valley Master Jiao felt slightly perturbed when he stared at this giant white tiger. An ugly demon like you thinks you can beat someone of noble birth like me? To tell you the truth, those two guys right there also have ancient bloodlines running in their veins. Any one of us can beat your sorry ass into a pulp despite the difference in our cultivation level. Roar. Ai's voice changed and it became beast-like. It was so different than when she was in her human form. Long Meili and Aaron soon transformed into their true forms. The other was a dragon, while the other one was a purple-winged sword eagle. Just the mere sight of them flying already startled the onlookers. The face of Valley Master Jiao changed. This time, he could feel that these three savage beasts were capable of threatening his life even though they were one realm weaker than him. However, Valley Master Jiao didn't want to show any weakness. He took out a bottle of poison that was bubbling hideously. Since you think you can defeat me, I'll show you lowly beings what a real ancient bloodline is. Ha ha ha. Valley Master Jiao's face was filled with madness as he drank all the contents of the poison bottle. His veins then started protruding as his body slowly expanded. Valley Master Jiao could no longer be recognized and even those who had close relationships with him would be unable to identify him now. His demon-like face was sported with crimson eyes and his mouth was filled with long serrated teeth. His body, which was only 2 meters tall earlier, had become 5 meters. His skin was no longer visible since it was now covered by red fish-like scales. Scared, aren't you? But you can save that for later. Valley Master Jiao mocked when he saw the shocked faces of the three. He then tapped his foot and dashed towards the three as he raised his arms like a hammer. Meanwhile, the army of the Blood-Fallen family, the Leakin family, and the Torgrim family immediately fled from the scene. They didn't want to be sandwiched in the crossfire of those 4 monsters. It seems like that Valley Master Jiao is just all talk. I mean, just look at him. He's struggling against 3 Origin God Realm experts from our side. This goes to show that you fools from the Leakin family and the Torgrim family are weak. Soldiers of the Blood-Fallen family, heed my command. Kill these weaklings and offer their blood as a sacrifice for the ascension of Her Majesty Cornelia. Artaurus shouted as he summoned another wave of blazing fireballs. The army of the Blood-Fallen family shouted their war cries as they charged towards their enemies without a hint of fear. But despite their aggression, they appeared to be in a synchronized formation with no visible weakness. Looking at this army of fearless soldiers, Balor felt his scalp tingle, but when he recalled that they still have the undead army and that chimera, he let out a contemptuous smile. Release the undead army and that chimera. Let them suffer true chaos. Ha ha ha. Balor issued a command with a savage look on his face. Following his command, the army of undead became even more bloodthirsty. Then, everyone also heard a series of earth-shaking footsteps. When everyone turned their gazes, they saw a grotesque-looking creature looking at the battlefield like a predator. It then raised its repulsive head above the skies and emitted a terrifying roar that caused a violent tremor. Roar! Balmond and Yubo, who were fighting with Harold and Stormhoof, suddenly shifted their gazes below. Their eyes narrowed simultaneously. That is the aura of a late-stage Void God realm. Those kids are in trouble. Balmond exclaimed in worry. Yubo was also a bit anxious. The strength they felt earlier wasn't any weaker than them. In fact, whatever that creature was, it was a bit stronger than them. We can only trust them. Demon Empress Ganda should be there any time now. Yubo muttered. How can you guys lose focus when fighting against us? Die! A loud shout came, followed by the descent of a huge hammer. Balmond took out a protective talisman and activated it, while Yubo raised his sword and tried to deflect the hammer blow. Bang! Balmond's talisman broke apart, while Yubo's sword ray crumbled into pieces. The two were then sent flying thousands of meters away. Above the clouds, Zhu Shen and Thia were watching the battle with calm expressions. Are you sure that you wouldn't help them? Thia stared at the man beside him. Zhu Shen remained calm as he looked at the bloody massacre happening below. He then answered in an indifferent tone. If we always interfere in their fights, how could those little ones grow? They would only feel complacent if they know that we are always there to protect them. Our return to the primordial god realm is moving closer, and we don't need to bring them if they couldn't even survive this. They have a lower starting point than those geniuses in the primordial god realm, so to make up for this, they need to have a stronger willpower and richer battle experience. Hearing this, Thea remained silent. She knew that Zhu Shen was right. The two continued to spectate the scene in silence. Chapter 442, Ren Chuang's Power. Surrender yourself, Cornelia, before it's too late. Do you think your blood-fallen family could handle the combined might of our Lekan family and the Torgrim family? Wishful thinking. An old werewolf demon laughed deliriously as he looked at Cornelia, who was hiding behind Ren Chuang. Cornelia glared at the elder, but she didn't dare say anything since they were now surrounded by more than 20 experts. After looking at them briefly, she noticed that there were 10 Origin God Realm experts and the rest were Nascent God Realm experts. Lord Ren, just leave me here and escape on your own. The blood-fallen family still has Artaurus even if I die today. Cornelia whispered with a hint of anxiousness in her tone. Ren Chuang remained unperturbed even though they were surrounded by dozens of experts. He ignored Cornelia and took out his sword as he muttered. Stay here and don't move a step. Wait, what? Cornelia wanted to pull him, but Ren Chuang already began slaughtering the experts under her surprised gaze. Ren Chuang's expression was calm as he reaped the life of someone in his every move. Shrill screams echoed in the scene as the elders and experts of the Lekan family and the Torgrim family could only stare helplessly while they were slowly being killed. Not long later, Ren Chuang ended the life of the last demon standing. Thud. The demon's headless corpse dropped to the ground. Ren Chuang flicked his sword before he sheathing it back to its scabbard. Cornelia's mouth gaped open as he stared at this human who now looked extremely charming in her eyes. He killed those experts. To be exact, there were more than 30 of them, but they didn't even have the ability to fight back as they were cut down by Ren Chuang. Ren Chuang pulled the stand Cornelia and said, "Let's go help the others. Your presence would boost the morale of your troops, so make sure to put on a dignified look later. Are you listening to me?" Ren Chuang turned his gaze at Cornelia when he didn't get a reply from her. The succubus snapped out of her daze and hurriedly nodded her head. "Ah. Yes. Yes. Of course. That's easy," she said with a stiff smile on her face. "Good. Now, follow me." Ren Chuang muttered as he leaped towards the main battlefield. It was where Valley Master Jiao and the Chimera were present. However, when Ren Chuang looked at the situation, he noticed that there was another army helping them. Cornelia also looked at the situation and she was surprised when she recognized the army helping them. Those are people from the Narda Principality. The guy in blue robes who is leading them is Liu Beiqing. Cornelia exclaimed as she revealed a joyful look. From what she knew, Liu Beiqing was the top Origin God Realm expert of the Narda Principality. His presence on the battlefield would be advantageous to them. It's not just him. Look. Isn't that Demon Empress Ganda? Ren Chuang pointed at the otherworldly silhouette hovering above the battlefield. Cornelia followed his gaze and soon saw the figure of a woman who was holding a huge shield and giant broadsword. That's indeed her. At this moment, Demon Empress Ganda pointed her broadsword towards the Chimera and then descended like a meteor. The Chimera emitted a roar as it opened its bloody mouth. Dark purple light slowly gathered within the mouth of this creature and formed a purple sphere. The Chimera then spewed this sphere towards the descending Demon Empress. Bang! Ren Chuang grabbed the succubus and embraced her while producing a protective shield around them. Ice, Iron, and Long Melee also protected their soldiers. Everyone then turned their gazes towards where the Chimera was standing and saw that its face had a huge bloody wound. A severely wounded Demon Empress Ganda could also be seen floating above the skies. She could barely hold her two weapons. This is not looking good. Cornelia, do what I told you to do. I need to support Ganda. She can't defeat that creature alone. Go. Ren Zhuang said before he flew towards the chimera with his sword in hand. Cornelia didn't dally as well and jumped straight to where Artaurus was located. When the soldiers saw their newly crowned empress, they heaved a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, we're glad that you're fine. Cornelia glanced at the soldiers. She saw that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Tower were among them. The army of the Narda Principality also joined their formation. While eyeing everyone with a solemn look, she said, "Everyone, Lord Ren Zhuang had now joined the battle. With his presence, that vile creature would soon die. Without it, the enemy before us would mean nothing. However, we must not be outdone. Show me your courage and I will guide you in battle." Following her speech, everyone raised their weapons in midair and issued a loud battle cry that reverberated in every corner of the city. Seeing this, Cornelia took out her harp and began playing a melody. When the soldiers heard the melody, they felt their injuries slowly healing. They also discovered that they somehow had a surplus of strength within them. "Oh! I never thought that you have this kind of ability, my little sister." Artaurus muttered in a teasing voice. Cornelia smiled as she answered him. "I learned this from Wine Master Zhu Shen himself. Although I've yet to master it fully, I'm surprised that it actually has such a stunning effect. Wine Master Zhu Shen is truly powerful. Just a simple harp technique from him is already this strong." Artaurus nodded his head in agreement. "He is truly an enigma. Luckily, he is not our enemy. Father is very wise to let our blood-fallen family swear allegiance to such a person. Enough talking. Go and lead the army, brother. I'm not good at commanding people," Cornelia said while lightly pushing Artaurus. "My pleasure, Your Majesty." Artaurus chuckled before leaping on the front lines. Chapter 443, Poison from the Ancient Ruin. Ren Zhuang hovered in front of the injured demon Empress Ganda as he stared deeply at the chimera. "Are you okay?" he asked in a soft voice. The demon Empress nodded her head lightly. "I'm fine. Just a few scratches." "Then listen carefully. This chimera is an undead creature, so it should have a core inside its body. And we have to find that core to defeat this monster." Ren Zhuang muttered in a serious tone. Hearing this, the demon Empress expressed her understanding. She also knew of this, but the chimera was too strong that she couldn't even get near it. "I know, but I can't even go near that beast. How do you think I could kill it?" Demon Empress Ganda sensed that Ren Zhuang was merely a peak stage origin god realm expert. Aside from being a distraction, she believed that he couldn't offer any other form of assistance. His calm voice then traveled to her ears. "You can't go near it, but I can." This time, the demon Empress was stunned, but she frowned. "I don't want to break this into you, but that monster is a late-stage void god realm creature. How do you think you can go near it with your cultivation level?" Ren Zhuang gave her a sidelong glance as he muttered in a cold voice. "Just distract it and I'll do the rest." He then disappeared from his spot and shot towards the chimera like a shadow. He lifted his sword and released dozens of dark sword rays that emitted gloomy auras of death. "That human!" Demon Empress Ganda gnashed her teeth as she immediately summoned a raging fire vortex that was as tall as a building. She then controlled the vortex like a whip and willed it to strike the chimera's large body. The earth cracked as the huge vortex lashed towards the chimera. Wherever the burning tornado touched, it left burning ashes in its wake. The chimera's eyes narrowed as it casually swatted the dark sword rays. It then stared angrily at the fire vortex. Although it had a strong body, the chimera dared not underestimate the power of this raging flame. The hideous beast growled as it grabbed a thick piece of earth beneath its feet and threw it towards the incoming fire vortex. Bang! A chance! Ren Zhuang gazed at the chimera's neck as he poured more than 50% of his true essence on his sword. He then chanted in a soft voice. 7th Sword Style, Void Decapitating Sword. A rift suddenly appeared near the chimera and a gloomy and dark sword shadow emerged out of it, slashing towards the chimera's exposed neck. The chimera tried to move away, but the rift was too close and it no longer had the chance to evade. Pucci! A huge bloody head plummeted from the sky, causing a violent tremor as it dropped to the ground. The headless corpse of the chimera soon collapsed lifelessly. Looking at this scene, everyone was speechless as they all stopped what they were doing. They couldn't help but stare at Ren Zhuang in horror. Yes, they were afraid. That chimera was a creature at the late-stage void god realm, but it fell under one move from his sword. Ren Zhuang looked like the god of death with all the dark blood from the chimera all over his body. He then descended towards the ground as he slowly sheathed his sword. Demon Empress Ganda's eyes widened like saucers as she witnessed the absurd scene. A beast that she thought was unbeatable died in just one sword strike from that human. Impossible! She muttered in disbelief. Valley Master Jiao, who was battling against 3 savage beasts, also saw this scene and he almost wet his pants in fear. That was a late-stage void god realm chimera. Bloody hell! He immediately made a beeline to escape. Heck! Who cares about this damnable war? He didn't want to have any part in this anymore. However, a peerless beauty holding a huge shield and a broadsword blocked his path of retreat. Fuck off! Valley Master Jia raised his muscular arms and punched the lady with his full force. Demon Empress Ganda sneered as she lifted her massive shield. Bang! This was a true god rank weapon, and even though its inscriptions were no longer working, it wouldn't break so easily. This! Valley Master Jia was shocked to find out that his punch proved to be ineffective. He immediately ignored the lady in front of him and escaped in another direction, but a man was already hovering there like a specter of death. The sight of him scared Valley Master Jiao and he realized that he was trapped. Look, I didn't want to join this war, okay? I only came here because I owed Harold. How about you guys let me leave? If you let me go, I'll bring my Poison Valley out of here. Valley Master Jiao let out an ugly smile as he looked at Ren Zhuang, Ganda, and the 3 savage beasts who had surrounded him. Valley Master Jiao, it seems like you've not realized my identity. Then please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ganda, the leader of Narda Principality. Now, do you think I'll let you escape? Demon Empress Ganda chuckled contemptuously as she slowly moved closer towards the nervous Valley Master Jiao. Hearing this, the face of Valley Master Jiao immediately fell. His Poison Valley and the Narda Principality had been at war for many years. They wouldn't stop until one of them is destroyed. Ha ha ha! Foolish! I was so foolish to believe that idiot Harold. But do you think I would allow you morons to kill me easily? Die! Valley Master Jiao took out a huge glass filled with a green substance. Just the mere sight of this thing made Ren Zhuang and the others feel alarmed. Seeing their wary gazes, Valley Master Jiao erupted into peals of laughter. Scared? I got this poison from an ancient ruin. Thousands of disciples from my Poison Valley died just to get this thing. Now, I'll be using it on you pieces of sh*t. Ha ha ha. Chapter 444, Spit of an Ancient Creature. Atop the clouds, Zhu Shen and Thaya, who were watching the battlefield, suddenly frowned when they saw the green substance inside the glass. Isn't that thing? Thaya revealed a gobsmacked look as she muttered to herself. That thing shouldn't be here. If that stupid idiot breaks that glass, this world would collapse. We can't let that happen. Thaya, go and capture Harold and Storm Hoof, while I get that glass container. It seems like this training can't go on any further. Zhu Shen was also startled. The poison inside the huge glass container wasn't anything ordinary. It was something capable of wiping out an entire world. Zhu Shen wondered why such terrifying poison was in this world. Zhu Shen and Thaya abruptly moved in separate directions. Meanwhile, Valley Master Jiao gathered the true essence in his body towards his right hand, but just as he was about to break the glass with his fist, he suddenly discovered that the glass container he was holding was now gone. Bloody hell! Where is it? Valley Master Jiao's face contorted as he looked around only to see a new face looking at him with an expressionless look. Master! Zhu Shen! Wine Master Zhu Shen! Zhu Shen had already kept the poison inside his space earring. That thing was too dangerous to be left outside. All right. Enough with this. Ren Chuang and you lot, go and make the enemies surrender. Zhu Shen ordered in a calm voice. Ren Chuang and the three savage beasts immediately nodded their heads, while Demon Empress Ganda hesitated briefly before she soon followed them. Valley Master Jiao was stunned. Just a few words from this human and those pesky critters immediately left? Who is this guy? Hey, brother! I know that what? Swoosh! Bang! Zhu Shen took back his fist from the headless corpse of Valley Master Jiao. He then grabbed the corpse and burned it into nothingness. Oh! I should have asked him where he got this thing. He muttered to himself as he looked above the skies. There he saw Thaya, who was holding two battered demons in her hands. I got them. What do you want me to do with them? Thaya said while clutching the necks of Harold and Stormhoof. Behind her were Balmond and Yubo, who were both looking at her in fear. Stormhoof and Harold tried to escape from Thaya's grip, but to their horror, they realized that they had lost their strength. Zhu Shen shook his head as he said in a calm tone. Just let Balmond deal with them. We still need to study the poison and see if it's really the real deal. Thaya turned around and handed the two battered demons to Balmond. She then left with Zhu Shen without saying a word. Well, that happened too fast. Yubo muttered with a blank look on his face. He had seen the mighty Harold and Stormhoof as they were beaten black and blue by Thaya in just a few seconds. Balmond was similarly speechless, and he could still not process everything. First was when Ren Chuang killed the late-stage Void God Realm Chimera with one sword strike. The second one was when Zhu Shen killed Valley Master Jiao with one casual punch. And then the last one was Thaya beating up Harold and Stormhoof. At least this prevented more casualties from our side. Now, let's just clean up the mess, brother you. Balmond sighed as he sealed the cultivation of Harold and Stormhoof. Now that they were severely wounded, the two demons could only watch as Balmond sealed their cultivation. Because of this unexpected turn of events, the rebellion of the Leakin family and the Torgrim family was immediately suppressed. All the rebels were sealed in a giant array formation, displayed like ornaments for all the representatives from major powers to see. You're truly wise to think of this, brother Ren. Now that the great demon empire had just suppressed a rebellion, those major powers would certainly try to take advantage of us, but by doing this, it will serve as a deterrent to prevent them from making any impulsive actions. Balmond muttered with a look of admiration. This human Ren Chuang killed the Chimera. But the most dangerous thing about him was his wisdom. He wasn't like his daughter, who was a bogus genius. Ren Chuang remained silent under everyone's admiring gazes. Seeing this, Balmond chuckled and turned his head towards Demon Empress Ganda. Thanks for your aid, Demon Empress Ganda. Our blood-fallen family is in your debt. The Demon Empress shook her head with a sigh. I didn't do much. Brother Ren did most of the work. Everyone chuckled at her words. They had all seen what happened. In the end, Sect Master Zhu Shen and young Miss Thaya still had to act. Ren Chuang, who was silent, muttered those words calmly. He then left the scene, leaving everyone at loss for words. Inside the spirit world, Zhu Shen and Thaya were looking at a glass container with wary gazes. To be specific, they were cautious about the green substance inside the glass container. Step back first. With your strength, your body still can't handle this poison. I'll check it myself. Zhu Shen said indifferently. Thaya wanted to say something, but when she saw Zhu Shen's calm face, she could only say, just be careful. I will reinforce this shield. Zhu Shen said solemnly. He then released an invisible shield around him and the glass container. He couldn't let even a small leak of this poison drop in the spirit world. Thaya extended her hands and slowly reinforced the invisible shield. She knew that the poison they were handling was dangerous, so she complied without saying anything. Zhu Shen then carefully opened the glass container and poured a small drop of the poison inside a small bottle. He heaved a sigh of relief after pouring the drop of poison. He then kept the big glass container inside his space earring. Now, let's see if this thing is truly the spit of that vile ancient creature. Zhu Shen muttered silently as he began testing the small drop of the green substance. Chapter 445, Undying Venom Dragon. Zhu Shen stared at the glass bottle in his hand. The items from the system are truly handy since all of them are made from celestial rank items. It could even hold such powerful poison. If Zhu Shen didn't have his baleful dragon sacred sword, he could even use this small glass bottle as a weapon. My body is now at the mystic god realm, and if this is indeed the spit of an undying venom dragon, it should be able to melt my body. Zhu Shen muttered nonchalantly. Thaya, who was outside the invisible shield, almost lost her footing when she heard this. Wait. What did you say? Are you planning to try it out on yourself? Are you out of mind, Zhu Shen? The undying venom dragon was an ancient divine beast that wreaked havoc in the primordial god realm billions of years ago. Millions of high-level experts died under its venom, and it took the combined might of many powerhouses to suppress the divine beast. Celestial god Jian Wang even had to intervene just to seal it. Look. We're still unsure whether this really is the spit of that creature. How is it even possible for its venom to be here in Nuar? Zhu Shen wasn't just saying this to lighten the tension. The undying venom dragon was a divine beast that was almost comparable to a celestial god realm expert in terms of strength. Zhu Shen believed that the venom in their hands might just have come from one of its descendants. Thaya felt a bit better when she heard his reasoning, but she was still worried. What if that venom came from the real one? No. No. Definitely not. Even if you did recover your spiritual power to the true god realm, you still won't be able to suppress the poison if it is from that divine beast. Zhu Shen hesitated when he heard that. All right. Maybe I should just keep it to myself now. Thaya hurriedly nodded her head. Yes. That's the best thing to do. Now, keep that glass bottle away and take back this shield. Zhu Shen shrugged and kept the glass bottle inside his space earring. He then removed the invisible barrier he casted. Thaya heaved a sigh of relief as she went closer to Zhu Shen. She whispered. Don't do something stupid next time. Zhu Shen smiled and held her to his embrace as he replied in a gentle voice. I won't. I promise. 1 month later. After suppressing the rebellion of the Lekan family and the Torgrim family, the newly crowned queen of the Great Demon Empire re-invited the representatives of major powers from all over the continent to come to celebrate with them in their victory. Those that came during the first banquet immediately rushed to the newly rebuilt imperial palace to join the celebration, and even those who didn't come last time no longer dared to ignore the second invitation. Who would dare to decline the invitation of the Great Demon Empire? The blood-fallen family has already shown them their true might. Even an undead chimera that was at the late-stage Void God Realm expert was destroyed during the rebellion. The imprisoned members of the Lekan family and the Torgrim family are living proof of this shocking news. Her Majesty Cornelia has arrived. An imperial guard announced, followed by the arrival of Cornelia and her entourage. All the guests stared at the succubus with complicated emotions. They thought that they could get a piece of the Great Demon Empire, but all their plans fell apart. The reason for that is the man walking behind Cornelia. According to the rumors, he was the very man that killed the undead chimera, the Silent Sword, Ren Chuang. Is that human the man they call the Silent Sword? Yes, that's him. He was the one who killed the chimera. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. He killed that beast in just 1 sword move. Then why is he called the Silent Sword? Well, that's because he rarely speaks. Even Her Majesty Cornelia could hardly make the man talk. The crowd chattered incessantly the moment they spotted Ren Chuang's figure. This man has become a legend to them. He was a figure that stood at the peak of the Crimson Fiend continent. The major powers sent their leaders because of him. Quite a few Void God Realm experts were even here just to see Ren Chuang. Cornelia sat on her throne and stared calmly at everyone, but when she noticed that some people were still chattering, she frowned. Ren Chuang noticed her reaction, so he slammed his scabbard to the ground. Pa! Everyone immediately shut their mouths. Seeing this, Cornelia smiled. Good day, everyone. Thank you for coming here to celebrate our victory with us. But before we start the banquet, I'd like to suggest something for all of us. Don't worry, this is something that would only benefit the Crimson Fiend continent. The guests furrowed their eyebrows in confusion. They wondered what this newly crowned queen had in mind. Our great demon empire is now a subordinate to the Heavenly Sword Tower. That means, all humans will be considered as friends by our empire. Of course, with the exception of those vile criminals. Cornelia said in a calm tone. All the representatives were stunned when they heard this. Friends with the humans? Just what did they hear? Cornelia ignored the grave looks of everyone present. She couldn't care less about their opinions. You heard me right. So from now, our human friends must be treated fairly. Am I understood? The subjects of the Great Demon Empire immediately offered their support as they answered. Yes, Your Majesty. Most of the guests soon followed suit and expressed their support to the Queen's words. However, some people couldn't accept this, especially those who sold humans as slaves. Their business will completely crumble apart if this happened. Your Majesty, I'm sorry but I can't agree to this. A solemn voice echoed inside the throne room. Chapter 446, Second Sword Tower. Cornelia turned her gaze to the demon who had spoken. It was a tall and thin demon who had bat-like wings behind his back. Cornelia smiled at the bat demon and asked. And your reason is? The bat demon wasn't afraid of Cornelia. She was just a nascent god realm youngling in his eyes. The one he was afraid of was the human standing beside her. This bat demon's name was Lark and he built his own force with the help of his massive slave business. The profit from the humans they sold was about 40% of their profit. If the Great Demon Empire announced its support to the humans, he would lose about half of his possessions. He couldn't let that happen. Lark felt a bit nervous when he sensed everyone's gazes on him, but he still answered. Your Majesty, we've been enemies with the humans for thousands of years. Many of our ancestors even died fighting against their kind. Why would we befriend creatures like them? Cornelia's expression turned cold upon hearing Lark's words. You're Mr. Lark, right? Owner of the Blood Bat Merchant Alliance. Before I get back to you, is there anyone else who is against this? Cornelia glanced coldly at everyone present. With the Heavenly Sword Tower's support, she wasn't afraid of offending everyone. I also disagree with this. Me too. 3 more major powers supported Lark and all 3 of them were from merchant groups like him. Their entire wealth would be greatly affected if Cornelia was intent on supporting the humans. Seeing that some were brave enough to stand with him, Lark felt a bit relieved. However, he couldn't shake off this feeling that something bad would soon happen. I see. Guards, see these guests off. Cornelia muttered coldly. Tens of guards came and surrounded the 4 businesses' magnates. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Are you making an enemy of us? You don't know what you're doing. Lark became angry when he saw this. How could he allow a Void God Realm expert like him to be treated like this by nascent God Realm youngling? The 3 merchants almost wetted their pants when they saw the reaction of Lark. They wanted to mediate the situation, but when they noticed the gazes sent their way, they discovered that it was already too late. Thud. A severed head dropped to the ground. Ren Chuang sheathed his sword before returning beside Cornelia. The 3 merchants plopped to the floor when they saw Lark's bloody head rolling over the floor. This. I agree. I agree. I support your Majesty's decision. I also agree. Me too. They didn't dare oppose the newly crowned queen any further. Lark was so much stronger than them, but the guy died in just one strike. How could they fight back against such power? Even the other guests were horrified when they witnessed this scene. At first, some of them were still skeptical about the rumors they heard, but from the looks of it, everything was true. Does someone still want to speak? Cornelia smiled as she looked at the guests. She found it quite amusing to look at these scared experts. When she noticed that no one was talking, Cornelia chuckled to herself. In that case, I officially announce the start of the banquet. Please enjoy, everyone. Inside the second floor of the Lotus building, I plan to create another sword tower here for our heavenly sword tower. Which place do you suggest we build our second sword tower? Zhu Shen glanced at the people seated with him. They were the division heads of the heavenly sword tower and he invited them here for an important meeting. Everyone stared at the map on the table. Everyone furrowed their eyebrows as they pondered deeply. Sect Master, how about this place? The division head of the Heavenly Sword Division, Lu Sulan, said as she pointed at a certain location on the map. Everyone glanced at the place she was pointing and they were surprised. Isn't that the territory of the Poison Valley? Zhu Shen had a thoughtful look as he stared at the map. He then patted Lu Sulan's shoulder and said, "Good idea." With the death of their valley master Jiao, the Poison Valley crumbled apart and its territory is quite big. However, Narda Principality is currently in control of this piece of land. I don't want to steal it away from them. Lu Sulan smiled when she heard her master's words. Master, I heard that Narda Principality is planning to auction the things they found in Poison Valley's base. This piece of land is included in the auctioned items. Zhu Shen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He then said, "Good job. You've done your homework quite well. Sulan, you will be responsible for this. You can get the money you need from the resource division. If it's lacking, you can ask the Blood Fallen family for it." Lu Sulan was happy when she heard her master's praise. Yes, master. I'll get this done efficiently. You can bring Kenya with you. As for the rest, go back and plan for the construction of our second sword tower. Zhu Shen commanded before he left the second floor. After Zhu Shen left, the division heads could no longer hide their excitement. Their heavenly sword tower was expanding. And they were building their second sword tower in the territory of the demons, the Crimson Fiend continent. Who would have thought of that? This is brilliant. With the sect master behind us, who can stop our rise? Ha ha ha. You're right. Ha ha ha. Don't be too complacent. We all know that the sect master is planning to go back to that place. Did you forget that we are nothing compared to the true powerhouses of that place? Remember that. Lu Sulan glared at everyone. Senior sister, you mean the primordial god realm that master always tells us about? Kenya asked. What else could I be talking about? Lu Sulan had a high position in the heavenly sword tower. Everyone respected her since she was the senior disciple of Zhu Shen. Chapter 447, Hestia comes to the Crimson Fiend continent. Division Head Xia, how much resources do we have? Lu Sulan asked a cold-looking woman. Xia Xinyu took out a piece of document from her storage ring and placed it on the table for everyone to see. Our heavenly sword tower has accumulated 4 billion true crystals, 800 million blood stones, 250 god stones. Most of our wealth comes from the sales of the pill division as well as spoils of war from all the sects and major powers we've fought. Is it enough, division head Lu? Xia Xinyu asked Lu Sulan with a smile. Xia Xinyu and Lu Sulan both came from the Frozen Cloud sects, so they were quite familiar with each other. However, it was better to maintain a professional attitude during meetings, so despite being close as sisters, they refer to each other by their positions. Lu Sulan and the other division heads were shocked when they heard her words. They haven't had that much wealth before. The only one who was able to remain calm was Chi Hongtian, the division head of the pill division. That's more than enough, Division Head Xia. I thought that we would need to borrow money from the blood-fallen family, but it seems like I've underestimated the wealth we have accumulated. Lu Sulan smiled at Xia Xinyu. From the looks of it, she no longer needs to visit the blood-fallen family. Xia Xinyu took back the document and kept it inside her space ring as she asked. How much do you need for this auction? Lu Sulan furrowed her eyebrows as she calculated in her mind. She wasn't certain of the exact value of the Poison Valley's territory. To tell you the truth, I'm also unsure how much that piece of land is, but to be safe, I'll bring 2 billion true crystals and 500 million bloodstones with me. Isn't that too much, senior sister? Kenya unconsciously blurted out. Lu Sulan glanced at him and replied in a calm voice. I know, but we have to make sure that we would get that piece of land. I will return the rest of the money after the auction. She then turned towards Xia Xinyu and said. Please get the resources division head Xia. We will depart right away after we get everything prepared. Also, please bring Sister Hestia here. She's been guarding the Master's store in Beltran City all this time. Just get an elder to replace her. No one would be foolish enough to cause trouble there anyway. Xia Xinyu nodded her head in understanding. No problem. I'll bring her here. She then went to the teleportation array formation. All right. Everyone, you can go back to your posts. Kenya, you stay. Lu Sulan adjourned the meeting and everyone soon left the second floor. Only Kenya and Lu Sulan remained there. Senior sister, how are the disciples doing? I haven't seen some of them after they left to join the war. Kenya asked as he looked at his senior sister. Kenya was the division head of the mission hall and he was quite occupied with his job, so he wasn't able to join the war. No need to worry about them. None of them died and only a few were severely injured, but they're fine now. By the way, how's your cultivation going? Lu Sulan glanced at her junior brother with a probing look. This guy was very diligent with his cultivation, but she was unsure of how strong he had become. Kenya released his aura as he replied with a smug look on his face. As you can see, your junior brother is now a peak stage origin god realm. What do you think, senior sister? Not bad, right? Lu Sulan's face twitched when she sensed his aura. This guy had actually caught up to her. Her cultivation speed was much slower than the others because of her cultivation technique and unique physique. However, although her cultivation level was just similar to Kenya, she knew that she could defeat him in just a few moves. Thinking about this, Lu Sulan felt a bit better. Feeling smug, are you? How about a spar with me then? Lu Sulan let out a cold smile as she glared at Kenya. No way. Ha ha ha. I mean, I still haven't stabilized my cultivation yet since I just recently broke through. Let's not talk about this. Kenya sweated bullets. He ignored Lu Sulan's gaze and closed his eyes as if he was in a meditative state. Lu Sulan laughed in her heart when she saw him acting like this. About an hour later, Xia Xinyu came back with a red-haired beauty following behind her. Sister Hestia. Elder Hestia. Lu Sulan and Kenya greeted the woman behind Xia Xinyu. It has been a while since they've last seen each other. Hestia had been guarding Zhu Shen's store in Beltran City all this while and she rarely comes to visit the Heavenly Sword Tower. Hestia smiled at the two. Hello, you two. Why did you call me here? Did the master call me? She asked. Lu Sulan shook her head. No. The master didn't say anything. You've been guarding master's store all this while, Sister Hestia. I want to bring you to an auction for a change of pace. Don't worry about the store. I already asked Division Head Xia to replace your position. Hestia was a bit disappointed when she heard the answer, but she didn't show it to her face. I see. No problem. I'm also interested in the Crimson Fiend continent, so I don't mind tagging along with you guys. I heard that this place is ruled by demons. Hestia's eyes flickered at the mention of the word demons, but it disappeared right away so no one noticed anything. You're right, Elder Hestia. I also want to see these demons myself. I've been busy with the mission hall's matters all this time. Now I can finally see what this place looks like. Kenya said eagerly. Chapter 448, Hagen City. Strange memories flooded Hestia's mind a few months ago, and it was only recently that she had finally realized that she had been reborn. Elder Hestia. Elder Hestia. I'm sorry. What are you saying? Hestia glanced at Kenya with a smile. Kenya furrowed his eyebrows. Hestia was acting weird and it was the first time he saw her like this. Is there anything wrong, Elder Hestia? Nothing. Hestia shook her head at him. He wouldn't understand even if he told her. Besides, she didn't want anyone to know anything about what happened to her. Despite his curiosity, Kenya held back asking her more questions. All right. Let's go downstairs now. Senior sister is waiting for us there. We will go to Narda Principality. He then brought Hestia outside the Lotus building where they met up with Lu Sulan. Are you guys ready? Lu Sulan asked while looking at the two. Hestia and Kenya nodded their heads. All right. Let's go. Lu Sulan led them towards Hagen City, the capital city of Narda Principality. The Narda auction house where the auction would be hosted is located there. The journey wasn't long for someone at their level and it only took them about an hour despite the great distance. The three descended at the entrance of Hagen City. Apparently, outsiders aren't allowed to fly within the city, so the three stopped at the entrance to take a carriage. However, they were surprised when someone came to greet them. Greetings, Division Head Lu. I'm Liu Baking and we've fought together during the rebellion. I'm pleased to meet you again. Liu Baking came with a few generals from Narda Principality. The Demon Empress told him that someone from the Heavenly Sword Tower would come to Hagen City to join the auction. He'd been waiting for them all this time. Lu Sulan cupped her fists at Liu Baking. It's great to see you again, Lord Liu. This is Kenya, division head of our mission hall, and this is Hestia, one of our strongest elders. Liu Baking moved his gaze towards the two people standing behind Lu Sulan and smiled at them. It's a pleasure to know you, Division Head Ken and Elder Hestia. Come. I'll bring you to see Her Majesty. She's in the palace waiting for you guys to arrive. All right. Lu Sulan, Kenya, and Hestia nodded their heads and followed Liu Baking to the palace of Narda Principality. Liu Baking led them to the topmost floor of the palace where Demon Empress Ganda was staying. Your Majesty, I've brought them here. Liu Baking lightly bowed towards the Demon Empress. Greetings, Demon Empress Ganda. Lu Sulan, Kenya, and Hestia greeted the red-haired demon seated on her chair. Demon Empress Ganda glanced at Lu Sulan and Kenya for a moment before her gaze stopped at Hestia. Although the Demon Empress didn't use her spiritual power to scan Hestia's cultivation, the Demon Empress still knew that she was the strongest among her three visitors. No need for formalities, Division Head Lu. I'm sorry, but these two are. This is Kenya, Division Head of our mission hall, and this is Elder Hestia. Lu Sulan introduced the two briefly. Demon Empress Ganda stood up and cupped her fist at them. I knew that the Heavenly Sword Tower would send representatives in our Hagen City to attend the auction in Narda Auction House. However, I'm not sure which of the auction items does the Heavenly Sword Tower wants. Lu Sulan smiled at her and said probingly. The Sect Master has sent us here to bid for the territory of Poison Valley. I wonder if someone else is also interested in that piece of land. The Demon Empress' eyes flashed upon hearing her words. Why would the Heavenly Sword Tower desire the territory of Poison Valley? It should be of no use to them, unless if they were planning to construct something in that piece of rich land. From what I've heard, there are indeed quite a few major powers that are interested in that land. A peak expert even expressed his interest in that territory. Demon Empress Ganda said with a serious look. Peak expert? And who might this be? Lu Sulan asked curiously. You guys might not have heard of him yet since you're not natives here. Everyone calls him Necromancer Emperor. The Demon Empress said in a solemn tone. She knew that the undead army and the chimera that the Leakin family and Torgrim family brought with them during the war came from the Necromancer Emperor. She was wondering what that old demon was planning to do this time. Lusolin haven't heard of that name, but looking at the Demon Empress expression, it seemed that this Necromancer Emperor was quite formidable. However, she wasn't worried since Hestia was with them. Thanks for the information, Demon Empress Ganda. We won't stay here for long since we still have to prepare for the auction. Farewell. Lusolin smiled at her. No problem. Baking, see our guests out. Demon Empress Ganda didn't let them stay when she noticed Lusolin's expression. She knew that these guys would start investigating on their own. However, that wasn't her problem, so she didn't plan to stop them. Lu Baking led them outside the palace. After the three left the palace, Lusolin glanced at Kenya and said, Junior brother, I want you to investigate this Necromancer Emperor. Meet with us in this location after your investigation. She pointed at an inn on the map. Kenya stared at the map and nodded his head. All right. I'll be back right away. Be careful. Lusolin patted his shoulder. Kenya's figure disappeared from the scene. Are you worried about this Necromancer Emperor that the Demon Empress talked about? Hestia asked as she looked at Lusolin. Lusolin nodded her head with a frown on her face. I won't allow anyone to snatch that land from us. Chapter 449, Auction begins. Knock. 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 A day later, Lusolin heard a knock on her door. She stopped cultivating and stood up as she said. Come inside. Senior sister. Kenya greeted Lusolin. What did you discover about that demon? Lusolin asked while looking at her junior disciple. She saw that his expression had suddenly turned serious. Senior sister, that guy was the one who offered the chimera and the undead army to the Torgrim family and the Leakin family. I heard it from the mouth of an elder from the Torgrim family. He told me that their leader, Stormhoof Torgrim, visited the Necromancer Emperor to get his help. I also heard that this old man was already at the late stage of the Void God realm 50,000 years ago. It seems like this guy is quite difficult to handle. Kenya frowned as he reported his findings. He had to go back to the Great Demon Empire just to get this information. Kenya felt that the auction this time would be dangerous if they acted impulsively. Lusolin furrowed her eyebrows as she processed Kenya's information. She finally realized why the Demon Empress was wary of this Necromancer Emperor. However, Lusolin was confident in Hestia's strength. It doesn't matter. We must get that piece of land. I promised the master that I can accomplish this. I wouldn't have a face to show if we fail. I don't think he's brave enough to provoke our heavenly sword tower. Lusolin muttered with a dark look on her face. She wouldn't allow anyone to take that piece of land from her. Looking at his senior sister's determined expression, Kenya said in a serious tone. Don't worry, senior sister. Even if that guy is strong, Elder Hestia is with us. With my current cultivation, I'm confident that I can battle evenly with a late-stage Void God realm. Lusolin nodded her head and patted Kenya's shoulder. I know. Get Sister Hestia. The auction will begin this afternoon. All right. Narda Auction House. Lusolin, Hestia, and Kenya were led towards a VIP room. Demon Empress Ganda is treating us well. Kenya muttered with a smile as he looked at the gorgeous maid that brought them here. There are only 10 VIP rooms in this auction house. We took one and the other 9 are already occupied. The people inside those VIP rooms might have come from major powers, so we have to be careful not to provoke them needlessly. Lusolin reminded in a calm voice. She then turned her gaze towards the gorgeous servant and said with a smile. You can go back. Please thank the Demon Empress for us. We appreciate her hospitality. The servant nodded her and bowed professionally. I'll send your message to Her Majesty. Enjoy the auction. She then left their VIP after that. Not long later, Liu Beiqing walked towards the stage and greeted everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. We have 76 auctioned items waiting for you guys. Everyone knows about the rebellion that happened in the Great Demon Empire, right? Our Narda Principality was lucky enough to join hands with the Blood-Fallen family and the Heavenly Sword Tower to stop the rebellion. After the battle, our Narda Principality earned quite a lot of high-level resources. Now, you will all have the chance to acquire these items. I won't make this introduction long anymore. Let me show you the first item. Bring it here. Two servants pushed a trolley that had a mystery box on top of it. They then lifted the cloth that covered the box and everyone saw a piece of armor. This armor was taken from an elder of the Torgrim family. It wasn't in its best condition when our team discovered this armor, but our best blacksmiths were able to repair it to its peak condition. Our appraiser has already appraised this armor as a nascent rank item. The initial price for this armor is 200,000 bloodstones. Everyone's bid increment must be at least 10,000 bloodstones. 210,000 bloodstones. 220,000 bloodstones. 230,000 bloodstones. The armor was quite appealing to nascent God Realm experts, but no one from the VIP rooms made any bid for this. The armor was bought by a solitary nascent God Realm expert for 370 bloodstones. The next item is 10 bottles of frozen blood. To those who don't know about this item, it is a type of special poison that was concocted by the poison masters of Poison Valley. Each of these bottles can kill nascent God Realm experts within a month if left untreated. However, the most effective use for this poison is to hunt savage beasts. If this poison is draped over a weapon and is used to injure a savage beast, they would be in a weakened state. Liu Beiqing could already sense the murderous gazes sent by savage beasts experts among the guests, but he ignored them. Business is business. He couldn't do anything about it. Is it sold by bottle or in batches? Someone from the crowd asked. Liu Beiqing smiled and replied. One bottle of frozen blood is worth 80,000 bloodstones. Everyone's bid must be at least 5,000 bloodstones higher. This poison was very useful for hunters and mercenaries. They were the ones who began bidding for the bottles of frozen blood. In the end, each bottle of frozen blood was sold for at least 110,000 bloodstones. There was even one bottle that was sold for 130,000 bloodstones. The people inside the VIP rooms calmly observed the bidding for the first few items, but nothing seemed to interest them. However, when Liu Beiqing showed the 11th item, some of them finally took notice. For the 11th item, an origin rank dagger from an elder of the Leakin family. The initial price is 1 million bloodstones and each increment must be at least 50,000 bloodstones.